Merchant Swordsman, a LitRPG adventure. Merchant Rising Book 1 by Nate Krotz. Warsword Press. Copyright C. 2023 by Nate Krotz. All rights reserved. No portion of this book may be reproduced in any form without written permission from the publisher or author, except as permitted by U.S. copyright law. Chapter 1. Beginnings. He was the third son of a second son, a child of the offshoot of what was already a generationally disgraced noble branch. Lysander had a name and a family history, but no title. 18. No talent for magic. He'd have no chance to have the special doors opened for himself that his siblings had been granted, beyond what a questionable noble lineage would give him. He'd have to open them for himself through hard work. That was the state Lysander found himself in. But it didn't matter. The world was vast, and he refused to be nothing within its endless possibilities. His breeding did keep him from getting snubbed by other nobles altogether, and usually gave him a little leeway with officials. It was enough. It was more than most people had going for them. He should be grateful, and he was, but he was also ambitious beyond his born station. Arden was full of monsters, magic, and lost treasures, some rumored to be beyond mortal imagination. The limits of the continents were hardly known, and maps were only semi-reliable at best, becoming more and more suspect the further they expanded away from whatever small kingdom or hamlet they were drafted within. To put it simply, this period in history known as the Fifth Era was an age of opportunity and mystery. Something within Lysander told him that he needed to seize as much of it as he could. The blue semi-opaque status screen was drawn out in front of him, displaying the swordsman's skills and stats from where he sat on the hard mattress beneath him. Lysander-born crest. Body, NA. Mind, NA. Soul, NA. Attributes, brawn, 1, novice. Dexterity, 1, novice. Endurance, 1, novice. Magic potency, 1, novice. Magic control, 1, novice. Magic efficiency, 1, novice. Proficiencies. Appraisal, 1, novice. Archery, no style, 1, novice. Bookkeeping, 1, novice. Butchering, 1, novice. One-handed, no style, 1, novice. Shield, no style, 1, novice. Spear, no style, 1, novice. Born traits. Body-bound. As with most beings, you have latent magic within your bones and blood. Unlike those who would seek to wield mana, however, your body has mutated to naturally cannibalize its mana to strengthen itself. Your brawn, dexterity, and endurance all increase by 1 level. However, your magic efficiency, magic control, and magic potency are all reduced by 1 level. Additionally, any gains to these magical skills will instead be transferred to their physical counterparts. Titles, NA, skills, NA. His eyes lingered on the body-bound trait. A born trait was essentially something that everyone had, but every born trait was ultimately different. Lysander figured his trait wasn't the worst one in the world. Of course, he'd essentially never be able to be a mage. He literally had 0 free magic in his body. His weird mutation meant that his muscles and constitution ate up any mana his soul core produced before he could even think about shaping it into a spell or curse. That said, having his physical attributes boosted by 1 each was a pretty massive deal from a certain point of view. The average person achieved a score of 1 in every single physical attribute trait upon reaching maturity. Everybody's 1 point was different, depending on race and gender, sure, but ultimately a baseline of 1 point in any attribute meant you were about as strong, fast, or sturdy as a single average person. A 2, though. A 2 meant that you were twice as good in any trait as the average. Usually it took a long time to progress to that point, and most commoners never made it to having a 2 in any stats at all, let alone a 3. But thanks to his born trait, Lysander had become twice as strong, dexterous, and durable as others his age, without any extra work. All the while, his actual scores in the physical attributes remained as 1s, though he had a +1 next to them on his character sheet. Add to all of that the fact that it was actually pretty common to have no magical talent, though others born with zeros in the magical attributes could, unlike himself, in theory hone them, and he considered himself at least somewhat fortunate, even if his body's ability to boost itself by draining his mana likely meant that he would have possessed magical talent had he not developed bodybound as his born trait, something seemingly forever lost to him now. He'd of course trained himself as well. He'd even gotten his hands on a few monster cores to further progress his attributes, but those were expensive for a third son of a noble family that already found itself on the brink of social ruin. His family could provide for his lodging and even his training with weapons whenever he was at their estate, but he wasn't exactly given vast amounts of spending money to waste away. He was essentially the spare's spare, with 2 brothers and a sorcery-born sister ahead of him in the succession. Not having a steady supply of monster cores had been a major impediment for him. Monster cores were the easiest, albeit most expensive method of increasing one's attributes. At the core of every living creature's heart, there was a soul core. These cores could be harvested and used to increase the power of one's attributes, though it was incredibly taboo to harvest a sapient person's core for various reasons. Additionally, people tended to bottleneck once they'd trained themselves to the limit of their current attribute score. The only guaranteed way to break through to the next attribute level was to fill up your attribute progression points with either effort or the energy of monster cores of your same level. You'd then use the energy of a monster core of the next highest level than yourself to make a breakthrough. It was a dangerous process to do all of this, however. A person's body would struggle to absorb the energy of a core that was a level higher than their own attribute. To try to absorb the power of such a core before you'd maxed out the tier progression of your current attribute score was essentially suicide. Even then, after you had properly prepared, it remained very taxing on one's constitution. Still, power was power, and people craved it, fought for it, and sometimes even clawed it from one another's hands. Even bronze-tier monster cores were highly sought after, as they could also be used in the crafting of armor and weapons, or the raising of basic infantry troops. Silver cores were available for sale from time to time, but anything higher than silver level was all but non-existent on the open market. Of course, Lysander did have an advantage over others when it came to his attributes, even despite his lack of access to cores. His effective physical scores were a level higher than they actually were, meaning that he really had the physical capabilities of someone with an level body. However, Lysander's actual points in brawn, dexterity, and endurance were still technically level 1, making them novice ranks, which meant he could still absorb and gain benefits from bronze monster cores, despite, in theory, being much more equipped to deal with novice-level monsters than the usual person who would want to do so. The way that bodybound worked also had other potential benefits, but Lysander had been unable to confirm those advantages as of yet. Lysander closed his status screen with a pointed look as a knock came from the room's door. "It's unlocked," he said, rising to his feet. He'd sat for only a short while to gather his thoughts and remind himself of his goals as he'd browsed his character sheet. A soft and kind-looking aide greeted Lysander with a bow of her scarlet-haired head. "The master will see you now, young sir." Lysander gave the woman a soft smile before nodding his head. "Thank you. Will you lead the way, miss?" It had been many hours since he'd entered the Merchants' Guild of Archport and requested an audience with the master of the organization. His noble sigil had afforded him the privilege of a guest room to wait in, even despite the fact that he'd already procured lodging for himself at a local inn. He also hadn't been asked too many questions, but he knew his breeding wouldn't get him much further than that. He was finally going to be able to start reaching for his goals, provided he managed to make this meeting go his way. Chapter 2. Negotiations. "I'm sorry for the wait," Danton, leader of Archport's Merchants' Guild branch, said. His large salt and pepper beard moved along with his angled jaw as he spoke. The man did stand, but not to greet Lysander immediately. Rather, he instead began to light a number of candles on the large, finely but still functionally crafted desk in front of him. It was well into dusk, and the auburn lights of late evening were only barely still streaming in from the bottom of the large iron-framed window that opened up behind the guildmaster. "I can understand you're busy, master," Lysander said, grasping Danton's hand once it was finally offered. "I'm sure your aide told you, but my name is Lysander Borncrest. Yes, busy indeed. There's always paperwork to keep me and all the others honest, the man said as he gestured at the chair behind Lysander. But please sit, Lysander. I'm Danton Walker, and I couldn't outright refuse someone of noble blood, even if you're from quite some distance away. Archport was actually the dominion of a duke that held no relation to Lysander's family. In fact, the port city was a number of fortnights' travel away from the land that the 18-year-old's father held possession of. I appreciate your time today, Lysander continued, not immediately going for the ask. Danton shook his head dismissively as he handed a number of papers over to his carmine-haired aide, who began to move them out of the man's way. Think nothing of it. I am curious how I can help you, however. I was actually hoping we could help each other, Lysander answered. Oh? Danton's eyes narrowed, taking on a more serious gleam. This man was a commoner who'd risen to a highly respected position in a bustling and relatively successful city. How many times had he heard a statement like the one Lysander had just made? I don't like to mix up my words by speaking too many when a few will do, Lysander continued. I'd like to petition you for a writ of trade. A writ of trade from the Merchants' Guild essentially allowed one access to commodities and exclusive pricing throughout the known provinces. It also allowed one to pay lower taxes and skip many of the more thorough searches that would be conducted by officials on cargo and caravans. That's something many work for years to earn, young man. A writ is a promise from the guild to all officials who are presented with it that the bearer is of good faith and reputation. Danton replied with a sigh, I'm sure you're of good stock, but I can't just give that out to anyone. I know, Lysander replied, pushing past the polite dismissal of the guildmaster. I also know coastline caravans have been disappearing as of late. Every second one, was it? The cost to your operations and morale must be staggering. Danton's head turned slightly towards Lysander. Yes, I assume those rumors would be spreading now, wouldn't they? Allow me to help fix the issue for you, Lysander offered. Let me root out the cause of the shipping troubles to earn your trust, so you'd at least know where the source of the problem is originating from and can then move to restore your coffers, their profits, and people their security. The guildmaster leaned back and looked at the boy in front of him, crossing his hands in front of his face. And what, Lysander, would make you qualified to do this? Danton asked. I'm castle-trained in the blade, but I'm the third son of a count. I've been raised, but not pampered. Most importantly, that means I have the need for ambition, Lysander answered, not breaking steady eye contact with his elder. To put it plainly, I have skills most unaligned commoners do not have, and the drive to adventure that most nobles have no need for. Danton scoffed. You're very forward. Within the bounds of politeness, Lysander added. Danton acquiesced. You are well-mannered. Also unshaking in your conviction is how you're locking eyes with me, though perhaps that is practiced. Everything is, Lysander simply replied. Indeed, Danton further agreed. If I were to grant you this chance, what would you need from me? Keep in mind that we've already rerouted caravans recently. Did your rumors tell you that? Lysander leaned back. They did not, but, he trailed his voice, thinking on his feet, you would have been using the new routes in the first place if they were the most profitable, which means the current situation still isn't ideal. Danton nodded. Astute guess. The issue will soon come to a head, and we've already lost a good bit of money. However, and I again ask this respectfully, why would we need you to help us? There's no shortage of sellswords in this turbulent time, whether castle-trained or not. Also respectfully, if you could have hired the Swords Guild, then you already would have. If I had to guess, they're refusing to operate any large investigative missions so close to another branch's jurisdiction. They'd probably let you hire one-off guards for your caravans, but you also have a contract with the Crownhold Shipping Company that makes that difficult. You're required to pay them for armed escort regardless of whoever else you hire, but they're not allowed to do much more in the provinces other than escort your caravans after the Treaty of the 5 Years' War. And, for whatever reason, you don't want to employ that other Swords Guild branch, or you also already would have, Lysander said. The 5 Years' War was a prolonged conflict involving the Crownhold Shipping Company and the elves of the Ragnon Isles, just off the coast of the provinces. Ever since it had been resolved, the Crown-hold shipping company had been extremely limited in their legal right to field troops on open land. "That's quite another detailed series of guesses, isn't it?" Danton asked. "One that would require very keen insights into the political machinations of Archport. But you're still only partially right. It's actually that the Swords Guild of Landhold won't accept any jobs from us. For whatever reason, they're also denying any operations too close to their area of operation by our local guild hall, though I'm not sure how long that can last. As you said, though, we do have contractual obligations with the crowns that generally prevent us from easily budgeting for extra armed escorts. How long did you say that you've been in our fair city?" Lysander cursed a bit internally. He wasn't trying to show his hand too much. He wasn't really guessing, but he didn't want to get his sauce in hot water. He decided to shift the topic just a bit. "You've gotten yourself a workaround to your issue with the rerouting of the caravans, but it's still an issue. One problem like that won't tear down everything your merchants have built, but if you let your policy become one of ignoring such things, eventually everything will fall apart as other issues accumulate. Give me just a week to prepare. You can manage that. Considering caravans don't move fast, and I doubt you'll be able to shift any routes in the next fortnight anyway, even if I did find the source of the danger along the roads that quickly, which we both know likely wouldn't be the case. I'd also need you to lend me a recommendation to the Swords Guild to allow me to access their local bounties. I'm sure you can petition them for that much without too much issue." "You plan to do some hunting?" Danton raised an eyebrow. "If you become a member of the Swords Guild, on my own recommendation no less, won't I just have the same issue I already have? We both know being a member of the Swords doesn't stop someone from taking personal jobs, but that most of the journeymen and up wouldn't consider it without the blessing of the guild, since they'd be on their own, without any aid or organization to fall back on. I don't have that concern, and I'm a good bit more capable than the average novice member they have. I need the recommendation to raise money for the journey, and going through their normal vetting processes would take too long for me to be of any help to you," Lysander continued. "Is that all?" Danton asked. "I also need access to their contracts to push my swordsmanship past an epiphany. I'm on the edge of breaking through to the competent tier, and I'd like to handle that before undertaking a quest for you that might have me drawing my blade. Me being more capable would only make it more likely we'd both be able to get what we want," Lysander explained. There was silence for a moment before the guildmaster merely began to chuckle. "You don't ask for money or even a loan, but for access to monster dens and combat? I'd think you were trying to swindle the swords out of their work if you weren't so earnest. Not that it would be a sustainable plan." The man calmed himself before continuing and gesturing to the same aide he'd handed the papers to before, causing her to pass the guildmaster an empty piece of parchment and to prepare him a quill. "Very well, young man. I will grant you your recommendation to the swords and possibly your quest. As you've proposed, I would also only ask that you try to find the source of the issue along the roads. Not that you eradicate it yourself, as I feel that would be unreasonable and better undertaken by the Duke's men or the swords, if they were so pushed by official decree. There will also be other caveats before I allow you that task, however. Even if it would just be an exploratory mission to find the cause of the shipping issues, I need to know you're as capable as you might suggest, and just your words alone won't do." Chapter 3. Shadowed Streets. Lysander left the Merchants' Guildhouse that evening with a sealed piece of parchment. A letter from Danton himself to the Swords Guild promised to serve as a recommendation. The Swords Guild was essentially a group of mercenaries, fighters, and moderately publicly upstanding brawlers. The idea was that they'd handle any issues that people with money had that titled knights wouldn't or couldn't bother to deal with. That was the original idea anyway. Over time, they'd become a stand-in for knights in general. The lords, ladies, and sirs of the big cities no longer had to dirty their hands hunting down beasts, goblins, ghouls, and demons once the swords had established themselves, not if the threat wasn't big or profitable enough. The mercenaries of the swords basically got the scraps and lesser conflicts all to themselves. Still, they'd grown rather fat on those scraps, as they were always abundant in number if not in quality. But the warriors weren't known for sharing. If you wanted their jobs, then you had to pay dues for them, earn them, and build a reputation. mostly to make sure you didn't fumble a client's ask, and only partially to make sure too many dumb city urchins looking for adventure didn't kill themselves on a local constable's dime. Lysander, however, wanted to skip all of that. Call him impatient, but he was confident he could handle a few monsters. His one-handed proficiency may have only been novice level, but it was right on the brink of reaching the next tier, which meant he'd essentially reached the maximum skill a normal person could hope to achieve. The competent level was next, and hitting that would essentially mean he was twice as deadly as the average swordsman. He couldn't get cocky, he knew that, but the simple fact was that he'd been bottlenecked at 100 out of 100 novice proficiency points since just after he'd turned 17. He needed real combat to break through, not just a little duel or the dispatching of a few goblins. He needed to push his understanding and skill to their limits. If he managed to do that, he'd ascend his one-handed proficiency, and if he did it especially well, he might just unlock a skill. Skills were closely related to proficiencies and attributes, but something altogether different. They were elevated combinations of those things. A skill would optimally combine your understanding and physical or magical capabilities to perform a specific function. Skills could be gained in numerous ways. They could be taught, but this had the highest chance of failure and rarely worked. They could be gained through the skill stones that would sometimes manifest in the corpses of skilled enemies, or they could be created in moments of proficiency or attribute ascension. Creating your own skill was easily the best route. It would be born from your own understanding and inner capabilities, and more importantly, it would even draw out some of your unrealized potential to push you a little beyond what you'd be able to do with just your attributes and proficiencies alone. Not all skills were created equally, some were stronger than others, but one thing was universally true. It was better to have them than not. The only problem was that it was possible to attain a higher proficiency or attribute without unlocking a skill. You had to get lucky, or if what Lysander's swordsman brother had said was true, you needed to be pushed to crystallize your potential in a moment of true need as you ascended. The streets were dark, shadowed. Lysander knew he shouldn't be traveling towards the rougher part of town where the Swords Guild purposefully chose to situate itself. He also expected he'd be perfectly fine. He didn't expect trouble, but he found himself to be wrong as a knife was pressed into the cloak at his back. "I'm wearing chainmail under my tunic," he said aloud to the cutthroat. "A rusty dagger might get through it, but it'll take a moment longer than flesh. Do you want to risk that?" Hot breath washed over his neck. Breath smelling of plaque and sickness, disgusting and uncomfortable. "Just give me your money. I don't want to stab you anyway," the cutthroat's coarse voice said in a whisper. "But we will." "We?" Lysander asked, but he didn't have to wait for an answer to his question. A few men stepped out of a nearby alley. They were dressed in a mismatch of laborers' clothes, all holding clubs or knives. No castle-forged steel could be seen among them. They were street thugs, if you could even call them that. "I know you've got some coin. You're dressed all fancy like that, with a nice sword on your hip. But you ain't a sword because we haven't seen you around here before, and you don't have the armband their lot wear," the cutthroat continued, moving his knife blade up to the base of Lysander's skull. "Actually, let's start with that so you don't get brave or something. Don't move, or I'll stab you where there's no mail." Drums began to beat in Lysander's ears. His body started to shake, just as the cutthroat reached around to unbuckle his sword belt. "Just don't move," the cutthroat said as he undid the silvered buckle and grabbed the sword's scabbard. "There you go, nice and easy, just like the—" Lysander probably wouldn't have been able to draw his sword in time to completely avoid a stab in the neck. Not when it was on his hip, but with the space the cutthroat was making by pulling the sword away from him. It was enough. The swordsman's physical attributes made him twice as quick, strong, and dexterous as the average person. His body control was far greater and more subtle than a normal man's as well. He knew he was strikingly fast for the uninitiated. His control over his muscles was just adept and fast enough, in fact, that the cutthroat didn't notice his hand softly grabbing his sword's handle as it was being pulled away. The robber had only just begun to notice it when Lysander separated his head from his shoulders. The blood spurted, covering Lysander's face in a bubbling bath of warm, dirty, and crimson iron. It wasn't the first thing he'd killed, but it was the first man all the same. The drums in his skull beat louder. Lysander turned back to the rest of his assailants, rising up from the half-crouch slash he'd used to dodge away from his victim's dagger. The moon glimmered off the 18-year-old's dilated eyes. He hadn't enjoyed killing just then, but he hadn't not enjoyed it. Honestly, it just felt like a waste of time. There was no challenge or honor to what he'd done. The act of taking a life still wasn't the same as killing monsters with his father's hunting parties, however. It felt heavier and emptier all at once. If you're all just doing this because you're hungry or poor, then leave. I'll let you. I don't want to hurt you, Lysander said to the group. The men weren't soldiers, at least not anymore, if any of them ever were. They all froze in shock at the sight of Lysander's rapid execution of their spokesperson. Then, suddenly, they all broke into a run back into the alleyways, but Lysander knew it wasn't because of him. Every inch of skin on the back of the young man's neck tingled. He was even more on edge than he had been before. It was like fire had been lit all up his veins as he felt a surge of red-hot killing intent wash over his body, permeating his pores from the outside in. He could barely twitch. His muscles were both superheated and immovable. If he didn't run, then all he could do was not move. He recognized the feeling. It was the presence of a warrior he knew well. His teeth ground together hard as he fought with everything he had to not drop his sword onto the ground. His body was completely locked up, but only because, after refusing to run, clenching every fiber of every muscle he possessed was all he could do to not just fall to his knees. Great warriors who had pushed their skill well beyond the expert rank could begin to turn their proficiency with killing itself into a physical force. They could turn intangible intent into a real thing that others could feel. It was not magic. It was merely will and skill taken to such a height that they had begun to spill out from a fighter's very existence. "Lysander, what have you gotten yourself into?" A light, nondescript voice came from behind, and just like that, the battle aura was gone. Lysander almost fell over, sweat beading at his brow, but he didn't. He wouldn't let himself. "Darby, why are you here?" the swordsman asked through a voice that he barely managed to keep monotone. "Because, young master, the Lady Annabel has gone missing. You wouldn't happen to know something about that, would you?" the man asked as he stepped out in front of Lysander. Darby was not at all like the aura he'd emitted, at least not physically. He was smaller in form than Lysander and half a head shorter. He had a dapper moustache that went well with his well-manicured blonde hair. His evergreen-dyed doublet and trousers spoke of a moderately high station and a classical style. Frankly, Darby looked like an old man. He didn't even carry a sword. He appeared more like a butler than a warrior. And yet there was one part of him that gave off at least a small fraction of the power that his sword aura had so unabashedly unleashed. His eyes. They were like unflinching brown oceans of depth, perhaps kind but equally impenetrable. "Not a thing," Lysander said as he swallowed to regain some of his composure. Darby crossed his arms. "Do you know why your father sent me here?" "You already said it was for Annabel," he replied. "Not what I was asking, young master. You also didn't flinch when I said your sister was missing," the old man said. "I can barely stand after that, let alone flinch," Lysander replied. "That was to keep you from having to kill anyone else. I'm sure the guards would understand your predicament, but they also wouldn't like it. You'd also never admit my aura had hurt you if you weren't trying to use it as an excuse," Darby explained and countered. It was true, but why wouldn't Darby know that? He'd practically raised him. He was indeed Lysander's family butler, but also his father's master-at-arms. "I don't know where she is, Darby," Lysander said as he took a few more deep breaths. Darby looked down at the corpse of the cutthroat. "Are you okay, son?" Lysander shook his head. "I'm fine." "The cities are different than a keep. People can be desperate," Darby admitted. "If you need to talk—" "I don't," Lysander said as he returned his scabbard belt to its proper place around his waist. "But thank you." The butler made a disapproving noise from between his teeth. "Very well, that still leaves us to talk about Annabel." "I have business to attend to," Lysander said. "After killing a man?" "I'd think not," Darby said. "Where are you two staying? I'll take you there and—" "No," Lysander said. "Annabel isn't with me. Go find her." The butler narrowed his eyes as Lysander tried to push past him. The 18-year-old found himself stopped under the firm and powerful hand of Darby. It was a light touch, but Lysander knew it could dislocate his shoulder with just a squeeze if Darby wanted it to. Even after what your father said to you, you'd never disavow Lady Annabel, which means she is in fact with you, Darby said. What are you willing to do to prove it, Darby? Lysander asked. The 18-year-old met the man's eyes. For a half moment, he saw the butler internally shift as his eyes flared, and Lysander felt another moment of primal terror rouse up inside himself. But just as soon as it came, it was gone, and Darby just sighed. She disappeared around the same time you left, but I can't very well beat it out of you, the butler said. I also can't return to your father empty-handed. I will be present, young master. I will be watching. I'd expect nothing less from you, Lysander said, shrugging off Darby's hand and continuing forward past him. Lysander, Darby called after him, a bit of concern in his stern voice. The young man he was addressing stopped in his walk. I'm not your enemy, Darby finished. Lysander didn't look back. Unless my father told you to be. That's hardly fair, son, the butler trailed off. Lysander's fists clenched tightly before he continued walking. Tell that to my mother. Lysander, Darby raised his voice, but no killing intent followed. The swordsman merely continued on his way, leaving the old man alone in the night. Chapter 4. Informant. Lysander knew Darby would be watching. Maybe not consistently, maybe not for every waking moment, but ever dutiful to the swordsman's father's orders, the butler wouldn't leave until he found Annabel. Regardless of what he'd said, the swordsman didn't continue on to the Swords Guild. Not tonight. The Swallowtail Inn wasn't exactly upscale, not a slum-bound establishment inn either. It cost 2 silver pieces a night to stay there. There were 100 silver pieces to a gold piece and 100 coppers to a silver. There were also 100 gold pieces to a platinum piece, but few people ever had many of those or even saw them in person. The average day laborer only made 3 to 5 silver pieces a day. Just securing lodging and food generally ate all of that up. Merchants did better income-wise than the common folk. Mercenaries could live a lot better than even lesser merchants, but most of them didn't live long enough to amass any real wealth or to spend any of the money that they'd made. Of course, those exchange rates were only good for the region of the high coasts, where Lysander found himself. Every region had its own currency. Sometimes it even varied from large settlement to large settlement in the case of areas with a large number of city-states. Archport was one of 2 trading hubs along the Aliac Bay. It was set on the eastmost inlet of the Sea of Drakes, centrally located enough to allow it to feed shipping and trade between the Ragnon Isles and the continents accessible through the preternaturally seeming wave gates, literal passageways through the sky-reaching and unmoving walls of water that separated one side of the world's open ocean from the other. The wave gates were essentially the passage from the ancient world to the new, and Archport was one foothold opening up into the younger provinces from the infinite seas. Like most places of lodging, the bottom floor of the Swallowtail Inn served as a tavern where patrons and passers-by alike could drink, eat, and ply their vices and lusts. The tavern was, generally, where inn proprietors made the bulk of their profits. Lysander pushed through the door without much pomp or ceremony, but not violently, just numbly. The pub floor was filled wall to wall with bustling drinking. Lacing throughout the rowdy air, a beautiful voice of a singer more mixed with the sounds of cursing and gambling than it overpowered it. Lysander passed by a table as a dwarf connected his fist firmly into the face of another. It wasn't uncommon to see many different races in port cities, dwarves like the one who was stumbling drunkenly away after hitting his companion, various elven subtypes, and even half-elves, like the beautiful singer in the corner, and even the occasional beastfolk person or two. Racism was certainly a real and common thing, but no one much cared about the intermingling amid the fighting and ruckus in the Swallowtail. Not until they became drunk, sober, or felt slighted enough in a hand of cards to remember to anyway. Lysander sat himself on a bar stool next to a relaxed-looking brunette. She was his opposite, where he was green-eyed, square-jawed, and a certain type of rustically handsome and subdued in his plain, but still admittedly well-sewn tunic. She was very different. Serana was flashy. Her raven-colored hair was only slightly darker than her deep eyes. Her skin was an almost copper tan, and metallic filigree interlaced and wove across her blouse. Rings of varying metals sat on her fingers, and a single golden earring bar, matched with stud earrings on both sides, paired delicately against her more earth-toned complexion. "I know I'm early," said Lysander. "Mm-hmm," she said in a deceptively sweet voice. "You missed me just having my first drink." "Yeah?" the swordsman asked as he took a deep breath. Serana turned her beautiful deep eyes toward the man. "Did it go well with my uncle?" "Well enough. He's rerouted the caravans, though," Lysander said. The woman nodded. "That does make sense, handsome." "Nah, it would have been nice to know he'd do that if it was so obvious," Lysander half-heartedly complained. "Was that a joke, or—" Serana's voice took on a bit of an edge. Lysander felt a pang of guilt. His complaint hadn't been too biting, but she hadn't deserved it regardless. "Maybe a bad one," he admitted. "Thank you for what you told me. The information about the troubles the guild has been having got my foot in the door." "Made you look like you had your ear to the ground. Maybe even like you were good at finding informants quickly," Serana replied, her voice's edge slinking away back to a small hum. "That's probably what impressed my uncle. It's a good trait in a merchant. One you either have or you don't. So you got your job." "I did, with some caveats," Lysander admitted. "When I told him I wanted to take up some contracts with the Swords Guild to break my one-handed proficiency through, he decided to make that a requirement. Something about not sending an incompetent agent on his business. I have to have an epiphany and unlock a skill before he officially gives me the full quest through the system." Serana hummed. "That's not easy. Breaking through. Sure, but a skill you're going to have to take on a contract that's just outside your capabilities, maybe more than just outside them, to do that. You only get one chance per breakthrough." She took a swig from her drink. "Cheeky old bastard." The woman wore a weapon of her own around her belt, a fine silver-edged axe. She wasn't nobility, but she was a skilled fighter, and just from the way her toned and lithe body moved, Lysander guessed that she had her dexterity attribute leveled at least to the 3rd tier, making her a tangible threat and physically superior to himself in at least that regard. She was a journeyman in the Swords Guild, the 3rd rank above novice and apprentice, meaning she had at least some skill set that likely put her firmly outside his capabilities to deal with. It also meant that, unlike him, she had more than enough gold in her pockets. "I'm probably going to die," Lysander said with a sigh. "Don't be a bore," Serana teased. "Almost dying is half the fun. Actually dying is a kill to the buzz of it all." Lysander chuckled. "I guess. Are you all right?" She narrowed her eyes at him. Lysander did his best not to shirk at the question. Was he? "This is the quest," he said, reaching his hand up to interface with the system and summon a floating blue box. "Gathering pull. You have been given an opportunity by the head of the Merchants Guild branch in the city of Archport. He has provided you with a recommendation of trust to the Archport Swords Guild to allow you to undertake local contracts in their name. Prove yourself capable of further trust by ascending your one-handed proficiency to the competent level and unlocking a sword skill. Time limit, 1 week. Rewards, access to further quests to earn a writ of trade and a bronze system chest, X1. Quests could be generated by almost anyone simply by offering a job. Guaranteed rewards had to be provided by the person making the quest. However, the system would often add additional rewards to the quest itself once it was accepted. Said rewards, of course, were given based on the difficulty of the quest and could dynamically change. Serana eyed the quest. 1 week? You should have asked for 2. Yes, Lysander admitted. I wanted to sound confident. I'm sure you did sound confident. You have time for 1, maybe 2, contracts with a deadline like that. You'll have to make them count, and you'll be hurting by the end. A bronze system chest, though? That's not altogether bad, she mused. You should get something from the apprentice tier of loot for that. Usually nothing magical, but stranger things have happened. She stopped as she glanced down at his hand. The axewoman's delicate-looking fingers reached out to grab Lysander's own as he was closing the quest screen. Why is there blood? She asked. Lysander pulled his still shaking hand away from hers. I'm going to turn in. Oh, really? She asked as she stood up with the man. Just like that, then. What happened? Good night, Lysander said, and he started walking towards the upstairs portion of the Swallowtail. She followed. said his name a few times even. Serana's foot jutted into the doorway of the room before he could close it in her face. "I'm not trying to be rude," he started. "You're failing," she said. "I expected to celebrate, and now you've got blood on your hands and your cloak. I can't believe I didn't notice that." "It's nothing," he said. "Who was it?" she asked. "I know that look. Maybe not in your eyes, but in mine and others. Something happened. Did they die?" Lysander paused. "Thieves. A back alley." Serana seemed to calm down a bit with the admission. "Are you okay?" "Not a scratch on me," Lysander said. Serana paused, her face growing contemplative. "Did they die, Lysander?" "One," he answered. "It's your first time, isn't it?" she asked him. He didn't reply at first. He'd killed monsters, but never a man. Certainly not a hungry, desperate man who probably didn't really want to hurt him if he didn't have to. "You're overstepping," he said. She blinked. There was hurt there. "What? I'm caring." "Too much." Lysander cut her off. "You dumb man. You should be glad someone does." "Stop," he said. She pushed him then. She had a temper. He stumbled back a step. She was strong, probably not as physically strong as him, but even half committed, she'd been too fast for him to brace for her hands pushing into his chest. Much too fast. The door closed behind her. "I said stop," Lysander's voice raised as she entered the room. "You're angry at me?" she asked, her temper still rising. "I've slept with you twice. That doesn't make you someone I want to talk to about this," Lysander remarked, annoyed at her stubborn insistence on pushing him to speak on something he hadn't even sorted out in his own head yet. Serana's eyes blinked and then grew furious as she took in his rebuff. "Or you're mad your little noble self had to get his hands dirty," she snapped. His chest boiled. "You don't know anything about me." She didn't recoil at his words this time. She met them head on. "What are you mad at? You had to defend yourself. You say you're a swordsman. Do you think weapons aren't for killing? Or are you above what the rest of us have had to do?" He didn't have a response. That just pissed her off more. She pushed him again. "I help you. I share your bed with you. I give you insider information, and you turn out to be a royal ass. And you snub me too?" This time Lysander just barely managed to catch her hands and hold them. "Let go of me," she said. "I'm not snubbing you," he barked, a bite to his own voice. "I'm just processing." "I said let go of me," she snapped. "Will you just stop?" he started. "I'm not letting you go until you calm down." Before he had a chance to let go, her leg swept under his, and before he knew it, they were both on the floor. "I don't like being fooled about the kind of people I give my time to," she said as she came to stand atop him. Enough was enough. Lysander valued himself for his temperament, but tonight he had stressed it to the limit. His head ached from the pain of hitting the floor, and his anger roused itself in his chest. He grabbed her foot and pulled it out from under her. He'd never hurt a woman, but she wasn't just a woman. She was also a warrior. Serana fell, surely enough, but also quickly kicked him in the face the moment her back hit the ground. The speed of the reactive kick added strength enough to make his nose almost crack. His eyes blurred for a moment. Serana was already standing again by the time he stumbled back to his own feet. "Get off your high horse," he said as blood trickled over his lip. "You're being crazy. The way you're reacting isn't right." Her eyes flashed at that, and she slapped him. He let her. He was regaining his calm. He didn't want to use weapons against this woman. He actually did care about her somewhat. He also wasn't sure he could beat her. "Just go. I didn't mean to be cruel with what I said, but it's true. We don't know each other," he started to say, and the next slap became a punch. The next thing he knew, he had her pushed against the nearest wall. "You're being a crazy bitch," he said. "That's enough." Her lip twitched at the insult. She grabbed his neck and kissed him, bloody lip and all. It was passionate, emotional, cathartic, and absolutely a batshit insane response to what had turned into the early stages of a fistfight. For some reason that Lysander figured said more about himself than he was willing to fully admit, he didn't want to break the kiss. A part of him wanted to give in to Serana's insanity. But he didn't. He pushed himself away from her. He didn't need that form of crazy, even if he'd already crossed a line by partaking in it once without knowing its full scope. A look of hurt and surprise covered her face. "I know you just wanted to talk, but we're past that," he said, his heart racing for all the wrong reasons. I can't deal with you right now. Serana, please leave. She almost looked like she was about to say something, maybe hit him again, but the moment had passed. She just left. Lysander didn't think she was going to look back as she walked off, but she did. Her eyes were sad. Then she was gone. Lysander stood in silence for a moment. Then he, without ceremony, unbuckled his sword belt and threw it against the nearest wall. Around the same time, the ring on his hand began to glow, and a flash of light assembled beside him. Well, that was awkward, a feminine, clearly uncomfortable voice said from where she'd appeared beside him. He'd forgotten she was in the ring. Annabelle, if you're going to tell me to go after her, then don't, he said. His sister was ever the giddy romantic. Along with being a ridiculously gifted sorcerer and the exact opposite kind of troublemaker as Serana, Serana liked to break shit for fun. Annabelle just so happened to like having so much carefree fun that she often broke shit and caused chaos. Are you kidding? She's clearly absolutely insane, his blonde-haired sibling said. She'd probably stab you. I think she almost did. I could have gone without seeing the violence high kissing. I forgot you were there, he admitted. Well, I figured that much out, but I couldn't just manifest in the middle of the tavern, could I? And I wasn't about to get in the middle of all that, she argued. Kind of put me in a rough space, brother. Not my choice, he grunted, arms wrapped around him of the comforting, sweet variety. I know. Are you okay? He felt himself calm and he hugged his sister back before she pulled away. Mostly. Good. I saw what happened with Darby and before that. I'm sorry you had to do it, Annabelle continued to comfort him. I would have helped, but the tracking ward I snuck onto Darby's clothes flared and… She started to explain before Lysander interrupted her. It's okay. It was bound to happen sometime. I couldn't let myself be disarmed, he said. It just felt wasteful. Like the man's life meant nothing, reduced to stealing and robbing probably just to eat. With a final thought, he added, he looked thin. He hadn't noticed how emaciated the man was until he looked at the robber's corpse. Lysander had a hunch that it wasn't just greed that had driven the thugs, but necessity. Not everyone grows up in a manor, he continued. Even if we had our hard times, at least we had food. I know, but they could have killed you. I'd much rather have my little brother here with me, Annabelle said. You're going to be okay. As crazy as that lady was, she did have a point. You're a swordsman. You'll get used to this. He shook his head. It's not like that. I'm fine. I just felt bad for that man. Okay, Annabelle said, nodding in her sweet, charming way. Where do we go from here? Lysander sighed. You were in the ring during the meeting, so you heard it all. We've got a quest. Maybe not the quest we wanted, but this one leads to more. Now we need money, and I need more experience. And Darby? She asked. Even he can't find you if you use your magic correctly. We just need to be careful, Lysander replied. Both Annabelle and their mother were born as sorcerers, individuals naturally attuned to bloodline-based magics. The ring she'd hidden within was an heirloom that allowed a spatially inclined spellborn to enter what amounted to a small pocket dimension. It also acted as a focal point for Annabelle's spells when she wore it. Lysander couldn't go into the ring with Annabelle, but from what she'd explained, it was pretty roomy in there. Annabelle and his mother actually had two gifts from their heritage. His sister was, and his mother had been, absolute geniuses in space-based and illusion magic. A terrifying combination if honed to a vicious edge. Annabelle crossed her arms. Not that I don't like being carried around by you all day, but if you're actually fine, I wanted to go out and find something fun to do and eventually get back to my own room. Fine, but at least change how you look first. Lysander acquiesced, removed the ring from his hand and handed it to Annabelle, knowing his sister was more than capable of handling herself. I need to get some sleep. I'm already way ahead of you, Annabelle replied, placing the ring on her hand, where it promptly began to glow. The sorceress did a little twirl, and her dress shortened to become a tunic and pants. The spin of her body seemed to ripple and distort space, and Lysander's perception of reality seemed to short-circuit itself a bit. Lysander blinked, and the woman's hair appeared somehow both blonde and now red at the same time. Her face shifted but also didn't, as if she were two people simultaneously. The swordsman blinked again, and his sister was gone. Her twirl completed, and a busty redhead remained in her place. Freckles she didn't have before covered her completely changed features and skin. Magic. He trailed his frustration aloud. The things sorcery could do were definitely frightening in scope. Annabelle had done this spell before, but she always tweaked and changed how her personas looked. She had a whole Rolodex of outfits and identities that she wore like they were mere makeup. Don't worry, you already know someone of my level couldn't do a spell this convincing without the ring acting as a stabilizing array for the magic. But magic is fun, the Annabelle that wasn't Annabelle said with a giggle. Even her voice was different, and I'm going to go have some more fun. You do that, Lysander said as he sat down on the edge of his bed and began to undo his boots. He didn't need to tell her to be safe. She probably wouldn't be reasonable or practical in whatever she got up to, but he doubted she'd put herself in any danger she couldn't deal with. I'll probably be back tomorrow to start our quest, she said as she departed. Chapter 5. The Swords Guild. The Swords Guild had absolutely no security, at least not out front, but maybe that was to be expected. Who would walk into the guild house of presumably some of the greatest warriors in the city and look to start trouble? Probably only soon-to-be dead men. Of course, the lack of a receptionist or even a guard made it a bit difficult to locate who he'd need to submit his recommendation from Danton to. The interior of the guild house was sturdy, utilitarian, and entirely dedicated to a warrior's lifestyle. Large pillars of wood lined the middle section of the building off to the right of the entry alcove, and the floor depressed into a sort of training area. Backed wooden benches were situated around the sparring square to give spectators a place to sit. As for the rest of the room, tables and kegs made up one half of the side off to the right of the sparring square, with archery targets to the left and weapon racks visible in every nook and cranny of the entire guild as a whole. He was sure of it. Just by taking in the atmosphere, he knew this was the place for him. He knew it in his bones, but he also knew he wouldn't be able to spend too much time here if he wanted to fulfill all his goals. "Excuse me," Lysander said as he approached a large-looking orc. The beastkin man was shirtless, tusked, and wearing a bandana along with a pair of comfortable sackcloth training trousers. A markedly edged, not wooden or dulled axe was in his hands as he turned away from the red-skinned, shorter but stockier human warrior he'd been talking with. "Yeah? We're in the middle of training here, whelp," the orc replied, a sheen of sweat visible on and leaking out from the cloth wrapped around his head. "You're friendly," Lysander remarked, meeting the man's eyes without budging. "Well," the orc said and snarled a smile, along with bringing his weapon's shaft up to rest on his shoulder. The war axe's double edges hung off behind his back. "We're not friends yet, are we? You want to be or something?" The red-skinned warrior behind the orc brushed sweat from his own brow with a small handcloth. A sword and shield rested behind the two against one of the sparring square's pillars, which Lysander figured must belong to the second warrior. "You're going to scare the man away, Batnag," the stocky, shorter swordsman said. "Ah, shut up, Sasf," the orc growled light-heartedly in response. "I'm just trying to judge him up." "He's meeting your eyes all right enough, even if he's half a head shorter than you," the warrior replied to Batnag, and then looked to Lysander, who still didn't break his gaze from the orc. "I'm Sasf, and this big brute is Batnag. What are you looking for?" "The guildmaster," Lysander replied, still staring at the orc, but only because the orc was still staring just as hard at him. "And a spar? Maybe a whelp?" Batnag asked him with a little tusked smile. "You're trying to be new blood, yeah? Let us see if you're made of the right stuff before you waste our time." Lysander didn't know the orc. He also knew he couldn't show weakness. This proposed duel wouldn't be won to the death. He hadn't been looking for a fight, but he refused to be the scared little boy he'd grown up as. The youngest son, the least gifted child, the spare. From the moment he'd stepped foot from his father's house with Annabelle in tow, he'd promised himself he'd figure out how to become brave. He wouldn't repeat the mistakes of his past. Lysander drew his sword. He noticed Batnag's hand gripping his axe heavily when he saw him drawing his own weapon. The orc's quad flexed as if ready to attack on a half-breath's notice, but Batnag's expression didn't tense in tandem with his body, and Lysander sensed no killing intent from him. Batnag's was merely a trained warrior's reaction. Lysander suspected, seeing the orc's honed response to just him drawing his blade, that the spar would not be easy. You don't use training swords here? Lysander asked. Oh, all the other whelps do, but not us adepts, Batnag said as he lowered his axe from his shoulder. The massive weapon should have required 2 hands just to hold, but the orc's right forearm barely bristled as he held it off to his side with just one meaty set of fingers. You need me to grab a training axe, whelp? Lysander tried not to grimace. Batnag was an adept rank then. That was one above Serana's rank of journeyman. It also meant the orc very likely had at least a few attributes or proficiencies, or both in the worst case, well into the 3rd or even 4th level. That was a problem. If a rank 2 in a physical attribute could allow one to be as powerful as 2 normal, healthy men in a single physical regard, then a rank 3 would make someone as strong, fast, or agile as 2 baseline rank 2s could be. Lysander was almost positive. Serana's dexterity had been at least a level above his capabilities, making her a 3rd level in the stat. She'd been almost fast enough to effortlessly overtake him when not even committing as if in a life-or-death brawl. Batnag didn't look like the fast type, but if his brawn was on the same level as Serana's dexterity, he'd be able to easily overpower Lysander if the swordsman slipped up. Additionally, if the orc's endurance was higher than Lysander's own, he'd be able to run laps around and outlast him, along with having a very sturdy body. The 3rd level and beyond in any attribute was where warriors started to far outstrip the realm of the average person's physical capability to become truly preternatural seeming. Someone with a 4 in brawn could, for example, match blows with a bear, though such a fighter would be roughly twice as strong as someone with a 3 in the same stat. Even when compared to an expert attributed warrior, an adept ranked brawn was still nothing to laugh about. Judging from Batnag's build, and with his rank indicating he likely had more than one level 3 attribute, or even a 4th level 1, Lysander would guess the orc likely specialized in strength and maybe durability, which meant Batnag was probably at least as strong as half a bear then, or equally as strong as one. Great. To the first blood, whelp, Batnag said with a smile, seeing that Lysander wasn't going to take his bait when it came to asking for practice weapons. We start at the far corners. The shorter but no less physically impressive warrior, Sasf, merely shrugged and began to walk towards Lysander as the orc moved to the opposite end of the sparring square from him. The red-skinned warrior placed his hand on Lysander's shoulder. You've got a 1.5-hand sword there. Court-forged, right? That's probably why Batnag decided to goad you. He loves embarrassing rich folk. You can borrow my shield if you'd like, if you don't use both hands for that blade. Lysander looked at the warrior with a smile. I'm not exactly wealthy, but thank you. I've never been good with a shield. Is there any reality where I can win this? Sasaf looked over at the massive orc as he turned around from the other side of the sparring circle to face them both. Oh no, kid, you're fucked. The warrior patted Lysander on the shoulder. He's slow though, as slow as a high 3rd ranker in brawn can be. You might get first blood if you're fast enough, probably not honestly. But how about this? I'll give you a gold coin and take you up to the chief's office myself if you last a minute or 2. The tip was a godsend. Lysander knew Sasaf hadn't had to give him any insight into the orc at all. Thank you, Sasf. I like you already, he replied. The warrior chuckled and walked past Lysander. Oh, don't say that just yet. I just didn't want the show to end too quickly, or for the big guy to have too much fun. Batnag swung his massive axe twice in front of himself, still with just one hand, in preparation for the spar. You ready, whelp? The orc called out from across the square. You can take your time if you need it, Lysander called back with very real confidence, while also being aware that he was probably, as Sasf had said, fucked. I'll wait for you. The orc laughed. Fine, but don't say I didn't ask you. I'm ready now. Hey, big guy, Sasaf suddenly called out. I'll bet you 5 gold that this guy lasts at least a minute against you. Lysander looked over his shoulder to where Sasf stood. Really? And he'd only offered him a single gold if he managed the bet. Sasf stood to make 5 coins now if Lysander could show out. Were these guys that well paid, or were they just bad with their money? Probably both, Lysander realized. The orc snarled, obviously annoyed by the idea being put forward that he couldn't quickly disable a nobody fresh off the street. Fine, but you're next. I'll make the same wager, Lysander called out to the orc. The massive, green-skinned warrior's eyes drifted back from Sasov to Lysander. Don't get cocky just because you have your family's money to waste. Lysander did not, in fact, have 5 gold, but he did have a hunch. Scared of a noble's son? He called out to the orc. The orc's snarl turned into a heavy exhale and flexing of his shoulders. I'll take both bets, but now I'm going to make you hurt. It's not first blood anymore, whelp. It's to the call. You hear that, Sasv? The call meant that a third party would judge the fight and stop things when they got too dangerous. Death and serious injury still weren't on the table, but neither combatant could give up in theory. A clear loss or win was the only way for a warrior to end things. Kid, you don't have to go that far, Saf said to Lysander. It's fine. Let's just start this, all right? Lysander said. Chapter 6. Duel. Sasef made the call to start the fight a few moments later. Batnag lunged towards Lysander. His powerful quads cut the distance between himself and the swordsman to almost nothing within a breath of time. No doubt Batnag was trying to bully him, Lysander figured. Lysander moved much more deftly, though not swiftly by choice. The swordsman held his blade out to his front as the orc charged. Batnag wasn't careful with his first swing, but Lysander still just barely ducked under it, wondering for a moment if Batnag even cared if he took his head off. The swordsman attempted to sidestep around the burly orc as he ducked under his initial axe swing. He wanted to claim the center of the sparring square and give himself breathing room. The orc, in response to this play to mitigate the pressure by Lysander, merely grabbed his axe's shaft with both hands as it soared over the swordsman's head and used the added leverage his second arm provided to redirect the swing towards his target once again. With the axe's length and weight, redirecting it so effortlessly should have been impossible, but apparently not for the orc. Lysander didn't even try to block the hit. There was skill to the attack, no matter how brutal, and the swordsman could sense the strength radiating off Batnag. If he blocked in that moment, he risked still being injured or, much more likely, his guard being broken by sheer force. It would destabilize him if it happened. He had to do his best to avoid clashing with the more powerful of the orc's blows. I won't hurt you too bad, whelp, the orc goaded, as Lysander just barely jumped backwards away from Batnag's hit. If you can touch me, Lysander said. Pride flashed in the orc's eyes, and Batnag lunged and swung his axe again. Lysander once again ducked, but the orc did something unexpected. He removed his second hand from his axe mid-swing. The weapon flew powerfully along a lateral arc, dragging Batnag's remaining hand and torso with it. Using the blade to accelerate the rotation of his body, the orc twisted his hips and drove his fist with a pointed violence that almost felt personal towards Lysander's stomach. The swordsman had a feeling that taking the punch would hurt a lot, and might just completely take a good chunk of his endurance's effectiveness away in one fell swoop. In a split-second reaction, he half-bladed with his bastard sword and used the blunt edge to deflect Batnag's fist. This was just enough of a space creator for him to slip off to the side once more. His arms flexed against the force of the punch, and he was glad he'd avoided taking it head-on. But he still cursed internally. Ducking the axe swing had made his legs shift into a non-ideal stance for deflecting a strike. The block had felt difficult and clumsy. Thankfully, Batnag, while not stumbling over his own feet like Lysander felt like he himself was on the verge of doing, wasn't fast enough to use the last-second nature of the swordsman's deflection against him. The orc wasn't truly slow by any means. Batnag's muscles gave him a certain speed and explosiveness, even if he lacked fine control of that power. Lysander would also bet that Batnag had the endurance to support the exertion that such strength created. The orc's high-leveled two-handed skill served as a sort of glue that held Batnag's fighting style together, taking full advantage of his strength and durability to create a forceful, ferocious, and violent front. However, despite the skill with which Batnag wielded his massive axe, one thing was clear. He hadn't focused on dexterity at all. And it made sense. Raising an attribute to the next level was expensive and time-consuming. Few fighters could have both high attributes and a completely balanced build. Batnag probably had at least a 3 in both brawn and endurance, maybe a 4 in one of them, but Lysander would bet money that his dexterity was still sitting at a high one. which meant that he was as powerful as a wild animal and had the cardio, bones, and ligaments to not hurt himself with that strength. But his axe style was definitely brawn-based and not very maneuverable. Once you progressed into the journeyman level in a proficiency, such as one-handed or two-handed weapons, you got to choose which attribute you wanted to base your fighting style on. This choice would form the basis for future advancement regarding your path with that specific type of weapon. Unlike most, Lysander's unique birth trait allowed him to be very well-rounded for a warrior of his experience. He still couldn't claim to have a bat's chance in hell against the orc. Of course, that didn't mean he couldn't use his superior dexterity to stall, piss Batnag off, and start polishing his own fighting proficiencies. The two continued to test one another. A few strikes had been exchanged, barely any time had passed at all. If the orc warrior was an ever-charging bull, too dangerous to allow oneself to be attacked by it, then Lysander was now playing the role of the matador, who was very well aware of his own weaknesses. His evenly balanced brawn, dexterity, and endurance scores meant that the swordsman's body was in perfect harmony and that he could precisely control his movements, having no gaping holes as far as his physique went for his level of strength. Attributes weren't everything, though. From what Lysander could see, Batnag still obviously had at least a weapon proficiency that was 2 levels higher than himself, and that could go a long way in a fight. Regardless of the poor chances, Lysander continued to duck and dodge, but every time he thought he saw an opening in Batnag's axe style that he could exploit with his superior dexterity, he was met with another forceful axe swing that made him back off yet again. The orc didn't parry at all. He instead continued to focus on providing ferocious pressure that was a defense all its own. The swordsman hadn't given up all hope, however. He just had to last a minute to earn the gold from Sasif and Batnag, and likely the two's grudging acknowledgement. He just had to make sure he didn't come out of the fight too broken to complete his quest. Lysander dodged yet another axe swing, then half-bladed away the next one. Unfortunately, Batnag was finding his flow as well. If Lysander's one-handed proficiency had just broken through to the competent level, then he thought he might have been able to at least score a hit. Unfortunately, as things were, there was a big difference between even a peak novice-level one-handed proficiency and a journeyman or adept-level weapon proficiency, such as Batnag's axe form. It wasn't quite as big as a gap between attributes, but it was close enough. As if demonstrating this very fact, the orc eventually found a moment where Lysander just couldn't deal with the pressure of his attacks, and with another shifting of his massive and squared hips, the axeman managed to push through one of the swordsman's parries once more. Showing the true nature of a brawn-based axe style, Batnag shattered through the guard of Lysander with a talking side swing. The swordsman's blade hand was deflected off to his side, opening up his center line as the orc slammed the blunt end of his axe shaft up against the bottom of Lysander's chin. This was the force of a leveled brawn score and at least a journeyman-level axe proficiency to channel it. To put it very plainly, Lysander saw colors flood his vision, and his brain pulsated within the suddenly too small-seeming confines of his quickly bruising skull. The swordsman felt himself grunt in pain as he reflexively stumbled back, his wobbling legs, whether he wanted them to or not, trying to save him from taking any more damage. Batnag was still coming and had other ideas. The orc raised his axe high. Clearly he was lost in the moment, perhaps forgetting himself in the fight and perhaps possessed by the brawl. Or at least, that's what the killing intent that leaked out of the orc's massive muscles seemed to say to Lysander. Batnag's war axe descended in a murderous arc, aimed directly down as if to cleave Lysander in half. But all the swordsman felt was a clearing of the clouds. Pain, thudding agony in his skull, surely, but a tranquility of purpose he'd rarely experienced before came to him as his disconnected feeling brain was flooded with an eerie calm to match its discomfort. Here was danger coming to meet him, yet everything faded away except for the bodies and weapons of both him and the orc. The swordsman's back foot planted firmly, and he swung his weapon back towards his center line with a full-body twist, grasping the sword's blunt face with his opposite hand. Half-swording and leverage-fueled parries had gotten him this far. If he could just catch Batnag's axe at just the right time, then he could deflect it. The orc's strength made him fast as hell on the downswing, though low dexterity score be damned. It would be close, even if Lysander succeeded in redirecting the axe, and if he missed the timing even just a little, then it felt like he'd likely be chopped in half. It didn't matter, though. There was only one plan of action to be had. The chances of victory were irrelevant. It was only the attempt to grasp them that mattered now. Within that feeling of hopeless finality and his pain, Lysander found clarity. More importantly, he found the will to act through it all, perhaps despite it all. Lysander grunted in exertion as his blade's face and Batnag's axe moved to try and overcome one another. Time stalled, and seconds paced themselves as if saving their energy for the climax they were building to. Then the moment came, quicker than it seemed, but slower all the same. The weapons hit, muscles flexed, sweat poured from both parties, and a loud shiver ran through Lysander's sword and arms. Batnag's axe veered off to the side of Lysander's body. The swordsman's forearms had absorbed the majority of the force of the strike, and they were all but numb, yet he didn't stop. Lysander lunged forward. His blade was aimed at the leg of Batnag. He swung in earnest now. This was the chance, the only scenario where he proved himself capable of more than anyone thought he could do. "Stop!" Sasf's voice echoed urgently across the Guildhall. Chapter 7. Finish. A crack echoed across the hall. Lysander's eyes grew wide as his sword broke cleanly in half. The end of the blade he'd become so familiar with sundered apart from itself and hit the floor heavily before he could ever hope to nick Batnag's quad. He felt cold steel against his neck once reality came back to him, contrasting with the pulse of hot blood that he felt running through every vein leading to his face. Batnag yelled back to Sasf, who had ended the fight with a shout to stop. "I wasn't going to take his head off or anything." Lysander stumbled. Heavy breaths came into his lungs. He was completely exhausted. The orc removed his axe from Lysander's neck and hefted it once more over his own shoulder. "You're not half bad for a whelp, the orc said, "but in a real fight I would have killed you 24 times over. And no one as strong as me would care that you're inexperienced if you were their enemy." He wasn't lying. The orc's strikes had seemed lethal in the moment, but his control in the last second of the fight made it obvious that every strike had been measured. The worst part was that Lysander had felt himself on the precipice of breaking through with his one-handed proficiency, but he'd fallen just short. "Thank you," he said to the orc, while he did his best to ignore the fact that he'd just destroyed the sword that he'd trained with for the past 5 years. The weapon just hadn't been able to survive the sheer force of Batnag's blows. "I got a whole hell of a lot out of that fight." "Yeah?" Batnag said, casting an appraising look over Lysander. "Guess there's a reason I'm the one who trains you new bloods." That particular revelation made sense to Lysander. The way Batnag had fought, it was almost like he'd been trying to get every bit of skill and strength to come out of the swordsman without outright overwhelming him. "I didn't mean to let it go on so long, though," the orc said with a sigh. "It looks like you'll have the money for a new sword. You're a lot faster and stronger than your build shows. Balanced, I'd say. You're level 2 in everything, whelp." Lysander had almost forgotten about the wager. He'd just been trying to goad the orc, both because it amused him and to try to make Batnag unfocused for the fight. "Something like that," Lysander said, not wanting to reveal his born trait, as doing so was considered pretty stupid unless you had a good reason to. "You're strong. I didn't even touch you once, and you were basically throwing me around the square." "Are you going for a dexterity sword style or something, then?" Batnag asked Lysander, ignoring his avoidance of the topic. "You look like you're close to breaking through to the competent tier." "I don't really know," Lysander admitted. That was the core of the issue. Lysander didn't know exactly what sort of swordsman he wanted to be. It was one reason why he'd been bottlenecked at novice proficiency for so long. "I dodged because it was the only thing I could do against you," Lysander continued. "Humph." The orc huffed in disapproval again. "You need to figure that out, or you'll never get a good base. You've got time before you reach Journeyman and have to choose an attribute for your proficiency style, but it's important to train with what you want in your head." "Something almost clicked at the last moment," Lysander replied. "If I'd just been able to keep going." "You would have died," the orc said, finishing his sentence, "if it were a real fight. We both reached the end of the duel. It was a full commitment, even if I was holding back. You committing everything at the end made me do it too. You lost that trade." The declaration hung in the air. It was true, but frustrating. Lysander had felt himself reaching for a breakthrough. Was a practice brawl truly not enough to fully cross that bridge, however? Did he have to grasp even further past the moment of clarity he'd felt when challenging Batnag's second-to-last axe swing? It was a disturbing thought, at least considering Batnag's words. Had the last swing from the orc been a true exchange of blows, then Lysander knew he himself would be headless. "That was a good showing, kid," Saf said as he approached the two. "Like I said, I learned a lot," Lysander repeated. "And lost something too," Saf said as he looked at the sword that had broken in Lysander's hand. "Still, don't feel too bad. I know a good shop." The thick-built warrior looked up at Batnag after addressing Lysander. Sasev continued with a smirk on his face. "It's going to be on your dime too. I'm giving the kid the 5 coins you owe me, which means you're giving him 10. The orc growled in annoyance. "Think I'm a liar or something, short man? I know." Saf slammed his hand against the temperamental orc's arm with a laugh. "Oh, stop trying to look tough in front of him. We all know you're a softie." "You're still next," Batnag said, and then he looked at Lysander. "Let me get my money." The orc walked off to a nearby bench where his shirt was folded and a small leather pouch sat atop it. Sasev continued smiling, just a bit, as he glanced back at Lysander. "That's the longest anyone your age has ever lasted against the big guy in a real practice bout," Sasv said. "He was holding back a lot," Lysander replied. Yes, because he didn't want to behead you, and he's too prideful to use a skill or aura against a newbie. But you also both weren't going for killing blows. Those were the rules, and you made him lose the bet by playing them up, which was fucking hilarious," Sasev said. Batnag returned and dropped 10 gold coins into Lysander's hands. It was enough to feed and house a common peasant laborer for half a year. It wasn't a fortune, but it wasn't chump change either. Lysander didn't thank the orc. He knew it wasn't right. For better or worse, just by the look the orc gave him when he handed it over, he'd earned the money in Batnag's eyes. The orc didn't want or expect a thank you. Batnag had left his axe leaning against the bench, but had put his shirt back on and crossed his arms in front of Lysander. "You still need to talk to the boss, yeah? Let me guess. You want to join our guild? If so, I'm not going to go so easy on you from now on. Don't let that little game we just played give you a big head. You're going to hurt, bleed, and sweat if you want to reach my standards." Chapter 8. Master of the Swords. After Lysander had explained that he'd gotten a letter of recommendation from the local master of the Merchants' Guild, Batnag made some aggravated-seeming comment about him being a spoiled whelp with connections after all. "Don't worry about Batnag," Sasv explained as the two climbed the stairs to the second level of the Swords Guild. "He just likes to advertise the fact that he usually gets first say on who gets a chance to try for our ranks or not." "I don't guess I'd like being overstepped either," Lysander agreed. "Don't get it wrong, kid," Saf commented. "If he really thought you were trash, the chief would probably reject you on the big guy's word alone. Batnag is going places, and despite being an adept like me, he's about to break through again." "So he likes me then," Lysander joked. "He likes strength and bravery. The man is from the Thrall Mountains. He's tribal, not a city-born orc. I'm not going to spill his whole past. It's not my place, but all he cares about in this world is the swords, and he doesn't want weaklings or cowards joining what he sees as his family," Sasv explained. So the big axe-wielding orc had a tragic backstory. Lysander figured it made some sense. Batnag definitely had a gatekeeper vibe about him. It didn't take Sasev telling him for Lysander to realize that the swords in general and training new members meant a lot to the orc. Speaking to him for all of half an hour and crossing weapons with him revealed that much easily enough. The second story of the Swords Guild was a good bit different from the first. There were still various training dummies littered about, but the majority of the place was dedicated to housing various closed rooms and what looked like a conference table. Lysander noted, however, that the room was designed in a way that made it highly defensible. It was almost as if the room was intended as a fallback point, just in case someone actually was stupid enough to try and assault the guild house of mercenaries in the middle of an already well-fortified city. Now that he was thinking about it, Lysander noted that the way the entry hall to the guild had been laid out essentially made it a kill funnel for any unwanted intruders, even if there wasn't a guard posted there outright. He didn't figure the swords expected anyone to try them, but ever the warriors they were prepared for the worst, it seemed. Or just paranoid, as many adventurers and warriors were, somewhat reasonably apt to be. Most of the lodging for members is in the basement, Saf commented, but these rooms are for visiting big shots, and one of them is just, well, we'll call it storage. Storage? Lysander asked. Can't say, kid. The door is locked, and it's a no-no to try it, Saf replied. There are rules here, letter of recommendation or not. We're on good terms with the merchants, unlike some of our branches, but a word from Master Danton isn't going to keep you from getting booted quickly if you decide to fuck around. Do that, and you'll find out quickly. So, death starring the trainer of novices 5 seconds after walking in the door isn't considered fucking around? Lysander diverted with humor. Nah, kid, that was just you not being a chicken shit, but you know that, Saf said, seeming to accept the change of topic. Keep that up, but don't push it too far. We both know you did find out about that, don't we? Lysander shrugged. That was fair. The biggest thing he'd learned from the fight with the orc was that Batnag was out of his league. And by a lot. The orc hadn't even used a skill in the duel, and Lysander was willing to bet the hulking monstrosity was enough of a fighter to have at least a singular good one, especially going by Sasviv's earlier statement about him being someone who was going places. Fair enough, Lysander admitted. And this, Saf said, gesturing to a door that took up the center of the room, is the boss's office. Anything I should know? Lysander asked. Sasev smiled and opened the door without a single knock. Just that he could kill you, like you'd smash a fly. Lysander felt his heart skip a single beat when the door opened. An old man looked up from a massive stack of papers. He was wearing spectacles, and his hair was deathly white and a bit messy, but his body was gargantuan, dwarfing even Batnag. His doublet was a deep obsidian black, and despite looking like it had been designed to perhaps be baggy to take away from the man's intimidating stature, it was clear not an ounce of fat rested on the 60-year-old-looking man's body. No power radiated from the old fighter's body, however, which might have been even more intimidating. The guild master's appearance was threatening, but his aura was utterly calm and peaceful. It didn't feel like Lysander was looking at a giant of a man. Almost all fighters with an ounce of power outside the bounds of a normal person almost always seem to radiate at least a small amount of something extra that the primal subconscious minds of others could pick up on. Which could only mean one thing, considering Lysander knew who the old man actually was. Even if not taking into account his appearance, the guild master must have complete and utter control of his abilities, proficiencies, and life force. Yes? The old man's voice was like that of a father looking up to his children. Adept Sasv, is he new? Yes, sir, Sasv said, and he slapped Lysander across the shoulders, leading the swordsman to stumble forward just a bit. He's just gotten done sparring with Batnag. Is that right? How'd he do? The guildmaster asked with a glint of interest in an appraising set of amber eyes that swept over Lysander. He's certainly physically stronger than his attributes might suggest. Lysander squinted. How could the guildmaster tell that? Lysander was aware that his born trait essentially made it so that he was stronger than the physical manifestation of his attributes. He essentially looked like he only had a level 1 in brawn, dexterity, and endurance because he actually did. But how could the master tell so much about him without even seeing him exert himself at all? Don't look so spooked, my boy. It's my born trait, just like I expect I'm seeing yours in that extra bit of strength hiding in your muscles. I can size up a warrior's capabilities just by looking at them, among other things that posture, expressions, and shifts in the body can give away, the guildmaster explained. I'm also old as the hells and have the experience with people to put that to good use. And sometimes, I just guess things, and you know what, lad? I'm right enough times to surprise even myself. This man was definitely interesting. Most people would never divulge their born trait to a stranger. That's quite a power, Lysander said. Being that tuned into the movements of others could probably help almost anyone become an above-average warrior. Now, my body isn't what it once was, the guildmaster explained, but that little trait has only aged like wine. It gets a little better with every man I sum up." "He passed with top marks," Sasf said, answering the master's earlier question. "He even got some money off the big guy." "He didn't beat him, that's for certain," the guildmaster said. "A gamble, perhaps, Sasf? Did you rile Bantag up and get him to agree to something stupid again?" "Absolutely, boss," Sasf replied. "Absolutely." The master sighed. "At least it wasn't a chicken coop this time." "How'd you guess that it was a wager?" Lysander asked the old man, ignoring the elephant in the room that was the chicken coop comment. The amber eyes of the guildmaster went back to him. "I know my men, young man. I know them as well as I know myself if they stay around long enough. Any leader has to, or they're no leader at all." "That's damn true," Sasf commented. "So Bantag has given you the green light to be a novice in our order then?" The master continued. "You seem stout enough to do that much." "Well, boss, not exactly," Sasf said. "Hmm?" the guildmaster inquired. "This one has a letter of recommendation from Master Danton," Sasf explained. "I haven't read it myself, though. Something about requesting the kid be allowed to take jobs right away." "Really?" the guildmaster said, reaching his hand out. "Give it here, then." Lysander reached into his pocket and removed the letter, placing it in the other man's calloused hand. "Danton doesn't usually throw his weight around," the master of the sword said. The guildmaster broke the golden seal on the folded parchment and shifted his spectacles as he began to read. A few moments passed as the master took his time reading the letter before saying, "I see. So you've managed to talk Danton into being at least a little interested in you, eh?" The guildmaster placed the letter on his desk. "Well, this letter requests that you be able to choose missions at your own discretion. Usually, we'd avoid that so you don't die. And so you don't make us look bad," Sasf added. "Right, boss?" "Exactly right, however," the guildmaster said, rubbing his chin and smiling a bit before tapping his fingers on his desk. "If this goes to the hells, I can just blame Danton's pompous ass." "That would be funny," Sasf laughed and looked to Lysander. "Not for you, kid, since you'd be monster food more than likely, but a riot for us." "I'm sure," Lysander scoffed. "But still," the master said, "I'm not of the mind to have one of my own die, even if you'd be a new member. I'd rather not have you here and gone by your own overreaching." There was another pause before the master continued speaking. "Adept Sasf, how well exactly did this young man do against Bantag in your expert opinion? Don't pull any punches now." "Bantag could have taken his head off pretty easily," Sasf replied, "but the kid weighed the situation pretty damn well and played the big guy to his advantage. He figured out that he was a tad bit faster than him and then used the restrictions of a spar to his advantage. Again, if they were swinging to kill, then the kid would have been chopped in half within about 10 seconds. But he lasted a good minute and a half before Bantag could find an opening for a clean but non-lethal victory. Of course, the big guy didn't use any skills, but you know how he is about that with new folk." "To put it plainly," the master asked for elaboration. "He's got instincts and balls," Sasf shrugged. "He isn't going to be fighting a mother wyvern anytime soon, but he could handle maybe a garden variety, but big one, if he was willing to take it with him." "I see," the guildmaster said. "Sir," Lysander interjected, "can your ability read proficiencies too?" "Perhaps," the old man replied inquisitively. "Why do you ask?" "If it can," Lysander explained, "then you can tell that I'm on the verge of advancing my one-handed to competent rank, but I'm stuck. Nothing works, nothing. I need a real fight to get there. I don't know if it was in the letter, but Master Danton gave me a week to do it." "And why a week, may I ask?" the old man inquired. Lysander pulled up his quest for the guildmaster. "I'm trying to earn a chance to undertake another quest for him. In return for a writ of trade," Lysander said, "I want to explore this world, to find and sell treasures, to have everything for me and mine." "Why not just do that as a merchant? You want to join both the merchant and the swords guilds. Surely it would be better to commit to one or the other," the old guildmaster offered. "Aren't you splitting your focus too much?" "No, I need to do both," Lysander said. "I feel it in my bones. I want a lot more, maybe more than I have a right to want. I need the benefits of the writ for my own ends, but I'm already a swordsman. It's a part of me, and I can't live without pushing myself to the heights of that as well. The old man smiled. Certainly unorthodox, but not unheard of. I'll just ask you this. Is it money and power you're after? Don't give me a feel-good answer. Wanting wealth is fine. Most here grew up without it and came here to get it. Power is worth following too. We all want that. I need to know why you're here before I trust you, though. I want to look into your eyes and see it as you tell me. It's so I can be free, Lysander replied. Strength and money buy freedom. If you're weak, others can take things from you, including people and what's important to you. If you're poor, you can't live a life worth living. You lose your freedom anyway. The guildmaster let Lysander's words hang for a moment as his eyes bore into the swordsman's. Maybe you can manage those big dreams, and maybe you can't, son. I guess we'll know within a week if you have any aptitude for it, He finally said this as he relaxed his gaze. You're pretty full of yourself, huh, kid? Sasf commented from beside Lysander. Lysander smiled and then looked at the guildmaster again. Thank you, sir. Don't thank me yet. You might find yourself in over your head. Pushing your sword proficiency to competent will require more than just a hard fight. Though that's the best proving ground for it, and more or less the only chance you have to do it in a week. You'll also need to understand the why and how behind your reason for fighting if you want any hope of breaking through, so I hope you told me and yourself the truth. For that matter, I've also already told Danton that I'm unable to send any of my more high-profile warriors to investigate around Landhold due to their local chapter refusing my request for their blessing to do so. But perhaps a newcomer wouldn't be altogether too noticed, the old man explained. The Duke may also force my hand before too long, but I can't promise that. You might be on your own in helping the merchants. I have to try, Lysander said. I've already taken the quest. Failing it half-heartedly would be the same as breaking my word. True, but don't be foolish either. Try your best, but don't die for this. It's just one opportunity, the guildmaster said. Dead men have none. Always another job, Sasf commented. I have people I care for, Lysander said. I won't let myself just die on them. In that case, the old man said while standing and offering his hand, my name is Walter Bloom, and you're now a novice in my swords guild. Lysander grabbed the massive paw. Sasf clasped Lysander on the shoulder again with a hearty laugh. You're going to do great here, kid. Probably anyway. The job board is just outside my door, Walter explained. The second floor is usually restricted to members. I'll let you choose your first quest, up to a journeyman level rank. Usually you'd be restricted to novice quests until you ranked up through your efforts. I do not suggest going above an apprentice level task, however. I understand, sir, Lysander agreed. You'll need to get that broken sword in your scabbard replaced, though, Walter commented, opening a drawer and pulling out what appeared to be a bangle of sorts. How did you know it was broken? The swordsman asked, genuinely surprised. The handle and the remaining half of his blade were still in the scabbard, but there should be no sign that the outward sword was missing half its length. I can't tell all my secrets to you, can I? Walter said as he tossed Lysander the bangle and then sat back down, causing his chair to creak beneath him, and shifted his glasses once again. That arm ring is your symbol of membership in the guild. It's copper-colored to denote you as a novice in our ranks. Don't lose it. I do have work to do now, though, boys. Some reports are coming in about what might be yet more monster activity. So if you two could close the door behind you, I'd be grateful. Chapter 9. New Quest. The job board worked simply enough. It was just what it sounded like, a rectangular wooden board that came up from the floor on two round supports. Quest flyers covered the plank-made face of the object. Sasf helped Lysander pick out a job to get his feet wet. Grabbing the paper elicited a quest pop-up. Harried flocks. Some person, persons, or creature is killing the wool-producing livestock of Dimsring, a large village situated half a day's ride from Archport. Dimsring provides the lion's share of the wool that the cloth merchants of Archport purchase to have weaved for the clothing of the populace. Find the source of the threat and resolve the threat to Dimsring's wool yields and Archport's mercantile industry. Recommended rank, novice. Rewards, 1 gold. 1 gold wasn't a fortune, but the quest was only novice rank, meaning that Walter and the powers that be didn't expect there to be much danger involved. Saf had gone as far as to say it was probably just an overzealous wolf pack, or, at worst, a stray and hungry middling monster or two. Considering that a single gold piece was enough to provide for a city-living commoner for a month, it really wasn't a bad deal. Then again, most commoners didn't have what it took to fight even a single goblin or wild animal. Lysander was getting antsy, however. The clock was ticking on his quest for Guildmaster Danton. He needed to get the show on the road. He'd lose 2 days, likely 3, just getting to Dismering and tracking down the issue. "I'd offer to go with you, kid, but I have a feeling the boss is going to need me soon," Sasf explained as Lysander accepted the quest they'd selected for him together. "What do you mean?" Lysander asked. "Between you and me," Sasf asked, but didn't wait for the 18-year-old to reply. "There's been a big upswing in monster sightings and bandit activity. I don't know what's causing it, but you notice how it's a bit of a ghost town in here." "You mean it's not usually just you and Batnag sparring, all by your lonesomes?" Lysander asked. "Not at all," Sasif confirmed. "As you get up the ranks, jobs that pay well enough for you to head outside the gates get fewer and fewer. But me and the big guy actually just got back from a job, and it's the second one this week. This place is usually either full of fist-fighting or partying at all hours." "Ah, so that's why you had the money to bet," Lysander said. "Well," Sasif paused, "somewhat. We may just be terrible at keeping our coin for more than 2 days after a job, but that's beside the point." Lysander laughed. "Sure." "Regardless," Sasf said with a smile, "you chose a great time to come on board. There's lots of work right now if you want to see it that way, and I've been trying to." A small hesitance spread over the fighter's face before he continued, "But it still feels like something might be off. I just got the feeling recently, and it's a small one so far. Just keep your head about you, kid. We keep the villages safe and the crowns from having to do any real work while running the roads with the merchants. But we're ultimately just pawns like everyone else. The people up top don't always tell the boss everything, or explain just why we're swinging our swords or what for, beyond the price they're willing to shell out for us to do it." Lysander nodded. It made sense. Kings, lords, and the rich and powerful had a tendency to keep their cards to themselves. They rarely cared who had to fold or lose what by doing so for them to win their games. "You think it's bad?" Lysander inquired. Sasf shrugged. "Hey, what do I know? It's too early to tell. I'm enjoying the money right now, and so is my wife. Hopefully, we all just come out of this richer and with all the important bits attached." "Well, I guess that's one way to look at it," Lysander agreed, "but I can't do anything yet. You mentioned a place to get a new sword." Sasif snapped. "Yeah, that's right. You committed the cardinal sin and snapped your weapon, didn't you? I guess I have the time to take you over to Lysandra." The red-skinned swordsman seemed a little too eager, all friendliness aside. "You wouldn't happen to be getting a commission off this, would you?" Lysander asked. Sasef scoffed and then suspiciously motioned for Lysander to follow him. "What? Like I'd take all the novices to the same place and have a little deal worked out between myself and the shopkeeper or something? I'd never. You coming or not?" "For the record, I don't believe you for a second," Lysander said as he walked slightly off to the warrior's right and followed him back down the stairs. "See? I did tell the boss you had good instincts," Sasf said with a small grin. "But what's a little kickback between friends?" "Oh, so we're friends now, Adept Sasf?" Lysander asked. Sasf threw his arm over Lysander's shoulders. "We're brothers in arms. At least we definitely will be after you buy a top-of-the-line replacement for your little snapped blade there." "And you get a little gold out of it?" Lysander asked, shaking his head good-naturedly. "Just remember who helped you swindle the 10 gold you'll be spending, kid," Saf said rather loudly as he waved at Batnag and led Lysander out into the streets of Archport proper. "All joking aside, I wouldn't trust half the smiths and crackpot arms dealers in this city. Lysandra isn't some artifact peddler, but she's got solid stock, not court-forged. But hey, how picky can you be when you go around breaking your expensive weapons in an everyday spar?" "All right, you've got me there," Lysander said. "I just didn't think steel could break like that." "Don't feel too bad. Your half-swording and deflections were pretty good, considering you weren't using a defensive skill," Sasf went on. "You'd need a skill. or preformed battle aura to sharpen your movements if you wanted to do any better against that bear of an orc at your level. Preformed aura, Lysander asked. He'd heard of auras before. Mages used mana to enforce their will on the world, but swordsmen and straight specialized warriors had a way to cope with that too. Aura was the manipulation of life force to strengthen movements and achieve near supernatural feats, and it came from having high enough physical stats to, well, have a strong enough life force to not die from burning it to achieve those feats. Oh yeah, kid, you're good for your rank, but there are geniuses way above you, Sasf replied as they walked. I know what you're thinking. How could you have an actual battle aura right now if you don't even have an aura skill yet? That's why I said preformed. Some competent level warriors are just such hot shit that they can channel their life force before the normal time. It ain't a real battle aura, more a half-born one. It's almost always got more drawbacks than to make it worth using in every fight, but it's possible, and if the aura type is any good, it's still powerful. The paths in Archport were a lot different during the day. They were hustling and bustling, full of people rushing to and from on either business or pleasure. They were also wet, laden down with the moisture that sprawled off the sometimes warm and sometimes frigid Sea of Drakes. Mud and puddles from a drizzle that had taken place in the latest hours of the earlier night mixed in with the chipwork cobble and pebbles of the streetways. Much like on the tavern floor of the Swallowtail Inn, the demographics of the streets were wildly varying. A rare few orcs, humans of all shades and races, dwarves, and even a graceful Tabini catfolk or two. With the protection of the sun and the fact that he and Sas were on a main road, a few well-dressed individuals could even be seen in the lower district that the Swords Guild occupied. Do we have anyone who can do that? Lysander asked Sasif if there were any competent level battle aura users in the ranks of the swords. Well, we did, Sasif said. She's technically a journeyman by rank now, but she's only just ascended with her dexterity stat. Lysander felt a tingle run down his back. Sasef couldn't mean her, could he? Sarana, Lysander felt himself blurting out. Sasf looked over at the 18-year-old with a raised eyebrow and a studying eye. Lysander then instantly regretted the outburst and realized he must be wearing his surprise on his face. Too late. Sasf began to smile devilishly. Don't tell me you know that lunatic. I'm crazy, but she makes me look like a saint's blessed nun. Eh, Lysander drew his words out. That bad? Oh, she's definitely a genius, Sasf said. Youngest journeyman rank we have, and only about 4 or 5 years your better, but she's battle drunk. I imagine she'll surpass me if I don't keep progressing, and even then, I might need to speed it up a little bit. Though the kids make that harder than I'd expected these days. They always want to see their old dad. Not that I'm complaining at all. Serena can use actual battle aura? Lysander asked. Not just an aura skill. I've never seen it, Sasf said, but from what I hear, she's got a projection-type pre-aura, or had one. She might have progressed it to be closer to an actual aura by now, the damned savant. You sound grumpy, Lysander prodded. It took me a decade and a half to start to solidify mine, Sasf said, and then smirked. And mine's just a strengthening type, and it's damn taxing, but no. Not grumpy, just jealous and greedy. Darby had explained the basics of battle auras to Lysander, of course. Battle auras were very different from aura skills. Aura skills could be gained by near anyone who ascended to at least the competent tier, but proper battle auras pushed a swordsman's intent and life force outside normal capabilities in order to bend reality to their will. Most battle auras fell into 3 different types, though they were more broad-stroke classifications than pure categories. Skilled warriors could have either strengthening, projection, or sensory auras. Strengthening auras were the most basic. They burned life force to strengthen the body, or parts of it, well above and beyond what a defensive skill could do, and allowed one to greatly multiply their attribute limits temporarily. This wasn't exactly as simple as it sounded, but could be done in pretty unique and flavorful ways. Projection auras could project martial intent outside the body by spreading life force, sometimes allowing buffing effects on others, or even allowing warriors to turn their killing intent into weapon attacks themselves. Sensory auras increased the combat abilities of a warrior in a more proficiency-enhancing or mental way. though they were arguably the most versatile and broad classification. The category of sensory auras was easily the, if it's not strengthening or projection, then it's sensory type of deal. Ultimately, though, the more developed a warrior's aura became, the more specialized and specific it became to the warrior themselves. High-level auras purportedly became so unique that they hardly fit into any category at all. Still, the classifications were a good way to mentally size up at least the average aura user's capabilities and to try and guess at their weaknesses and limitations. As a loose and fast rule, a warrior could usually only unlock one battle aura. That said, auras were essentially just very advanced skills, which were already hard enough to unlock, that incorporated either life force projection or severe amplification, and a warrior only had so much life to burn. To put it plainly, like with high-level magic, high-level auras and warriors were fucking complicated and defied classification. Though, as with most things, it made sense. If warriors were just stuck swinging swords when mages could level cities, then why would anyone ever reach for the heights of martial ability? "How would I even use aura at my level?" Lysander asked. "You probably wouldn't," Sasf admitted. "Your life force is probably too weak. In my experience, aura awakenings are like puberty. They just happen, burst out of you, and usually make a mess of your insides. I wouldn't worry about it until you break through." Which does bring up a question I had about you, kid. "Yeah," Lysander asked with some unease. "Well, you don't have to answer, but when you were fighting the big guy, you were faster, stronger, and more durable than you looked," Sasf said. "You saw the boss. His brawn score is gods know how high, and he's huge. Sure, not all strength-based warriors are big, but the small, strong ones still have a twisted steel look about them. But you look like you should be a level 1 at best in the big 3 attributes." "So what are you trying to ask?" Lysander thought he knew where this was going. "The boss has an eye that can read most things, but not me. Not like that. I'm not that good, but he just mentioned a born trait. Still, I know you highborn people do a lot of weird intermarrying for breeding and power. King's blood and all that highbrow shit," Sasf explained where his brain was going. "Anyway, are you a mage or something, kid?" "Would that be an issue?" Lysander asked. He knew a lot of commoners did not love mages. They respected them sometimes, sure, but did not often like them. Who would feel comfortable around someone who could pull the air from their lungs or freeze their heart in their chest? If being around someone, even the kindest person, put it in the back of your mind that they could snap, and with some unseen power, snuff you out, and you'd have no way to even figure out what made you dead, wouldn't anyone be a little uneasy around that? At least with warriors, the average drunk commoner figured he might be able to duck under an axe swing, even if he'd be just as dead wrong. But how could you duck a fireball the size of a horse? "Nah," Saf said with a tone of suspicion. "We've got spell blades and battle mages here and there, at least in other branches. I just like to know who I'm working with. My people don't hate mages like batnags. Magic and sorcery, we don't really make a distinction between that and normal fighting. Aura and mana are both pretty damn weird and unnatural, if you ask me. Frankly, we think it's an arbitrary classification you mainlanders like to make." Sasf's brown-red skin pegged him as someone who was, or at least descended from, the Yordian race. Yordians had very different beliefs than the city-states of the mainland and the empires of the Old World. They were also famed for having conquered nearly the entirety of the old kingdoms in ancient times before the codified eras, though their priest-sorcerer kings had long since been overthrown and exiled to the half-remembered grey annals of history. As legend went, the Yordians had, through ill-advised magic and ambition, literally cracked the massive supercontinent of the old kingdoms down the middle, creating the huge inland ocean known as the Sea of Monsters that had driven the First and Second Empires into ruin. The strange, archaic, and perhaps devilish powers that stirred in the Sea of Monsters had since birthed some of the most terrifying creatures to ever crawl and slither from the dark waters and exist on land. The memory of the coastal kingdoms that resided along the cursed sea was long, and the people were superstitious, forever living in fear of the next abomination that might drag their lives down to rest in unbreathing, drowning damnation next to the sunken cities of old. "It's not that I don't like or trust you," Lysander answered, "but I don't want everyone knowing the answer to that." Born traits were trump cards. He was sure it'd get around that he was stronger than he looked, but as long as he didn't spell out to anyone just how strong he was or how the ability worked, he'd have at least a little mystery on his side. Saf grunted. A good policy. I still don't think you're a wizard, though. You seem smart but way too stubborn and simple-minded to wear a pointy hat. I bet you'd blow yourself up if you tried to sling a fireball. I'm definitely not a hat guy, Lysander replied. No fireballs either. I don't have the talent or interest for it. That much was true. Pointy hats were fucking stupid. Even most wizards agreed that they'd long since gone out of style. Besides, magic unsettled him. Lysander's mother had been a mage, and now she was gone because of it. Deep down, he worried his sister would overstep and go too far as well. She did share her mother's blood, but even worse, she had their grandfather's ambition. It was a trait they shared, Lysander and Annabelle, the ambition, the greed and lust for life. It made them think much the same, but whereas Lysander wanted riches and mastery of word and blade, Annabelle damn well wanted to fly. No, she literally wanted to fly. It was beyond her capabilities currently, but it was on her to-do list, along with acquiring every other insane magical boon possible. And deep down, even though she had only ever said it once, while heavily drunk and draped over a damned rafter, which was an entirely different story among her many other harebrained, often also drunken antics, Lysander knew she wanted to do something far greater. Perhaps all the other smaller ambitions were merely a means to an end towards that largest one. Except maybe for the flying. She was also very passionate about the flying. Regardless, his sister's deepest desire was still obvious to anyone who truly knew the girl and her traumas. Annabelle wanted to reach beyond the etheric veil and find their mother. Chapter 10. Trade Compact. Lysandra's shop was located in the market district, which was close but not exactly the same as the merchants' district. The distinction was one of class and influence. The lowest, and often poorest, but sometimes just transitory, merchants would hawk their wares along the streets of the market district itself. They'd do this everywhere, all the way up to the merchant district itself, which only had a few stalls which were not always occupied but, unlike the ramshackle, first-come, first-served stalls of the lower market district, were always reserved for select travelling and very affluent merchants. The merchant district itself was where the Merchants' Guild existed, which was more of a league or middleman agency than an umbrella corporation for all merchants. Cloth, spice, and textile merchants, along with carpenters, stonemasons, etc., all had guilds and organizations of their own that bargained for, trained, and looked after their own interests. The heads of the largest of these smaller mercantile guilds could hardly be called less influential than the Merchants' Guild itself, and many held seats on the councils of their respective cities. The power of these smaller guilds relied entirely on their regional usefulness, and, in the case of Archport, it was the shipbuilding league that most rivaled the power of the Merchants' Guild proper. There was also the East Crownhold Shipping Company, which had its roots in the Old World and was among the first to sail through the mysterious wave gates and to the new continents. Given an imperial charter, they were all but a navy and army in and of themselves and held an ungodly amount of power and influence across every section of the world, old and new. From everything Lysander had seen about them, they were a mixed bag. They were sometimes simple merchants and sometimes bullies. Other times, they were accused of being butchers and pirates. The disposition and law-abiding tendencies of any branch or fleet of the company and its ships depended entirely on the privateer admiral and flag officers that were in charge locally. The Merchants' Guild, meanwhile, was a coordinator and middleman between all the other mercantile organizations, with the exception of the crowns. They settled disputes, eased the negotiations for intercity and intercontinental trade, and just generally kept profit-hungry individual merchants from burning the whole world down for a buck, or at least they tried to. "This is it," Saf said, as he and Lysander stopped in front of a medium-sized shop with a board sign that depicted a sword, coil of rope, and bag of flour all superimposed over one another. "So this place is a general goods shop?" Lysander asked as Sassev opened the door. "It's an adventurer's shop, lad, and the only one I trust," Sassev was saying as a metal canteen flew past his head, which he just barely ducked. "What the hell, Lys?" he screamed with a minor temper as he and Lysander entered to scope out the situation. "Oh, hush your complaining, you gambling drunkard." A portly and auburn-haired brunette yelled out to Sas from behind the counter before turning her attention to a short, elf-eared but human-looking girl with sandy and wavy locks. "And you, I said no, so just leave." "You're an idiot and a cow of a woman," the half-elf, who was cradling an odd-looking sword in her hand, said. "I'll let it go for 6, so fine, you win." "I wouldn't even give you one," Lysandra snapped. "It's a sword, but if I don't recognize the metal, then I can't damn well sell it in good conscience." "I told you it was an aetherite steel blend," the half-elf argued, "and it's worth 10 times the 10 gold I initially offered you. And that makes me want to buy it from you. I know I wouldn't sell something worth half my shop for a few gold coins, so why would you? Besides, no one's even ever heard of what you're talking about," Lysandra said. "I was nice before you got all pissy, but for all I know, you're making it up." "I just need the gold to set up a shop," the half-elf said. "Rent isn't cheap and—" "Excuse me," Lysander said, stepping up to the half-elf. "Is everything okay here?" Sasa followed behind him. The half-elf blinked as she turned to him. "Not really." "Are you one of Sasav's?" Lysandra addressed Lysander, calming down a bit. Lysander glanced at the Yordian, but Sasv just shrugged innocently. "Yes, ma'am," he said. "Why are you two arguing?" "Well," Lysandra said, her face still red from her earlier outburst, "she tried to sell me some sword made of a metal I've never even heard of. Then she got pretty damn mad when I wouldn't give her a small fortune to take it off her hands." "It's aetherite," the half-elf said, seeming to be biting her tongue now as she too calmed down. Lysander took a closer look at the blade. It looked well constructed enough, honestly, impressively so, but it had a strange blue-grey luster to it that definitely wasn't the result of refining iron into run-of-the-mill steel. "What's your name?" he asked the half-elf. "Seela," the girl answered, looking like she was a bit sheepish now that so many people had seen her letting her anger and greed get away from her. "Could I see that cell?" Lysander asked the half-elf, blinking as a strange humming played in his ears. "Why?" the half-elf inquired. "Because—" Lysander hesitated for a moment as he looked back to the blade from Seal's pixie-like face, and the humming in his head returned. "I think I might want to buy it." "Kid," Sas began to try to dissuade him. "You did hear how much I wanted for it, right?" Seal said almost shyly as she looked into Lysander's green eyes. "I did," Lysander said with a smile. She was sort of sweet now that she wasn't screaming. "I just want to see something for a moment. I promise I won't run off with it." "Well, all right," she said. "Just be careful with it." Lysander took the sword, noting that the half-elf had laid its accompanying scabbard on Lysandra's counter, likely putting it there before going off into her sales pitch. The moment he touched the sword, he felt his hand begin to vibrate, and the ringing in his ears subsided. It was odd. He realized his hand wasn't actually vibrating, but rather what felt like the life force within it was moving somehow. It was as if his internal energy was reaching for the metal tang within the sword's wrapped handle. Lysander glanced from the blade, which he now realized was weighted expertly, up to everyone else. He quickly realized that between himself, the shopkeeper, and Sasv, that he was the only one feeling anything odd from the sword at all, but that Seela was looking at him intently and with a question in her eyes. "Where did you find this?" he asked the half-elf. "I made it," Sel said, staring at him still questioningly. "You forged this?" Lysander asked. "All by yourself?" "I did," Sel said. "This sword is weighted better than a castle-forged one," Lysander said, realizing that the blade only seemed to feel more and more at home in his hand the longer he held it. The buzzing between his hand and the metal of the sword seemed to fade away too, replaced with a feeling of the sword being a part of his hand, rather than something that was reacting to the small movements of his fingers and wrist. He could feel the sword. It made no sense at all, but he could swear he had nerve endings inside the odd steel as surely as he had in his own hand. Sel, meanwhile, lit up and her cheeks almost grew red at the compliment. "Well, the alloy is exceptionally easy to balance, but very hard to smelt." She began to go into a half-humble and half-proud mini-rant about her work. Lysander merely listened intently. "The workmanship is amazing. Why wouldn't you pay at least gold for this?" Lysander asked Lysandra. That's what work like this goes for, if not more, if you can even get a castle-level smith to sell you anything on the side. The metal is odd, son, Lysandra said. It's not that I don't see what you've said, but that's not steel. Seely's smile turned back into a twitching frown. You said it was aetherite, he asked the half-elf. I've never heard of that before. No one has, not in a long time, Sela replied. It's not aetherite completely. It is steel, just alloyed with aetherite. The elves of old used to call it mage steel. I've never heard of that ore either, Sasf said, but stranger things show up in port cities from time to time. Thank you, Lysandra said, crossing her arms, seemingly ignoring the second part of Sasf's comment. How did you make it if no one knows what it is? Lysander asked Sela. I translated the process, but I'm not comfortable saying where I got it, she said. I didn't steal it, but I almost died getting that much. The rest was guarded by too many undead for me to count. What makes the alloy worth all of that? Lysander asked her, and he placed the sword on the counter next to its plain-looking scabbard. The humming returned but dissipated as long as he didn't look at the sword. It wasn't really even a distracting sound, oddly. It was just there, like his heartbeat. Are you a mage? She said, squinting her eyes at him. No, not really, he answered honestly. I'm just a swordsman. That doesn't make any sense. I could have sworn you resonated with it, she said. Did you hear humming? Lysander hesitated and looked at Sasf, who was just cocking an eyebrow at the strange elf girl. Lysandra was, meanwhile, looking tired and confused behind her countertop. I did, he finally said, and it felt like the sword was a part of me. You don't have any magical attributes? She asked him. I haven't been able to translate much besides the forging process, and admittedly, that sword is nowhere near a perfect replication of the method, but I'm pretty sure the elves of old called it mage steel, because it could channel internal mana. To what purpose, though? Lysander asked. Just what you said, Sela answered. I think, anyway, to let you become one with the sword and channel magic through it. I won't be channeling magic, Lysander answered, but it felt right. That's really odd, she said. It should just be a normal sword for anyone who's not magically inclined. Lysander's eyes drifted back to the blade. How much did you want for it, truly? Lysander asked before making a decision. Well, Sela said, shifting her eyes between Lysander's fine clothes and the sword. You're a noble, right? I've got some noble blood, but I'm not titled and I'm not rich, he said, crossing his arms. Oh. Sela looked deflated. You probably can't afford 10 gold. That's a lot of coin, Lysander agreed. You said you wanted to set up a smithy. How did you even forge this without one? A cheap anvil, Seal hesitated, and fire magic. You're a mage and a blacksmith? He asked, surprised. Sel opened her mouth as if about to correct him in some way. Yes. I need the money to get a more proper place. Shop rent is high, and the actual equipment would help me create better work. Lysander smiled. You can do better than that sword. Seela looked very serious all of a sudden. Much better. I need tools and higher quality ore. And I assume you want to raise money to get past those undead you mentioned, he asked. You want to mount an expedition and get more of this aetherite from wherever it is you found it, right? And I'd also bet you need to get back there to translate the rest of whatever taught you how to forge this in the first place. Sel didn't immediately respond, but he could see in her eyes that he was right. The unliving are nasty monsters, Sasev commented. Dark, damned, and nasty. I wouldn't play with them, not unless I was paid a pretty penny. I know it would be expensive. Sel clenched her teeth, but then looked to Lysander. How did you know all of that about me? Lysander smiled. Because I'm just as greedy as you and every other adventurer out there. Saf scoffed. I don't think you're lying, kid, but if you buy that sword from her, you might be too loose with your money to ever get enough to satisfy that greed. Didn't you say you spend your money the second you earn it? Lysander asked the man. Well, we weren't talking about me, were we? Saf shrugged in acquiescence. I was just saying. You think I'm an adventurer like you two? Sel put a hand on her hip. Flattery isn't going to make me lower the price. No, but you do need the money. You offered it to Lysandra for 6, Lysander said. I was angry and not thinking straight, Sela said. 10 gold is a lot, and I'm about to go out on a quest. But how about this? Lysander started. This is some of the best workmanship I've ever seen. This sword is definitely special, and I'm willing to take a chance that it doesn't turn out to be weaker than steel and get me killed. I'll give you 6 gold for the sword, but I'm also willing to finance and support your efforts. 6 isn't enough, and I'm sure you'll test it before you leave for your quest. But what do you mean by finance and support? Seller asked. Lysandra, how much would it cost to set up a small blacksmithing operation here in the mercantile quarter? Lysander asked the shopkeeper. If it wasn't fancy. At least 5 gold for the equipment and a little ore. Shop space goes for a premium though, and you're not going to find a monthly arrangement. You'd have to pay for at least a season up front to make it worth any building owner's time, and that'd be another 5 gold minimum, and that's only if you're going for something pretty far down in the district, she answered. Thank you, Lysander said to Lysandra, turning his head to speak to Kello again. I'll give you the 6 for the sword, which gives you enough for ore and equipment. Then I'll give you another 5 right now to get a shop set up. I'll also pay you an advance salary of 1 gold piece up front for this month, and I'll pay you that every month for the foreseeable future with potential for raises. On 2 conditions. The first is that I get a 25% ownership in your new shop and all future enterprises of yours revolving around it. The second is that we go and get more of this aetherite, and if the source has any longevity, we split the ownership of it indefinitely. Sel almost balked at his offer. 1 gold a month? It was enough to feed and house a commoner for 6 months in the average city, but Lysander had his reasons. Even if there wasn't more aetherite, which he wasn't sure was even valuable, Sel was clearly a prodigy at forging, even if she didn't quite know it and was down on her luck for whatever reason. She couldn't be more than a year older than him, and already she could forge as well as someone multiple times her age. She was also a mage, and that was interesting. He'd eventually get his money back if her skills continued to improve. Of course, he only currently had the 10 gold he'd won from Batnag, along with 3 more gold Annabelle had acquired from their father's coffers when they'd left home. This investment would leave him with only 2 gold coins to his name. Still, that was plenty to exist. 1 gold a month, with 1 gold up front, on the condition that everything you've told me is true and you can continue to produce items of this sword's quality or higher on a consistent and timely basis. Lysander elaborated, then looked to Lysandra. If Sasov trusts you, then I do too. If we make all the purchases of equipment through you and your network, would you be willing to make sure she gets set up well and acquires all the items and material she needs? Well, I think your boy has more money than sense, Sasov, Lysandra said to Sasov. Then she answered Lysandra, but yes, I'd be willing to do that. Is that all right with you, Sele? Lysandra asked. I can't make you sign on with me, obviously. 25% ownership in the shop and 50% of the aetherite, she asked. Yes, and Lysandra will help you get settled, Lysandra answered. Plus a little gold up front now for your own needs. That's generous, but Seely trailed off. The aetherite might be worth a lot more than that. And like Sasv said, the undead you mentioned are going to be a problem, Lysander argued. Me and him are members of the Swords Guild. I'm new and he's an adept rank. I'd be willing to help you make sure we both don't die trying to get the ore. Only 25% of the aetherite also, she countered. Seal, do you know what a writ of trade is? He asked her. Of course I do, she said. So you know that any shop, treasure hunting or mining operation has to pay 50% of their profits to the city as a baseline, he said. With a writ of trade, it goes down to 15%, and it's a lot easier to get goods through the gate without the guardsman inspecting and pocketing half your items with the privileges of free passage and simple declaration it affords you. I said I knew all of that, Sella replied. It's a lot of taxation, but it's better than jail. That's just another reason why I don't want to give up the majority of the ownership of the aetherite. Sasef smiled, enjoying the show from behind Lysander as the man watched the 18-year-old open his quest log. Sel read the quest screen as Lysander passed it over to her. Her eyes grew big, but then she calmed. I have a chance to get a writ of trade, he said. Since I'd have ownership in the operations, I'd be able to use the writ to lower taxes for both of us. I'm willing to bet on you if you're willing to bet on me. This says you're not even competent level with your one-handed skill yet, she said. Lysander blinked. Well, yes, he started to say, not expecting her to keep arguing after seeing the quest. And you don't have a quest for the writ yet. Just a chance to get a chance, she countered. You've also seen my work, and I haven't seen you so much as swing a sword. I'll do 35% of the aetherite, but that's it. We're both taking chances here, Lysander said. I don't want all my work to be owned by someone else, she said. It's only 25% of the shop, which is the lowest amount of ownership the writ of trade allows a co-owner to have in order to share its benefits with other owners, he said. The aetherite would require your knowledge of where it even is. Yes, but my ability to actually get to it, and probably my money to hire anyone else we might need as reinforcements. You already said you're not rich. It was Sel's turn to cross her arms. Richer than you, little lady, Saf scoffed from beside the two. Keep out of the kids' talk, you dunce, Lysandra said as she looked more interested than before, eliciting a scowl from the older swordsman. Fine, Sasif still complied. I'll stop speaking sense. If you're not even an apprentice with the swords yet, I don't even know that you can help us get through the undead, Sela argued. I don't even know you. You're going to hand all the gold over to Lysandra to ensure I'm not lying. She won't cheat you because she knows that old guy you came in with, and she has a reputation to keep. What guarantees do I have that you're even the kind of person I want to work with? And I don't know you, Lysander said. Still, said Sela, seeming more and more hesitant. Lysander sighed. 40% of the aetherite and a clause that says you have, until we get to the ore, to pay me back my investment and whatever salary I give you, if you want to buy me out and reclaim full ownership of your new shop. But after we get the aetherite, the deal and my ownership percentage are solidified. Sel still scowled. And you have to get the writ of trade or the ownership of the shop, and the aetherite drops to 10%. That's not, he started. Seal stared at him like a wolf. Lysander sighed and agreed. Fine. The half-elf's scowl instantly changed, and she turned on a dime, expression-wise. Her face lit up in a massive smile as she held her hand out. That was stressful, huh? More than I thought, Lysander said, taking her hand. 2 pop-ups from the system sprung up. Trade contract with Sele. You have entered into a trade compact with Sel, the blacksmith. You will provide her with 1 gold coin a month as a salary, as well as 10 gold coins to set up her shop. You will gain 25% ownership of her shop, as well as 40% ownership in a potential source of aetherite ore. She may buy you out for the cost of your investment at any time before the aetherite ore source is secured. Additionally, if you fail to secure a writ of trade in a timely manner, your ownership in both investments will drop to 10%. Accept compact, YN. Lysander knew that Sel had been given a similar but unique version of the trade contract. Both contracts would say essentially the same thing and would serve as proof to any officials that they had entered into a deal. Like quests, all trade contracts between persons were summonable and shareable at any time via the system. The second pop-up from the system was a quest. Darkest Legends. Work with Sele, the blacksmith, to secure the source of the aetherite ore. Rewards based on performance. Accept quest, YN. Lysander accepted both the trade compact and the quest prompt. She played you like a fiddle, boy, Lysandra said. Sel just smiled knowingly. I think we made a great deal. Sasif walked up to Lysander and patted his hand on his shoulder before glancing at the blade Lysander had ponied up 6 gold coins for. You are both a dreamer and an idiot. That sword is well made, though, and working through Lysandra was smart. The fact that the girl was okay with it means she probably isn't trying to just make off with your money. With work like that, you'll make it back off her eventually, even if the zombies aren't real. I'm right here, Sele said. Sasf glanced at her, and you're far too young and not curvy enough for me to care. You can't just say that, she said, her cheeks turning red. Sasif raised his palms as if to express, who can say? Lysander shook his head and reached for his coin purse to pay the 10 gold to Lysandra and the 1 gold of salary to Sele. There are also a few more things I need from the shop, he said to the shopkeeper. I need food and torches. I was also wondering where I could buy a cart. I can do the food and torches and have a cart brought to the stables, she said. Do you have a horse? I do, and that's all fine. Lysander said, removing his old scabbard from his sword belt to replace it with the new one. He had taken his favorite horse from home when he'd left, but much like Annabel had acquired their gold, he hadn't exactly asked permission to do so. "Do you want to sell that sword now that you have a new one?" Lysandra asked Lysander as he sheathed his new blade, but hadn't quite yet replaced his old one on his belt. "It looks finely made." "I'm afraid it's broken," he said casually. The look Sel gave him when she heard that could have scared off a pack of wolves. Chapter 11. Annabel's Usual Antics. Lysander had returned to the Swallowtail and was now jangling the door handle to Annabel's room. He'd checked it earlier in the morning, but figured his sister was still sleeping off whatever fun she'd had the night before. "Annabel," he knocked on the door, getting annoyed that it was already well past midday and the door was still locked. "We don't have all day. There's a deadline on the quest." He held his hand against the door after knocking and hung his head against it. Of course, she'd pull this shit. "Annabel, open the door, woman," he said without knocking this time. He was the youngest son by 4 years. Annabel was the second oldest child in general. She was 6 years older than him, and she'd helped raise him as surely as Darby and his mother. It was no secret that he was by far her favorite sibling. Annabel was smart, studious, good with people, and a damn powerful sorceress for her age, but holy hells if she wasn't equally irresponsible when she wanted to be somehow. Lysander glanced around. He didn't want to make a scene by kicking the door in. He could easily scale the outside of the inn and get in through the window, but that was probably locked too and would definitely make a scene. "Annabel," he knocked louder this time. The door slowly swung in. No one was there to open it, however. His hair stood on end. His blade hummed in his scabbard. Something was wrong. His hand grabbed the handle of his new sword. "Annabel?" He slowly walked into the room, glancing into the corner furthest from where the door opened, and started to back into it while scanning the rest of the space. A flash of movement came at him. A man he didn't recognize charged from out of nowhere. Lysander's eyes identified the dagger he was armed with immediately and withdrew his own weapon in a flash. Lysander deflected the blade in the same movement as his sword draw and swung to remove the man's head. His sword, however, merely met with no resistance, as the illusion of the assassin faded into nothing, and the dagger hit the ground. He reclaimed his sword stance. Lysander angled his blade out in front of him as the air around the room's bed shifted, along with where the dagger had fallen to the floor. Both the bed and the dagger fluctuated with the sheen of magic. The dagger's shape warped and turned from being a simple iron one to a familiar court-forged weapon. Meanwhile, the room's bed, which had previously appeared empty, changed to be filled with multiple bodies. "See, I told you he'd freak out," a familiar laughing voice said. Annabel was back to wearing her actual face and was talking to a giggling woman next to her. "That was mean," the little brunette said. "He's cute, though," another blonde said from beside the brunette. Lysander's eyebrow twitched as he sheathed his sword. "Put on some clothes," he said to Annabel. "We don't have time for this." His sister, still very nude, slipped from beneath the covers. Thank the saints that she had the propriety to use her illusion magic to blur her body from her brother. "Don't be so mad, little lie," she said as she gathered up her actual clothes from among the multiple robes and undergarments across the floor. "I was out actually helping us, and you were sleeping in until damn near evening," he said. "I wasn't actually wasting time," she said, winking at the two women in her bed. "No, of course not," Lysander replied, trying his best not to look like he was eyeing up his sister's partners. "No, really," Annabel said as she dressed. "I joined the Evokers Guild, just like we planned." "She's not lying," the short brunette in Annabel's bed said as she climbed from the sheets, not even bothering to hide her own ample endowments as Annabel had. "She did join us last night, and she made quite the impression." "And you are?" Lysander asked, not feeling in the mood for any of this. "Cassandra Vitalet, Master Wizard of the Guild," the woman said, snapping her fingers. A glow covered her body before her robes of office were suddenly on her frame and not on the floor any longer. "Court Mage of Duke Adam Vitalet." The woman kissed Annabel on the cheek and then sashayed over to the swordsman, offering her hand. "Charmed, I'm sure," she said to him. Lysander merely looked between the hand and Annabel. "You'll forgive me if I don't kiss your hand, Magister," he said. Cassandra just smiled knowingly. "At least take your hand off your sword." The way she said the words was hardly something that made Lysander comfortable. "What does a mage know about swords?" he said, removing his grip from his handle as Cassandra lowered her hands. "Or you, in particular." "Oh, I can respect the expertise in all crafts, mine or otherwise," Cassandra said, looking towards the assembled women. "Bye now, girls. I had a wonderful night. I especially look forward to seeing you again, dear Annabelle." With that, the court mage took 2 steps towards the door and then simply vanished from existence without so much as a shimmer. She was there, and then she wasn't. Lysander, however, felt the hairs on his neck shiver again, and his sword hummed to him once more. Could the blade detect magic? Lysander sighed and ran his hand over his face. "I have to go now too," Annabelle said to the remaining woman in her bed. "But you can stay as long as you'd like." Lysander didn't say anything as his sister raised her hand, twisted her wrist, and her discarded dagger flew into the sheath on her recently equipped belt. The ring on her hand flickered, causing the dagger to appear to disappear, though her brother knew it was merely hidden to make her seem to be unarmed. Not that a third circle mage was ever really unarmed as long as they had mana in their pathways. "Why do you do this to me?" Lysander asked his sister after she'd exchanged her goodbyes with her remaining bedmate. "Because it's hilarious, and I didn't want to get out of bed until I had to," Annabelle said with a smile as they got ready to leave. "You can catch me up on all the fun you had while we walk to wherever you're in such a hurry to go." "The stables. I have all the supplies we need packed on the horse," he said. "And fine, as long as you don't tell me anything more about your fun. Also, you need to hide yourself. We don't know if Darby is watching." "Well, I don't think he'd be watching this room, even if he could," Annabelle said with a chuckle as her ring shimmered again and her appearance changed back to her red-headed persona. "Besides, you were the one who practically kicked my door in." "I was considering it," he said. "You wouldn't have enjoyed that," she teased. "What?" he asked. "We weren't done when you started knocking," she said, shrugging. "Annabelle," he warned. "I'll stop," she promised. "Saints be praised," he murmured as they departed the Swallowtail. Chapter 12. Unprotected Roads. Dimsring was half a day's ride from Archport by road. Lysander and Annabelle had picked up the Swordman's horse, Happenstance, at the massive stables just outside the city gates prior to making the trip. Stable space was at a premium, so Lysander had only paid for a week of rent. He went ahead and paid for another week to ensure he'd have a place to room the horse come their return, which hopefully wouldn't be too long from their departure. One thing was sure, though, his coffers were running low. Just as Lysandra had promised, the cart that Lysander had paid for was waiting for him outside the stables, courtesy of a local carpenter. The cart wasn't custom, that much was sure, otherwise it wouldn't have been ready in time. It was also a little worse for wear, but it had wheels and cargo space, along with a bench that he and Annabelle could sit on somewhat comfortably while guiding the bay-coloured gelding they'd fastened to it. "Remind me to buy some cushions for this bench," Annabelle said about 2 hours into the ride. "That is, if you don't spend all our money before then." He'd told her about his various expenditures and the investment in cellar. The mage had been a little frustrated at first, being a bit of a penny pincher, but had calmed down after he'd shown her the etherite alloyed sword he'd purchased. Annabelle, of course, had no idea what the blade was good for, but one Lysander let her hold it. She said that she could channel mana into the metal and that it felt lighter for her when she did, which was apparently odd. Metal was usually a terrible conductor for magic. This was one reason monster cores and other rare ingredients were often processed into the metal of enchanted items. Cores could, according to level, increase the mana conductivity of metal, but the level to which this could be achieved was entirely dependent on the level of the core. The process was also costly and very skill-intensive. According to Annabelle, the etherite sword, meanwhile, seemed to accept mana as if it were living tissue, which was naturally conductive to mana. It was why magic staves and wands were almost exclusively made from wood. Of course, magic staves would then be heavily engraved and lacquered with all manner of secret runes and oils. Certain gemstones and naturally grown treasures, which could apparently warp and contour mana for all sorts of purposes, could also be ensconced in such staffs of power. The process and ways to go about doing such things were heavily guarded by craftsmen, who were usually paranoid mages themselves, and there wasn't a lot of information available to the public about how such things worked. As a result, magic staffs were incredibly treasured and hard to get a hold of, even if someone had the money necessary. Lysander's new sword, meanwhile, didn't seem to have any special properties beyond being conductive to magic, Annabelle explained. As far as she could tell, it didn't increase or modify her mana like a staff might. It just seemed to hold and absorb it, and to also become a bit lighter and less out of place in her hand. It might be that since your born trait converts your mana to physical strength, the sword is able to use that mana-tainted life force stored in your muscles, Annabelle explained. You're not a mage, but it's treating you like one. I don't know how that would be helpful, but if you say it makes it feel more at home in your hand, then I guess that's just going to help. Annabelle was only slightly interested in getting her hands on more of the aetherite ore, but she agreed that something so novel could likely turn a profit if other mages caught wind of it and wanted to purchase it from them. She even mentioned the idea of the ore allowing the creation of metallic magic staves, if a good craftsman could figure out how to modify the alloy to do the same sorts of things wooden staffs could do, which she figured might be of some interest to the more martially inclined of magi. All in all, she didn't think it was a bad investment that her brother had made and had calmed down somewhat after hearing about the aetherite. "Do I need to remind you that you stole the money?" Lysander replied to Annabelle's comment about spending all their money. "It's not my fault old Bangkok can't see through a little illusion magic," she said with a shrug. "Besides, father can just consider it a small portion of my inheritance." Bangkok was their father's steward and treasurer, a nice enough man, if rather mousy and overly studious. "Do you ever feel bad for your lack of shame?" Lysander asked her. "That would involve having shame," Annabelle admitted. They were just joking, of course. Annabelle had a tendency to enact her hair-brained schemes first and ask questions later. But unlike Serana, who was very much a wild card, Annabelle had clear and obvious limits to what she was willing to do and not do. Or clear to herself, at least, if not most others. The brother and sister continued on their cart ride, following the main road for what felt like a few hours. The sun had already dipped by the time Lysander began to slow the horse. "Something's wrong," he said. "I know." Annabelle's eyes flashed, and a pulse of mana passed through Lysander's body and swept out towards the woods. Lysander's sword hummed, and his instincts shivered, reacting to the magic. Annabelle continued on to raise her hand, and she muttered a word of power. The gemstone on her ring glowed, and she began to vanish. "They're behind and around us." Lysander brought the wagon to a complete stop as his sister disappeared. "I know you're out there," he said very loudly. A branch crunched as a heavily armed man stepped out in front of the wagon and horse. "There were two of you, weren't there?" He said this as he approached the cart and placed a hand on Happenstance's head, petting him. "Beautiful horse, though." "He is," Lysander said, and he ignored the first comment as he climbed from the cart and drew his sword. "Forgive me for drawing my blade, but your weapon is in your hand as well." "Of course, no offense taken, my friend," the mysterious man said. "It is a glaive, though. Rather hard to store it on my belt, isn't it?" "A weapon is a weapon," Lysander said. "A good policy to live by in times like this, I guess," the man replied. "Actually, that's why I came out here to talk to you. I just wanted to warn you how dangerous these roads are in the evening." "This close to the city," Lysander replied back. "Seems like it'd be a bad idea to cause trouble on a main road, yeah?" "Oh, we're at least 8 hours from Archport," the man countered. "The nearest village is 2 hours off on a side road, and Dimsring is another 4 down this road here. Are you lost, maybe? That would make your uniformed statement about your relative safety seem more reasonable. I could give you directions for a small fee." "I'm sure you could," Lysander said as he tried to give Annabelle enough time to get into an advantageous position. "I actually think that's a great idea," the man said with a sideways smile. "Just 1 gold for my guidance, since you look rather well-dressed, likely aren't from around here, and probably badly need it." "You talk well for a brigand," Lysander said. The man's eyes narrowed evilly. "Usually, people don't break the charade unless they're trying to make a stupid decision." As the man spoke, a breeze with the sound of blue-tailed robins chattering played across Lysander's left ear. Mana was laced in the sound. Blue-tailed robins didn't live down near Archport. It was a sound from his and Annabelle's youth. The chirping was a conjured illusion, or more aptly, a signal. "How many people have you robbed or killed?" Lysander asked. "Only the stupid or rich and unguarded die, though I guess that makes those doubly stupid," the brigand admitted. "Are you one of those?" "Definitely not unguarded," Lysander said. The brigand bunched his eyebrows and seemed a little perturbed. "Your friend." Another breeze of bird calls passed over his ears. The two chirps from before meant there were archers. These two chirps meant that Annabelle, as invisible as the air itself, had already slit their throats. "Signal your archers," Lysander said. "Tell them to shoot me." "Back up a few steps to give them room." "I'll wait." "Who are you?" the brigand asked. "Someone who doesn't like bullies and murderers," Lysander said. "I'm not letting you leave here a free man, not for you to hurt others. People have enough problems just getting by. They don't need more." Lysander wasn't too eager to kill a man again, but this one had threatened his family. He'd seen Annabelle before approaching and surrounding their wagon with archers. His intentions were to rob both him and his sister. "And you're trying to tell me that the little redhead you were riding with somehow disappeared and then killed my men," the brigand said. "I don't believe you." The man stepped back and whistled. No aid came, just silence. "She, unlike me, has never had a problem with killing," Lysander admitted. It was true. Annabelle, much to their father's initial displeasure, often insisted on riding with the man to deal with local bandits and monsters. Despite her law-breaking tendencies, she had a deep hatred for criminals that pushed things much too far. Under the bubbly, happy exterior of the mage was an experienced killer. "You can fight me here, or I can bind you and turn you over to the Elder of Dimsring," Lysander said, giving the man one last chance to not make him cut him down. "The punishment for banditry is still death practically in every free city and hollow." "Let me walk away, and I'll let you as well," the brigand said. "I don't think so," Lysander said. "If you were a petty thief or young pickpocket, then I'd let you leave, but you kill people, and I don't think you'll just suddenly have a change of heart. You'll just find more men like you to help you do this to others." "Who do you think you are?" the brigand asked, growing more agitated by the second. "Does it matter?" Lysander inquired. "No, it doesn't," the brigand replied, before he lunged at the swordsman. The strike wasn't bad, all things considered. The bandit was clearly trained somewhat. He didn't wield the glaive like a club, at least, and the cutting edge came very close to nipping Lysander's throat. Still, the swordsman was fast enough to sidestep it and circle around the brigand. The next exchange of strikes and feints led them away from the cart, and Lysander began to grow frustrated. The brigand lashed out with the killing edge of his weapon again, and the swordsman only narrowly avoided it, proving his opponent to be a bit more skilled than Lysander had initially estimated. "You're way out of your league, swordsman," the brigand said, and he swung his weapon in a manner that seemed much more skilled than even before. "I'm just playing with you." Lysander groaned as he found his thigh slashed. It was a superficial cut, but one he'd barely managed to avoid becoming potentially grave. "You're very well trained for a bandit." "I just like to enjoy seeing the hope fade from someone's eyes," the brigand replied. "I can't play too long, though. I need to find your friend." "You won't," Lysander growled, a pulse of rage filling his heart as he advanced slowly and more cautiously. "Oh? Angry?" the brigand said. "Maybe we'll play a little longer." Lysander was having a lot of trouble overcoming the brigand's reach advantage, constantly being forced to backstep to avoid creating openings in his own guard. He dove in, following a thrust of the brigand's pointed and edged weapon, and swung his own blade in a vertical slash. Unfortunately, Lysander only found his slash deflected by his enemy's polearm. He needed to take the advantage away from his opponent, or he realized that he might just lose the fight. The brigand returned another slash, and Lysander narrowly ducked a beheading. He jumped back once more. The pressure was rising, and his enemy was growing more committed. Lysander gripped his blade hard, and his mind weighed his options. He still felt his strength entering the weapon in trickles. It was as if his brawn, endurance, and dexterity were being channeled from his muscles and into the weapon, just as Annabelle had said. Lysander felt the blade shudder. The more he focused on the sensation, the more it was almost as if the alloyed steel was a muscle of his own that was suddenly filled with borrowed strength. His own body felt weaker suddenly, but the blade felt sharper and lighter, and he knew somehow that it was sturdier. The resonating humming of his blade gave him an idea that made him commit to something he normally wouldn't. Lysander swung with all his might towards the shaft of the brigand's glaive and dedicated himself to allowing his strength to become the sword's itself. The divergence of his strike from the normal methods was a surprise to the brigand, who moved to try and deflect the attack, just as he had before, and found it all too easy. But the moment Lysander's sword met the wood of the glaive's shaft, the material resisted only momentarily before it gave way, and the brigand's weapon was cut in two. The bandit stumbled forward as Lysander stepped back and held his sword out towards the man's chest. "How did you do that?" the brigand asked. "Little Lee is full of surprises," a pretty and disembodied voice said from behind the brigand as Annabelle materialized from the air. She held her dagger against the brigand's throat. She did, however, raise an eyebrow at her brother as if to ask the same question outside of the brigand's awareness. "Looks like you're being taken in after all," Lysander said as he continued to aim his sword at the surprised bandit. "Fuck you." The brigand tried to move, but Annabelle pressed the dagger's edge close enough to his skin to draw a stream of rolling blood. Annabelle rolled her eyes. "We could just kill him. It's within our rights." "You're not riding under Father's jurisdiction right now," Lysander said to her. "You two are damned nobles," the brigand asked. "We were supposed to be warned." "What did you just say?" Annabelle said, and she put the knife further into the small wound she'd made. The brigand grunted. "I'll tell you, but only if you let me go." "The elder can sort it out," Lysander said. "He's probably just trying to save his neck," Annabelle argued. "No, we were hired," that bandit began to say, but as he did, a spasm overcame his body. Annabelle removed her dagger from the man's neck and jumped back instinctively. The brigand clutched at his chest and choked on his words. His eyes grew wide. He opened his mouth to speak, but only a groan of pain came out. "Don't touch him!" Annabelle screamed immediately at Lysander with absolute authority in her voice. "What in the hell's—" Lysander stepped back from the man as the brigand fell to his knees. The brigand reached a hand out as if begging for aid. "He's bewitched," Annabelle replied. "Cursed. Something just triggered it." As she said this, their would-be robber fell to the ground and began convulsing. "Can you help him?" Lysander directed Annabelle, hating to see anyone suffer like that. No matter the type of man, the fact that it was possibly from some unseen spell only exaggerated the empathetic instinct. "Do something." "I'm not a damn anti-mage," Annabelle snapped back at her brother, clearly also disturbed by the man's death spasms. "If you'd touched him after it started, the curse might have spread. I can't tell. It's beyond me. I only just barely escaped finding out." Lysander watched as the twitching brigand finally grew still in his death throes. "What just happened, Annabelle?" the swordsman asked his sister, his voice cold. "I didn't feel any magic." "It was advanced and," she said, as they both eyed the brigand cautiously, uttering her next words in a way that she usually didn't, "very hateful magic." Chapter 13. There be monsters afoot. The situation with the brigand didn't sit right with either Lysander or Annabelle, and it brokered an investigation. Unfortunately, they didn't have many places to look. If the brigands had a base camp, they were far away from it. Their rucksacks, with bedrolls lashed to most of them, were stashed in the woods, likely placed down there before they'd planned to initiate their extortion of the siblings. However, they weren't filled with much value or any leads on what had happened to their leader. Annabelle also couldn't find even a trace of magic anywhere anymore. Even the corpse of the bandit leader didn't reek of the least bit of sorcery after his death. Annabelle said this was odd, as mana usually leaves a signature, and what she'd seen was definitely an especially insidious variant of a curse. Apparently, it was almost as if the mana signature that should have been left behind by the man's hardly natural death had been eaten by the spell that had killed him, something Annabelle said was very hard to pull off. Ultimately, the two were forced to agree to put a pin in the issue until later. They'd, of course, gathered up all the armor, coins, and weapons of the bandits. Most of them were in decent repair and should net them at least a few coins. It wasn't until they'd worked up the courage to search the body of the bandit leader, after Annabel had confirmed it should be safe, that Lysander found something of interest. The man's body had no outside markings of damage. It was merely as if he'd had a heart attack. His coin pouch was, consequently, untouched on his belt. There were 6 gold and various silver pieces within the pouch. A fortune for a bandit. It didn't add up. Perhaps the brigand had robbed a small caravan, but he didn't seem to have had the manpower for that. Lysander pocketed the gold, but only after making Annabel confirm that the money wasn't bewitched in any way. He was thankful for the gains, but something was definitely afoot, and his mind was taken back to what Sasford said about the uptick in monster attacks and banditry being suspicious. Could there be more than what met the eye operating under the surface of everything? There was no way to know, but he and Annabel agreed to bring it up with their respective guilds upon their return. Maybe Cassandra will know something about everything, Lysander teased about an hour later, down the road from the ambush, once they'd both calmed down some. She might, Annabel said, not taking the bait. A duke's sister, Lysander continued, you're moving up in the world. Annabel punched him in the arm. Don't pretend like you weren't sleeping with a journeyman in the swords, and the niece of the merchant's guild master. I'm pretty sure that doesn't quite match up, and you have me beat, Lysander said with a shrug. Oh, so we're keeping score now? Annabel asked while crossing her arms. No, but only because I don't like losing, Lysander replied. Annabel scoffed with a look of good-hearted incredulity. You do not get to imply your big sister is a harlot. I'd never imply it, Lysander said. I'd be careful about making fun of your seniors, Annabel warned. And why's that, Annie? He asked her. Oh, no reason, she replied. By the time they made it into Dimsring, it was the early hours of the morning. The village was large enough to have a small inn. If it hadn't, he wouldn't have bothered with waking the elder. Instead, he would have just suggested to Annabel that they sleep outside the hamlet. As it was, though, he brought their cart around the back of the inn and waved to whom he assumed was a relaxing, stable hand. When he tried to get up from the wagon bench, however, he found himself stumbling face first into a nearby pile of shoveled horse manure. Annabel, he screamed. His bootlaces were tied and his belt was gone. When he'd tried to stand up, his pants had fallen to his ankles and he'd promptly tripped off the cart. Yes, dear younger brother, she asked him as she held up his belt innocently. You lost this? She'd used her spatial magic to snatch it from him. He knew it, along with trying his boots together without him noticing. Damn it, Annabel, he said as he tried to pull his pants up and get his face out of the disgusting pile of waste that he'd collapsed into. His endurance score ensured that the only thing that hurt from the fall was his pride, but Annabel, of course, knew that. Just say you're sorry, she said. For what? He said as he hopped up to hold the side of the cart. Saying your poor big sister was a loose woman, she said, crossing her arms. You sleep with every big-breasted, he started to say, before the woman snapped her fingers and it felt like some invisible force had grabbed his leg. He felt back first, straight into the manure pile once again. Saints, damn it, I'm sorry, he shouted. Are you all right, miss? The stable hand from before said, pipe resting between his fingers, and approached the side of the cart. We're just fine now, Annabel said with a content smile as she snapped her fingers again and threw the belt to land on her brother's face. His bootlaces came untied at the woman's magic-laced snap, and he stood to pull his clothing back up. This wasn't funny, the dung-covered Lysander said to his sister once he'd gotten up. Ask nicely and I'll clean you up, she said. Please and thank you, sister, Lysander said with a completely unamused tone. Annabel smiled at him and held her hand out. With a word of power, the horse manure and stains simply slipped off of his person, clothes and boots, and formed a small circle around him. Annabel held power over space and illusions. Moving things and making things look like they were moving when they weren't was her specialty. She also loved to pull pranks on those close to her with her powers. It only got worse once you knew how her powers worked, because she would constantly make you wonder whether what was happening was an illusion or the product of her other talents. You folks are interesting, the possible stable hand said as he took another puff of his pipe before he glanced at the armband on Lysander's left bicep and the pin of a 9-pointed star on Annabel's cloak. Evokers and sword guilds, eh? Yes, Lysander said, trying to look presentable despite still being in the process of buckling his belt. "We heard you had an issue with your flocks." "So they finally sent someone out," the older man said in between pipe puffs. "I'm afraid you're a little late." "What do you mean?" Lysander asked and smoothed his doublet down. "The flocks got attacked again last night, and the shepherd that was with them isn't doing much better," the old man replied. "Where is he now?" Lysander asked. "Did anyone see the attacker?" "No, we gave him a few men to help protect himself and his family's land, but they're doing even worse than he is," the man said. "How much worse?" Lysander asked grimly. "They're dead." The old man had a tone of tired bitterness in his voice. "Dead because I asked them to help." "You asked them?" Lysander asked the man he'd figured was a stable hand. "I'm Monroe, the elder of this village," the old man said, "owner of this inn and the one who requested the Duke's castellan send us one of your lot. Wasn't expecting a mage to come along too, but we might need one." "Where are the flocks now?" Lysander asked. "And the shepherd?" "What's left of the sheep is fenced in near the city, like I told Balin to do in the first place, but he was too stubborn and said the animals needed to roam," Monroe said. "Balin is here. He's in a room resting. The healer did all she could, but, well, the man's wife is by his side now for a reason." "Can we see him?" Lysander asked. "I figure you might want to," Monroe said. "It'll show you that this ain't no wolf attack, like the castellan wanted to say." "What do you mean by that?" Lysander asked. Monroe held his hand out. "Give me your horse to take to stable, and then I'll bring you to see Balin, but don't say I didn't warn the both of you. Lass, you might not want to come with us." "I can handle myself," Annabel said simply. "I'm just being polite, but you're a mage, aren't you?" "I forgot for a moment, but you probably can sure enough." Monroe just replied simply and started to lead happenstance to a place where he could unhook him from the wagon and then stable him. Chapter 14. Victims. Monroe snuffed his pipe out and put it away in his pocket before he knocked on the door. "It's Monroe, young miss." The elder's tone was much more respectful than it had been with Lysander and Annabel. There was a definite touch of sadness in it as well. A shuffling could be heard inside the room Monroe stood in front of before the click of a latch signaled its unlocking. "Hello?" A pleasant but mostly plain-looking middle-aged woman opened the door and peeked out. She eyed Annabel and Lysander suspiciously. "These two are from the Swords and Evokers, Sari," Monroe explained. "They're here at my request. I'm sorry to bother you, but they'd like to see your husband." "He still hasn't woken up," the woman said, her red-rimmed eyes falling and then looking at Annabel. "I don't think he will. If you're a sorceress, can you help?" Annabel looked surprised at the question. "I'm sorry, but I'm not that sort of mage. I'm not a healer. But we can find out what did this to your husband and stop it from doing the same to anyone else," Lysander said kindly. "We just need to try and see what might have attacked him." "The wounds are all bandaged," the shepherd's wife Sari said, "but you can come in." The woman stepped aside, and the three visitors made their way into the room. "Why don't you go get something to eat down below?" Monroe asked the woman. "It's on the house." "I don't want to leave him," Sari answered. Monroe put his hand on her arm like a grandfather might. "I promise I won't go until you return. You need to keep your strength about you." After a moment, Sari just nodded and excused herself. "She's exhausted," Annabel commented once the woman was gone. "She hasn't slept since she found her husband out there in the hills," Monroe answered. "I don't expect she'll be sleeping for some time after seeing him the way she did." Lysander could understand why. Balin the shepherd was still alive. The very raspy rise and fall of his chest revealed that much. However, more bandages than flesh were visible on him, and even then it was obvious he was mangled damn near beyond recognition. The injured shepherd's right leg was set, but it didn't take a healer to tell that it had been torn nearly to shreds and bent at wrong angles before treatment. One of his arms fared a little better, and Lysander was pretty sure there wasn't much of an ear left under the bandages on his left side. Balin's face and torso were likewise wrapped carefully yet tightly. What would be able to kill multiple armed men and an experienced shepherd? Lysander asked. He'd know the signs of wild animals, and he'd be ready. Wild animals also weren't usually so bloodthirsty. Wolves were opportunistic and avoided humans mostly, especially armed ones. They almost wouldn't ever engage in combat with anyone. That was something only monsters did. Monroe crossed his grizzled arms. The men I sent with him were members of the local watch. They could have handled a goblin or two, but goblins don't have claws like the ones that tore this poor boy apart. It could be a bugbear, Lysander mused. Maybe, it's hard to tell. It's not a bugbear, Annabelle said as she stepped towards the man and put a gentle hand out to touch his forehead. There's magic in these wounds, and it's not nature magic. What do you mean by magic? Monroe asked in his grumpy way. I can feel wild feral power here, but it's tainted by unnatural bloodlust, Annabelle said. Nothing a mage would cast, but definitely something that could come from some sort of aberration. The last time I felt anything even remotely like this was with the questing beast, Lysander. Questing beasts were magical chimeras that appeared to challenge local knights and lords. Annabelle had once gone to face one with their father. Count Borncrest, then only Baron Borncrest, had bested the creature in single combat, as was the only way to defeat the odd monsters, but the man had just barely come out alive. He still limped from the altercation. The head of the beast now adorned the top of his mantle, and was a small claim to fame for his household. To defeat a questing beast was seen as an omen of having a God-given right to rule your local domain. That doesn't sound promising, Lysander said. If it's a questing beast, then the Duke will have to come out. It's not the same, Annabelle said, shaking her head. The mana is just in the same general space in regards to its depth, but it's definitely not a questing beast. It's supernatural in the same bestial way, but too dark for that. That doesn't really answer any questions, lass, Monroe criticized. I'm not exactly a walking bestiary, Annabelle said as she removed her hand from the shepherd's forehead. And magic isn't a science. It gives us a starting point at least, Lysander said. Monroe, have any of the flocks been attacked since you brought them to the village proper? Not yet, no, Monroe answered, but it's going to cost us a small fortune in feed to keep the sheep up without them grazing. I hate to admit it, but Balin was right. They need to be roaming the hills or, between taxes and expenses, will never even break even selling their wool. That or the cloth merchants are going to have to get used to much higher prices, which is a headache of a conversation I don't want to have. What would happen if you raised prices? Lysander inquired on a hunch. They'd probably start buying wool from elsewhere, Monroe replied. It'd be bad for the economy here and good for someone else's. Lysander nodded and tucked the information away. Well, then I'm going to need you to work with me. I already am, ain't I? Monroe replied. I just need you to show me where the flock was attacked. I also might need some men and some fat sheep, but not until we have a better idea of what's going on, Lysander replied. Are we about to try and catch a monster? Annabelle asked with a small smirk. Maybe, like I said, we need to figure out what we're dealing with first. I don't want to put anyone in danger if it's not necessary, Lysander replied. Also, Monroe, I'd like to ask you to send a letter to the local castellan of Archport. We encountered something odd on the road here, and I'd like my superiors in the swords to at least hear about it. Lysander was talking about the odd curse on the unusually skilled brigand leader. Annabelle had said it was of a level even she'd barely been able to detect. To most anyone, it would seem like the man had experienced a very oddly timed heart attack. But knowing it was magic, Lysander had his suspicions, like Sassif, that the troubles along the roads might just be connected after all. It definitely seemed like the brigand had been about to reveal something that someone clearly didn't want to get out. If advanced magic, which even Annabelle could barely identify, was involved with the regional issues, then the authorities of Archport needed to know. The swordsman just hoped whatever threat lurked in Dimsring wasn't beyond his capabilities to deal with if it was also linked to the growing threats in the region. Chapter 15. Smoke. The trail is too faint, Annabelle said. It ends here. Trying to find the lines of mana is giving me a headache. They just won't come together any further out from here. Her eyes stopped glowing, and she massaged her brow. I think this is close enough, Lysander said, walking over to the side of the small river they'd come to. The waterway was nestled in between a few large hills and was mostly obscured. The swordsman knelt down and picked up what looked like a clump of hair, but it didn't feel quite like normal animal hair. Wait, there's mana on that, Annabelle said, coming to stand beside him. The same kind of mana that was in the wounds, Lysander asked. Let's see, she said, and her eyes started glowing once again. Lysander handed the hair over and waited a moment or two. What's the verdict? This is different, but the same. It's like there are two different auras here, but there aren't two. It's something blended, she admitted. A chill of instinct ran down Lysander's spine. Annabelle, does that look like monster hair to you? The mage paused, and then she looked up into Lysander's eyes. No, it doesn't. It's human hair, Annabelle, at least almost. It's like something crossed monster and human hair, he explained. Is there any chance that's a clump of mixed hair? Maybe from the monster's fight with the local watchman? Annabelle shook her head. There's only one aura here, even if it's muddled and odd. Almost everyone has at least some mana in them, even if they're not a mage. I'd be able to see the differences if it came from two people. Like I said, there are two auras that are acting like one. It doesn't make any sense, but this definitely only belongs to one thing. Thing. Lysander repeated the word as he looked up over the hill they were standing behind. The sun was setting again after they'd spent most of the day talking to Monroe and scoping out the known scenes of attack. The most recent attack against Balin had actually been fresh enough that Annabelle had been able to catch a mana trail, which had led them to the river and tuft of hair. The local elder, meanwhile, had gone back to his inn to check in on the injured shepherd. The healer hadn't expected the man to last much longer than through the late afternoon. What Lysander saw while looking towards the village now, however, had his blood running cold. There was smoke on the horizon, smoke that was coming from Dim's ring. That's from fire, Annabelle said, following his gaze. We might not need that sheep, Lysander said. Let's go. Chapter 16. Beast of Dim's Ring. The large village, more of a very small town than a hamlet, was filled with crowds of people quite literally running for the hills. The citizenry rushed, in throngs, as fast as they could. None of them slowed down for the two siblings who seemed dumb enough to run towards the center of town. They're terrified, Annabelle commented. Which doesn't seem good, Lysander said back with a somber tone as they continued to sprint towards the source of the smoke. A woman shuffled past the two, clutching her child, as her husband guided her to move faster. Lysander grabbed the arm of the woman's husband. I'm with the Swords Guild. What happened? He said this before the man could shove him off, as it looked like he'd been ready to. A monster at the inn, the man said, before pulling away and gathering his family to continue fleeing. It can't actually be, Annabelle said. I didn't think you were right. I still hope I'm not, Lysander said. It took them 15 minutes of running to reach Monroe's inn, or what was left of it. Lysander, for his part, had to sprint much slower than he was capable in order to allow his mage sister to keep up, but they eventually reached their destination all the same. The swordsman wasn't willing to walk into an unknown situation without Annabelle's considerable firepower backing him up. The flames on the inn had spread to the tightly packed houses nearby. The blaze lit like carmine anger amidst the moonlit night. The two glowing orbital bodies of the world's night hung heavy. One was just barely wanting, and the other was full, pregnant and silver. Warrior, a coughing voice said, coming from a burned, torn-up body beside the door to the inn. Monroe? Lysander ran up to the man and kneeled beside him. He didn't look like he had long. Balin was the monster. When he woke up and the sun set, he changed, Monroe croaked. I know, Lysander said, though a few things still didn't sit right with him. The fire? It, Monroe coughed, knocked aside torches and street lamps, killed anyone who tried to stop the fire from spreading. Silver, you need silver. Where did it go? Lysander asked. Monroe's eyes grew wide, looking behind Lysander as his hand slowly dropped from where he'd been holding onto the swordsman's tunic. I didn't know. It didn't leave. So hot. Move, Annabelle screamed, and a wall of magical force slammed into Lysander. He felt his sister's magic telekinetically throw him a good 15 feet. By the time Lysander was rolling into a crouch, he was watching with horror as Annabelle clutched at her midsection. He couldn't tell how bad the wound was, but he could tell it was severe enough. A massive creature, its fur half ablaze, was hunched down on its forelegs before her. Whatever injuries Balin had possessed had not transferred over to his monstrous form, or they had at least mostly healed. Lysander watched his quest update as the name of the quest itself changed. Wolf in shepherd's clothing. The threat to Dim's ring was much greater than initially thought. A creature of horror and legend has appeared to stalk the streets of the small farming community. Fulfill your contract and save the people of Dim's ring from this supernatural threat. Rewards: 1 gold or bronze system chest, X1. The swordsman dismissed the quest as he ran forward towards Annabelle, who already had her hands raised. The sorceress's eyes were aflame with anger and just a little fear, but the words of power that echoed out of her mouth resounded in every bone and sinew of Lysander's body. She, like most mages, spoke with the authority of the supernatural when she called upon her strongest magic. One hand glowed with an already cast spell as Annabelle raised it palm upturned towards the monster. That same hand was shaking, but it shone with a reality-distorting glimmer that also wrapped around her foe. The werewolf seemed to be struggling against an almost unseen force to move, with only flecks of visual mana hinting at Annabelle's telekinetic spell, just barely binding it in place. Annabelle, though, was not done. With a flick of the sorceress's other wrist, a rippling vortex of spatial energy crackled to life in front of Annabelle's free hand and seemed poised to rush towards the lupine bipedal monster that had attacked her. The vortex wasn't fully formed, however, and began to spin. It rotated and vibrated, and its purple spiral drew the fire from all around Annabelle, from the smouldering support beams and shingles of nearby houses, from the blazing windowsills and charred doorframes. The sorceress's mana-forged vortex elongated as she chanted, forming and shaping with her free hand and words the borrowed flames into an infernal spear of shaky power. Annabelle gritted her teeth as if she were struggling to utter the words of incantation, as if they challenged her very right to speak them even as she pushed them out between her trembling lips. Despite this visible struggle, the mage persisted in forming the blazing spear into a proper pointed shape, pushing through the obvious discomfort it was causing her. With a precise shifting of her fingers, Lysander's sister aimed the conjured bolt of flame straight towards the werewolf, as the beast snapped and vibrated, barely restrained and held back. Sweat beaded on the sorceress's brow. Her entire body quivered. She hadn't hesitated even a second to counterattack and pin down the beast, even despite being wounded. It was clear that she was giving absolutely everything she had to end the monster once and for all, and in one fell swoop. With a final word that sounded as if she were uttering the backward sound of glass shattering, Annabelle unleashed the blazing attack straight at the monster. The crackling of ignition was audible, and the magical fire blast tore like a physical point-tipped weapon into the side chest of the werewolf. The beast was sent flying, and Annabelle crinkled like a shirt caught in the wind the moment her magic left her thin form. Lysander ignored his pained body and, pushing with a burst of his post-human speed, reached his sister just in time to catch her and bring her to the ground carefully. Her stomach was split open and her eyes were swimming. It was now obvious why she had tried to stop the monster all at once. She just didn't have another attempt in her. He was surprised she had even had a single one. "Did I get it?" she asked in a daze. "Are you okay?" "I'm okay, Annabelle," he said through a pained expression. Lysander, fearing the worst, looked up from Annabelle momentarily to see a sight that shocked him. The werewolf had landed a ways away, crashing through another building. Its fur smoldered amid the blaze, but the creature was missing a massive piece of its chest. The part of its upper pectoral that connected to its right arm was completely blown away, and the flesh that remained around it was singed or altogether gone. Even after taking the full force of Annabelle's spell, the werewolf wasn't dead. Even worse, it was still moving, twitching, and slowly coming back up on its 2 hind legs. "Just rest here, okay?" the swordsman said to Annabelle. The sorceress clutched at his tunic, much like Monroe had. "I'm so sorry. I tried. You can't kill it. You're not ready. Run, please." That was why she'd tried so hard to obliterate the thing, wasn't it? She thought that she was the only thing standing between the monster and her brother. She was being a good big sister, as always, Lysander realized. "It's my turn to protect you," Lysander said. "Lie, don't. I can't keep my eyes open and I'm cold," Annabelle said as her voice puttered out. "I can't help you." "It's going to be okay," he said as he stepped in front of her prone body. He would have held her, but the werewolf was already getting its wits back about it as it shook its massive, horrific-looking head one and then twice, flecking embered wooden debris off of itself as it did so. He couldn't let it get past him. He couldn't let it hurt his sister or anyone else. But one thing was for sure. Annabelle was right. He wasn't ready to fight something as monstrous as a werewolf. Chapter 17. Tribulation by Claw and Sword. He drew his blade, and it hummed in his hand as it became one with his senses. This must have been how commoners felt when facing down monsters. Unprotected, practically unarmed for the situation, and out of luck. The werewolf was finally back on its feet now, and it was all too clear that it was about to charge at him. The monster's heavy, savagely intelligent eyes locked onto his own. Lysander saw hunger and hatred as its pupils blinked and looked down to where Annabelle stood behind him. It wanted revenge. It was just smart enough and obviously easily cruel enough to crave that savage fulfillment. Lysander grimaced. He'd die before it touched Annabelle again. The creature snapped forward as if it were a greyhound suddenly released to race. Lysander needed to keep it away from his sister. He had promised himself that he'd be brave and become a protector of those he cared about. Now was the time to prove his inner oaths weren't simply empty words. In the face of the monstrosity, his legs didn't want to move, but he ignored what they wanted and charged forward at the werewolf. The creature lowered its shoulder. Lysander knew better than to meet the charge. He couldn't match the beast in strength or size. That said, maybe he could beat it with skill. He sidestepped, drawing on every bit of adrenaline that was currently pumping throughout his system, and just barely moved to the right of the huge beast in time. Its right arm wasn't healing and hung limply from its torso. If he had dodged to the left, there was the very real possibility that it would have swiped up at him with its uninjured arm and taken his head off roughly and in a gruesome fashion. But it hadn't moved its right arm when he'd circled around to it. Annabelle had protected him once again. Her spell may not have killed the monster, but it had done some seemingly lasting and severe damage. As he sidestepped the beast, Lysander dropped his sword and planted his hips. He rotated and used his momentum to slash into the tendon behind the werewolf's knee. He couldn't stop the monster. He also couldn't physically hold it down. He could tell that much just from the thing's bristling bulk. And he wasn't dumb enough to try, but maybe exploiting simple anatomy could end its charging. Everything needed tendons and ligaments to move, no matter how strong a thing it was. Lysander's blade bit into the werewolf's flesh, but he felt resistance mid-cut. He couldn't get cleanly through the shapeshifter's hide. The creature roared and whirled towards him, cutting the angle with a crashing dexterity that bellied its brutish-looking body and ending its lunging towards the swordsman's sister. The creature raised its still-working arm and swung violently for the swordsman. Its claw missed his head, but tore deeply through his tunic and right through the chainmail underneath the obsidian-colored fabric. Lysander's chest began to burn as it was shredded around the werewolf's claws. He felt warm blood trail out of the new wounds the monster had inflicted upon him. The monster lumbered to the side, taken off balance by its rabid attack and its own injuries, unable to balance itself on all fours without a working right arm. Lysander once again realized that if the thing had both arms available for attacking, it probably would have been able to barrage and shred him to pieces. He had a half moment to think as the creature stumbled, though. It was obvious that his sister's spell had done a number on the beast, despite the fire from the inn seemingly not having a great effect on its own before it had been mixed with Annabelle's mana. His sword could also barely get through the werewolf's coat. Was the werewolf weak to magic only, or was it the spell Annabelle had cast that had concentrated the fire enough that it had been able to do the damage it had done? Monroe had mentioned silver. Everyone knew that, though. The legend that shapeshifters were weak to it. He didn't have a silver sword, but he felt his blade hum in his hand. He might have the closest thing to a magic sword that he could get his hands on. Lysander channeled his life force into his weapon, just as he'd done against the brigand, to cut his glaive in two. The werewolf caught its balance as Lysander played his options over in his mind and lunged for the swordsman once again. Lysander brought his sword down hard as he stepped back from the werewolf's rabid lung, infusing his weapon with his brawn attribute. This time, as the attack met the already injured shoulder of the werewolf, it punctured right through the thing's weakened flesh. The werewolf snarled in pain and scrambled onto the ground, flopping towards its uninjured side and skirting away from Lysander with a growl as the arm Annabelle had injured fell from its body, now fully unattached, and hitting the dirt with a bloody thud. Lysander figured Annabelle had done most of the work for him in previously injuring the werewolf's arm, but it was still a start. He'd further wounded the monster. Surely nothing could lose an arm without being severely disabled from the loss. The wolf snarled on 3 legs, blood and slobber falling from its blackened lips. Lysander circled the beast, his sword between him and it, and once more put himself in between the werewolf and Annabelle. The swordsman knew he couldn't let the werewolf keep decreasing the space he'd made between it and Annabelle, but it was proving difficult. The monster was far too ferocious to properly corral or pin down. He didn't have long to rest after landing his strike on the werewolf. The bastard charged with another snap of its massively powerful legs, and all Lysander could do was try to hold it at bay or scare it off. Despite his momentary success in hurting the werewolf, it was still coming too fast at him, and he still couldn't keep up. Regardless, Lysander slashed defensively as the werewolf encroached upon his guard, and so did the creature strike with its massive hand. Both of them dragged their respective weapons, forged and bestially natural, across the other's torso. Lysander felt claws dig into the flesh of his stomach as his sword did comparably superficial damage against the wolf's hide. A creeping, ice-cold mixture of pain and fear seeped from the swordsman's wounded body as he redirected the force of his sword swing as the werewolf once more also shifted its weight to prepare for another attack. He couldn't stop, though. If he faltered, the monstrous thing would either finish off Annabelle or someone else, or end him if he lost his focus on it for even a second. The werewolf and he exchanged another set of attacks. Once more, he infused his etherite sword with his physical attributes, but once again it wasn't enough. He caught the wolf's neck, and it got his quad, but the creature, despite bleeding profusely from its jugular, didn't seem like it'd go down fast enough from blood loss for him to survive its onslaught. Attack after attack, step after step, he was forced back to shakily stand, on one leg that barely even worked anymore, directly in front of Annabelle's unmoving body. After one final exchange of blows between him and the werewolf that cut open his bicep, ripping right through the steel links that should have protected it, he planted his feet. There was no more moving back, no more stopping or retreating, no more hoping for a miracle. He had to make the miracle. Every part of his body was gashed, torn, and shredded now. A gift from the many exchanges with the weakened werewolf. He could barely breathe, and he was pretty sure a normal person would already be dead if they were in his shoes. The werewolf reared back and snarled at him, seeming ready to strike the final blow. Lysander felt something snap inside him then, just as the wolf charged. It was like time slowed down, and his feet became as if made of stone, unmovable and entrenched like the towers of a fortress. The werewolf committed to its lunge fully, not noticing the change in the swordsman. Unlike before, he suddenly realized that he could track the monster's strikes well enough to deflect them. Lysander removed the outstretched fingers of the werewolf in the next moment. Then, with another stab, the swordsman drove his blade straight through the monster's massive, ugly eye as it dove forward into his blade's length and bit hard into his lower leg. Chapter 18. Wounds and Aftermath. Sasef found Lysander soon after that. The young swordsman was kneeling with his sword in the ground, using it to serve as a support to hold him up, as he leaned protectively over Annabelle's body. "Help her," Lysander said, in a voice that spoke of distilled pain and exhaustion. Sasf had gotten word from Monroe, on Lysander's direction, that things weren't exactly the way they should have been. A pigeon had been sent to the Castellan of Archport, who had relayed the message to the city's magistrate and eventually the Swords Guild. Sasef had personally volunteered to come and check everything out, but he had never expected to find their newest member standing next to what seemed like the corpses of a damn evoker and a werewolf. "You look like you need help yourself, kid," Sasf said. "She's my sister, and she's hurt," Lysander said. "I can probably carry her if I can just—" The swordsman tried to stand and actually managed to get to his feet before Sasf was forced to catch him as he collapsed. "Kid, what's going on here?" Saf tried to get some answers, but Lysander didn't respond. Kid? That's when he realized that Lysander was out like a light. His body had gone completely limp within his fellow swordsman's arms. Sasf had no idea how the kid had even been conscious to begin with, considering the only half-scabbed wounds all over his body. The Yordian was only now examining the full extent of the young novice's injuries. Seeing them, Sasf realized Lysander must have been fighting against his every instinct to collapse into unconsciousness, just so he could stand vigil over the girl who didn't even look like she was breathing. Sasf once more looked around the half-burnt village, the huge corpse of the monster Lysander had apparently slain, and the shredded siblings themselves. What in the blessed fuck? Sasf cursed. Chapter 19. Nightmares. Lysander awoke in a bed covered in bandages. He forced himself to sit up in a jump, but the action caused a massive amount of soreness and pain to assault him. He'd been having a horrible, horrific dream. In the dream, he'd been covered in fur and running with a pack of dire wolves. They were hunting prey together. He'd felt stronger than ever before, but also far too vicious for his own comfort. The dream had gotten worse as he realized that he was chasing a woman. A familiar one. He had screamed at his legs to stop, to halt the hunt, and to protect the woman from the other dire wolves, but he had failed to overcome the savage prey drive flooding his morphed body. The woman was Annabelle. And it wasn't that he hadn't had control over his body in the dream. It was much worse. It felt like he did have control, but he was entirely unable to fight against the desires of his four-legged form. The dire wolf that he'd become wanted to participate in the hunt. Lysander wanted to hunt his sister, and he also didn't. He was internally waging a war against himself, a war that he had felt like he was losing. In the end, he had cornered the sorceress. He and the pack whittled her down, exhausting her mana bit by bit. A dozen wolves died to her spatial spells or her illusionary tricks, but Lysander endured. He had pinned the exhausted dream apparition of Annabelle down to the ground with a vicious pounce. The right side of his torso burned in agony from one of her previous reality-rending spells. It didn't matter. He'd known he'd feel better once he'd consumed her mana core. He'd feel so much better and more powerful. Then Annabelle spoke to him. "Lie, please don't. Stop." His maw had shaken and quivered as he leaned forward to bite into her neck. His drool poured from between his teeth as he was already savoring the taste of her warm blood and flesh flooding into his mouth. His eyes flinched in self-hatred and hunger, but at the last moment he managed to fully hesitate, regaining just a small moment of control from the monstrous instincts that had overtaken him. It had taken every ounce of self-control that he possessed, every bit of willpower, and every bit of love. But he'd removed his uninjured paw from Annabelle's pinned arm and backed away. He'd stared into her eyes as he felt the monster within himself fighting for dominance, felt it creeping back into his mind much more easily than he'd forced it down. It was still a losing battle. He didn't have long. He'd kill his sister, and he knew it. He'd only delayed the inevitable by moments at best. His big, emerald lupine gaze had pleaded with Annabelle to stop him. It was a look of abject suffering, of being a prisoner in his own body, of begging for mercy. "Please kill me," his eyes had said. The dream apparition of Annabelle had brought herself to her feet as Lysander closed his eyes and gritted his maw, barring his fangs as the wolf took over again and filled him with its horrible and murderously enraged wants. "I'm so sorry, little brother," Annabelle had said with tears on her face as she reached deep within herself, taking a shaking breath as sweat beaded on her brow and she overexerted her mana reserves to reach for one final spell. A spell of mercy. "I love you." The dream faded from his awareness as he started to focus on his current, waking predicament. The room he found himself in was plain and simple, but he felt relief in seeing his sword, along with his torn chainmail and tunic, resting near the bed. The bandage-covered swordsman grabbed his weapon and limped outside the one-room cottage. Despite the pains, he felt strangely much better than he should have. His wounds had been severe, but his body felt more sore than broken. It definitely should have felt broken. There were two people outside the cottage. He recognized the face of Sasf almost immediately, but the second person surprised him. The shepherd's wife, Sari. "Sasf, where's Annabelle?" he inquired as his hair stood on end and an odd feeling flooded him. When he looked at the shepherd's wife, he felt the same unnerving aura that the dire wolves in his dream had emanated. "She's been taken back to the Evokers Guild for treatment," he said. "I'm sorry, lad. I figured that would piss you off. But some asshole court mage showed up here earlier today through a damn portal of all things and took your sister with her." "Was her name Cassandra?" Lysander asked. "Yeah, that sounds about right. She was a right ass too," Sasf replied. Lysander glanced over to Sari momentarily, his heart twisted in his chest as the same feeling of dread hit him once again. "Sasf, we need to talk." "Then talk," the man said. "Privately," Lysander said. He felt unnerved. He couldn't be right, could he? "Kid, you just killed a goddamn werewolf as a novice. That's journeyman's work at least. Hell, I wouldn't want to fight one if I wasn't getting paid well," Saf said. "You should rest. I don't even know how you're walking right now. This nice lady has offered to house you and has been taking care of you." Lysander grimaced. "Now, Sasf, it's about the feeling you had." "What do you mean?" Sasf asked hesitantly. "Your head get beat up too?" "Trust me, Sasf," Lysander implored. Sasf exhaled heavily. "Fine, kid." The two walked back around to the other side of the cottage. "What's this about?" Sasf asked. "The woman, Sari," Lysander said. "She seems nice enough. Do you do something to piss her off?" Sasf asked. "Just kill her husband," Lysander said. "The werewolf." Sasf's eyes widened in recognition. "You just took the first person who offered up their hospitality." "You didn't ask around about who they were?" Lysander asked. "Well, excuse me, kid. I was trying to keep you and your sister from dying from your grievous wounds," Sasv said. "And it's not like anyone is talkative right now. These people are terrified. I couldn't even get the healer to see you. I had to scrounge together bandages from that woman's linens." "Sasv, that's besides the point," Lysander started. "Things aren't adding up here. Firstly, the shepherd I killed was a bad twitch in his sleep, away from his damn leg tearing off before he shifted into the monster. Werewolves can heal when they're in their bestial form," Sasv said. "Fast, too." "Right, maybe, but when I got here I was told he and a few local men were attacked by the monster. If he was the shapeshifter, why wouldn't he already be healed if he was shifted when he attacked the others that died? He also wasn't torn up by human weapons. A creature gave him those wounds. Do werewolves revert to human form when wounded, Sasv?" Lysander explained his thinking. "No, usually the opposite," Sasv said. "They shift if their lives are threatened." "So what if he wasn't the monster who attacked the local guardsman? What if he was just bitten by the monster, spreading the curse, and it took a while for it to set in?" Lysander said, and he let the possible revelation hang in the air. "So there's another werewolf out there, is that it?" Sasv asked. "I think so, and I have a bad feeling. Annabelle found a monstrous mana trail leading away from where the shepherd was attacked. There has to be another werewolf. Otherwise, it makes no sense that there was a trail from a monster leaving the scene when Balan was found at the site of the attack," Lysander said and glanced towards the cottage. "I killed Sari's husband. Why would she want to house me?" "Maybe she feels bad that he was a literal abomination from folklore," Sasv offered. "Or maybe she feels bad that she's a literal monster from folklore and that she infected her husband with her curse. Maybe she's trying to make us think what you just said to get the attention away from her," Lysander said, remembering the horrible feeling of guilt he'd felt when he, as the wolf in his dream, had been forced to attack Annabelle. "My hair stands on end when she's nearby, Sasv. I thought it was just the lingering magic inside her husband's wounds before, but he's not around, and I felt it when she was next to you a moment ago," Lysander said. "I also saw her the night her husband was attacked, and she didn't just look like she hadn't slept in a single day. She looked like she hadn't gotten a good rest in weeks. She still looks that way. There's something off about her." "You don't think she's the other werewolf?" Sasv asked. "You're delirious, kid. One werewolf is rare enough, let alone two." "Your guild armband is for an adept rank, right?" Lysander said. "The armband was made of silver." "That poor woman has been through enough," Sasv said. "Do it for my peace of mind," Lysander entreated. He knew he probably sounded like he was grasping at straws, but when he'd awoken, something deep inside him had screamed that Sari wasn't normal. The feeling was illogical, but it felt very tangible. "I don't know, kid. Sasf started. And because the guild sent me to kill a goddamned werewolf at the novice rank, Lysander said. That's hardly our fault, Sasf said. Jobs change all the time, and you wanted free range. Just help me out, Lysander replied. Sasf frowned. Whatever calms you down, kid. I guess you've been through a lot. The two walked around to the other side of the cottage, where Sari sat at a small deck table. Excuse me, miss, Sasf said. Could we ask you a few questions? What is this about? Sari inquired. I promise it's probably nothing, just covering our bases, Saf said as he removed his arm ring. Could you just hold this armband for a second, so my friend can put some silly ideas to bed? Sari's eyes shifted to the band. Lysander swore he saw her pupils widen at the glint of the silver. I'd rather not, she said. What's going on? Sasf glanced over at Lysander. I'm going to need you to hold the armband. Sasf repeated, holding it out to Sari. I'm sorry, but I'm not asking any more. You can't be serious, Sari said and rose to her feet. You don't have the right to make me do anything, and you act this way after I invited you into my house. Lysander drew his sword. Sasf moved the bangle into his non-dominant hand, as if preparing to be able to draw his own weapon as well. Sari took a step back. You need to leave. And we will, after you hold the armband, Sasf promised, a tone of suspicion entering his voice tangibly for the first time now. No, Sari said, and her hand grabbed the table next to her. I can't. Why did you attack your own husband, Sari? Lysander asked. When did you become cursed? No. Sari looked horrified and clutched at her heart. It was an accident. Her voice began to morph and change. She stepped forward towards Sasf. Her face was shifting and moving now. I can't control the change, she said as claws burst out from under her fingernails, pushing the nails to fall to the ground. The monster is scared of you. I'm sorry, Saf said, drawing his sword. Sari began to writhe and claw at her chest, her growing claws removing chunks of flesh to reveal fur. I didn't choose this. That man said he'd help me cure the fever, and he did, but he cursed me, and then my husband. I hurt him, and I couldn't stop. I was hungry, but it was never supposed to be him. The woman's teeth began to fall out as her voice grew more and more horrific and less human, until she was hardly speaking words at all. One by one, supernatural canines filled her mouth, and then her head was removed from her body. Lysander stood behind the woman, his sword at the end point of the killing blow. Sari's words had started to become hungry growls, growls that sounded all too familiar to Lysander. They weren't going to get any more information out of her. Sari's body continued to twitch and shake as it was stuck in some horrible midpoint of its supernatural change before it finally came to shake into dying stillness. You were right, Sasf. There's something going on around Archport and it's not normal, Lysander said solemnly. Chapter 20. On the return. Luckily, the fire from the inn hadn't managed to get to the stables and hurt happenstance. The cart Lysander had purchased was also pretty much untouched by the flames. The two werewolf carcasses, along with all the equipment from the bandits, filled the back of the wagon. Sasef had hooked his own horse up to the front next to happenstance, allowing them to travel quicker than would normally be possible. A 12-hour ride would be cut down to a 10-hour one thanks to the addition of Saf's mount. Thank you for coming, Lysander said to Sasf. You were right to send the letter, Sasf replied. Reading about the bandit choking to death and the shepherd's wounds being covered in magic, I figured we might have some rogue wizard out and about. Is that really what you think is going on? Lysander asked him. Sari mentioned a man cursing her, and before the bandit died, he was saying something about being warned before nobles came around. Between curses and silencing hexes, magic has to be the common denominator, kid, Sasef said. That's true, but it just doesn't make any sense, Lysander said. Why did Sari just attack the flocks, but her husband attacked the town? What would a wizard have to gain by hiring some bandits and making a pair of werewolves? I don't know, Sasf admitted, but this has the stink of witchcraft or dark sorcery. Maybe, Lysander said, holding his scabbard over his lap. Sasf had the reins, even though Lysander's body barely ached anymore. If he hadn't had an effectively competent level endurance attribute during the fight, then he knew he'd be dead right now. Taking down a werewolf is impressive though, kid, Sasv said. You're going to have people expecting things from you once word gets out about it. That was all Annabelle, Lysander said. She blew half its chest apart, and it still got the better of our exchanges until the very end. So that's when you did it, Sasv commented knowingly. You can tell, Lysander asked. Breaking through isn't a small change, it's big. If peak novice sword proficiency makes you as good as 1.5 normal swordsmen, then breaking through to competent adds another half, Sasv explained. I know you feel it, and I can see it in the way you walk. Well, the way you limp, I guess, but the leg will heal. Sasv was right, of course. Lysander had done it. At the last moment, his desire to protect Annabelle had pushed him through the bottleneck, and he'd raised his one-handed to competent level. The skill breaking through felt like a night and day change for his capabilities with the blade. Injuries aside, though they were still suspiciously not as bad as they should have been, he felt like a new man. Sasv had said he'd rubbed him down with a healing salve before bandaging him up, but it still didn't feel like he should have recovered as quickly as he had. Even the way he walked had changed. He felt more balanced, and as if he could fall into a sword stance at any time, if need be, without much issue or delay. At the last moment, the brawl with the werewolf had pushed him through his one-handed proficiencies bottleneck. He'd managed to unlock a defensive skill. Sword Guard had activated in his last exchange with the severely injured werewolf and had allowed him to eke out a small advantage and victory. Normally, he'd be happy, but there was something that was concerning him. He drew up his character sheet once again. Lysander Borncrest. Body, beast blood. Mind, NA. Soul, NA. Attributes, brawn, 1 + 1. 50-100, novice. Dexterity, 1 + 1, 30-100, novice. Endurance, 1 + 1, 80-100, novice. Magic potency, 1, 1, 0, 100, novice. Magic control, 1, 1, 0, 100, novice. Magic efficiency, 1, 1, 0, 100, novice. Proficiencies, one-handed, no style. 2, 100, competent. Spear, no style. 150 out 100, novice. Shield, no style. 110 100, novice. Archery, no style. 150 100, novice. Butchering, 150 100, novice. Appraisal, 170 100, novice. Bookkeeping, 180 100, novice. Traits, bodybound, born. As with many beings blessed by bloodline, you have latent magic within your bones and veins. Unlike those who would seek to wield mana, however, your body has mutated to naturally cannibalize its mana to strengthen itself. Your brawn, dexterity, and endurance all increase by 1 level. However, your magic efficiency, magic control, and magic potency are all reduced by 1 level. Additionally, any gains to these magical skills will instead be transferred to their physical counterparts. Beast blood, body. The curse of lycanthropy has sought to enter your body, but as with all curses, the blood of the beast is rooted in mana. Your unique constitution has subdued and absorbed the curse and used it to further feed your strength. You technically hold the blood of the beast, as do all lycanthropes, but you are unable to transform as they do. Conversely, a portion of the strength only available to lycanthropes in their shifted form is available to you in short bursts. You will also feel far fewer side effects of the curse. Novice proficiency. Upgradable. Titles. NA. Skills. Sword Guard. Root yourself in place, burning life force to slow down your perception of time and sharpen your defensive proficiencies. Novice proficiency. Upgradable. The slot for his body type was now filled. The boost it provided was also insane, if fleeting. Lysander reached for the power of his beast blood body and felt a primal energy surge through his muscles. A notification appeared stating that his brawn, endurance, and dexterity had all increased by 1. He was now roughly as strong, fast, and durable as a journeyman tier fighter. However, the implications were a little unnerving. Apparently, the werewolf he'd fought had actually managed to pass its curse along to him. Sort of. His born trait, which dealt with the cannibalization of all mana within his body, had apparently eaten the curse. Lysander suspected that his strange dream might just have been the manifestation of his unique constitution fighting against the curse. What would have happened if he hadn't been able to take control of the dire wolf whose body he was inhabiting in the dream, however? Would he have become cursed just as Sari had been? It was an unnerving thought, and the whole situation had far-reaching implications. Generally, to unlock an evolved mind, body, or soul, one had to either progress their abilities to a master level or utilize some powerful treasure. He figured it was probably unheard of for someone like him to have done so. He could already feel his remaining and mostly superficial wounds healing up. For as long as his body's evolution was active, Lysander now had an effective endurance score of 3. That meant he had the healing capability of 2 warriors with a 2 in endurance. Or, to put it more simply, the healing capabilities of 4 normal people combined. Perhaps it made sense that the mana inherent in the curse of lycanthropy was enough to evolve his body, however. Lysander figured that werewolves were as old as the legends themselves. Whatever curse had created them had to be pretty powerful to last so long. Maybe even as powerful as an ancient treasure that most warriors might want to use to evolve their constitution. It was just that his odd-born trait had allowed him to capitalize on being infected by a saints-damned werewolf rather than it being a life-destroying event like it had been for the shepherd and his wife. However, as the description of the beast-blood body stated, he only held a novice proficiency in the use of his bodily evolution. The power surging through his veins died out nearly as quickly as it had entered him, and he felt the energies almost reluctantly fade back into his cells and muscle fibers. He'd have to train in the use of his body, harmonize with it, and master it. Providing that doing so wouldn't lead to disastrous consequences, considering the source of the body's evolution itself. The real question is, did you manage to do it, kid? Sasf asked Lysander. Lysander closed his character sheet and nodded. I've got the skill. Sasf laughed. Of course you did. What kind is it, if you don't mind me asking? A defensive type, Lysander explained. It manifested when I was trying to protect Annabelle. That would do it, Sasf agreed. Skills draw out our inner proficiencies, but power comes in response to a need, not a want. Love, desperation, anger, they're all good needs. You actually just sounded wise, Lysander said. I'm very wise, Sasf said, then added, and I'm also practically quoting the boss. Now it makes more sense, Lysander replied. Don't be an ass, Sasf said. I do wonder what you plan to do when we get back, though. Obviously, we need to debrief the boss about the strange things you've run into, but there's not really a lot to go on. I need to make sure Annabelle is safe before anything, Lysander answered. Then I need to talk to Master Danton. Aye, I figured as much, Sasf replied. For what it's worth, I imagine your sister is fine. The mage who took her seemed ready to flay me alive if I didn't hand her over. I think she actually cared about her. Annabelle has a tendency to win hearts pretty easily, Lysander said. She also breaks them. I wouldn't break that one's heart, Sasf said. I wasn't kidding when I said she looked like she'd consider flaying someone to be a viable option in her day-to-day life. There was just a little madness in her eyes. Let's hope Annabelle has that much figured out herself, Lysander replied, but he knew that wasn't really how his sister's mind worked. Chapter 21. Mages. CSF tried to get Lysander to go straight to the Swords Guild with him upon their return, but Lysander refused. He instead made his way directly to the Evokers Guild. The guild offered services to the public, from enchantments to fortune-telling, so it wasn't too hard to get through the front door. Unlike the Swords Guild and more like the studious Merchants Guild, the Evokers Guild did have someone manning their front counter. A sandy-haired young mage, dressed in the green robes of an apprentice-level evoker, greeted him. "How may I help you, patron?" the man asked him, uttering what was no doubt a pre-practiced greeting. "Cassandra Vitale," Lysander said bluntly. "My sister is a member of your guild and was injured fighting a werewolf. Cassandra came and retrieved her. I need to see them both." "Well, that's quite a story," the greeter said. "I'm afraid, well, honestly, that's all a little above my station to deal with. Master Vitalet works directly for the Duke, and she is rarely away from the court. She isn't exactly usually here, you see." "I've seen firsthand that the woman can teleport," he said, thinking back to how Cassandra had just vanished from Annabelle's room. Send a runner, cast a telepathy spell, I don't care. My sister was unconscious. She might as well have kidnapped her. Sir, to make allegations against a noble... The greeter started to chide him. It is well within my right as the son of a count, Lysander said, slightly bending the truth. He was the third son of a count, and while he held no titles, neither should Cassandra beyond that of a court mage. He could technically accuse the woman of whatever he wanted, as she wasn't a duchess herself, and they were both of noble heritage. Still, it was considered bad form to insult the household of a noble of higher standing than your own bloodline could lay claim to. Well, I could certainly try to alert someone, the greeter said. Lysander crossed his arms. Do that. Right now, the greeter asked, clearly hoping the swordsman would leave. Right now, Lysander pressed. Let me go speak with my supervisor, the mage said, slowly walking away. Lysander's lip twitched. If he had left and waited, he was pretty sure the greeter wouldn't have contacted anyone. Hello, sir, a studious-looking woman wearing glasses said, as she approached past the greeter through a doorway. Oh, it's you? That does make more sense now. Lysander raised an eyebrow. The woman looked familiar, but he couldn't say he'd seen her before. Unless... It was the blonde who'd been in bed with Annabelle and Cassandra the morning he and his sister set off for Dim's ring. Cassandra has my sister, Lysander said. I'd like her back. Yes, well, I'd like to help you, but I don't exactly have an established telepathic link with her, the blonde admitted. Somehow I doubt you don't know where she is, Lysander replied. We're not exactly courting one another, the blonde admitted. Cassandra is mercurial and complicated. The greeter was looking at the blonde with a look of shock and curiosity. You go away, the blonde said to the apprentice mage. Now, come back to man the counter in a few minutes. Of course, the greeter said, disappearing into the back of the guild house. So how do we get in contact with her? Lysander asked. I refuse to believe a guild full of wizards and sorcerers doesn't have a way to call back one of their masters, let alone the court mage of the city their branch is located within. Well, I can try, the blonde admitted, but it's a two-way link. She'll have to accept it. And if she doesn't? Lysander asked. The blonde shrugged. Then she comes for tea every fourth day. Lysander sighed. Would you please try? As I've said, I would appreciate it greatly. I'm worried for my sister. Of course, the blonde said. You can follow me, I guess. I'm Abigail, by the way. Chapter 22. Mystic Surgery. Scrunchy, come here, Abigail said to a winged, pig-faced creature that was vaguely shaped like a person, but only a tenth of the size. Lysander kept his mouth shut as the ugly imp flapped over and floated in front of the mage. The imp grumbled a few words in what the swordsman could only assume was some language from the hells. Abigail shot back with a few phrases in an infernal cant, and the imp finally growled and flapped off to the nearby shelves, which were filled with all manners of mortars, glass alembics, and the like. We can sit down here. She directed Lysander to sit in a cushioned chair across from her, over a small floor-resting table. All right, Lysander said, still eyeing the literally demonic creature that was doing Abigail's busy work. There was an awkward silence as the imp searched through the shelves. He's really quite friendly, Abigail finally said. I mean, all right, Lysander replied. I'm not really sure what you expect me to say with that. Most people respond that way, Abigail admitted. I think he's cute. Annabelle really knew how to pick them. Yes, right, Lysander agreed politely. The imp, meanwhile, finally hefted over a pointed gem that was almost as big as its body, along with a holder of sorts. Thank you, Scrunchy, Abigail said, scratching the imp on its brow before looking to Lysander. The higher races of demons use imps like slave labor. They're very harsh to them, but if you treat an imp with care, it'll become much more docile. Like a hound? Lysander asked. Well, Abigail paused. Perhaps like a hound that will attempt to enslave you if it manages to upend you in the power dynamic. Oh, Lysander said, suddenly looking at Scrunchy in a new light. Don't worry, Abigail said, as she set the crystal in the holder and positioned it on the table in between them. That hardly ever happens. Familiars grow in strength and share in your power as your bond grows. You just have to be careful not to trust them too much. I don't know if I'd trust it at all, but that's your choice, Lysander said, as the mage spoke a few words of power over the crystal. You have to sleep, rest, and let your guard down as a part of living. A life of looking over your shoulder at a creature close to you sounds exhausting. I really am fine, Abigail said, looking back at Scrunchy, then to Lysander, mouthing the words, "Help me." Her face had grown darker, and her entire mood had shifted abruptly. Lysander leaned in and, glancing at the imp carefully, whispered to the glasses-wearing mage, "Are you okay?" Abigail met his eyes and then started laughing. "You really are gullible." "Are all mages like this?" Lysander said, leaning back abruptly and crossing his arms in annoyance, eliciting another giggle from Abigail. "Absolutely," Abigail said. "Some of us are less fun about it, though." The prism that Abigail had been fiddling with started to shake and glow. "Oops, I almost forgot about the tether." "There it is," Abigail commented. "What's happening?" Lysander asked. "She's accepted the seeking spell, and she's channeling a message back through the tether," Abigail explained. "Cassandra?" Lysander asked. "Mm-hmm," Abigail said in the affirmative as she waved her hand over the crystal, and the energies surrounding it seemed to stabilize. "Hello? Abigail?" Cassandra's voice came through the crystal. "Is everything all right? I'm a tad bit busy, darling." "I have Annabelle's brother here," Abigail said. "He's worried about her." "Where's my sister?" Lysander asked the crystal dryly. A pause. "She's with me," Cassandra's voice replied. "She suffered rather grievous injuries. I had to begin operating immediately after assessing the damage." Sasef had explained that he'd been forced to alert the Evokers Guild that one of their own had been injured while caught up in Swords Guild business. It was a professional courtesy enshrined in some agreement or another. "How did you even realize it was Annabelle that was injured?" Lysander asked. "I have my sources," Cassandra said. "Is she all right?" Lysander didn't feel like dealing with a close-lipped mage right now. Cassandra paused. "She's alive for now." "I'm more surprised your guild didn't rip you apart." "What do you mean?" Lysander inquired. "Those magics I sensed coursing through you, even just being in the same space before I took your sister with me through the portal." "Very concerning," Cassandra replied. "The only reason I didn't tell your guildmate was that your body seemed to be eating the curse, and I didn't want him to jump to conclusions. Of course, it was just as likely to fail as it was to succeed." She was definitely talking about how his body had absorbed the curse of lycanthropy in order to evolve. Her words about his body only having a 50-50 chance to not fail to repurpose the curse made him feel some retrospective nervousness. "Leaving me there, around all those people, was irresponsible," Lysander said. "Well, no one's dead as far as I can see," Cassandra stated. "Besides, that grumpy old swordsman that was watching over you two looked more than capable of fighting a werewolf." "Werewolf?" Abigail looked up at Lysander. "The wards should have kept you out if you were—" "Abigail, dear, don't you go spreading rumors now," Cassandra chided the mage. "The fact that he's still standing here and not another victim of the swords proves that he's very likely not a skin changer. Also, as you said, with him passing through the wards Mother erected around the guild, it's nearly guaranteed that he's probably human." "I'm not a werewolf," Lysander promised Abigail, who seemed relieved at the assurance before the swordsman looked back down at the crystal. "What do you mean you're operating on Annabelle?" "I mean that you're distracting me greatly. You're speaking to a simulacrum of my consciousness right now, but I could be using it to help your sister. We mages don't have the bodies of warriors. Most of us are as fragile as a commoner, and your sister is no exception," Cassandra explained. "Despite your associate's best efforts in bandaging her up, Annabelle's insides were mostly not functioning at all when I got to her." A chill ran down Lysander's spine. "Can you help her?" Lysander asked. "I wouldn't be trying if I didn't think I had a chance, would I?" Cassandra replied somewhat annoyedly. Lysander paused. "Maybe a better question is why you're helping her then." He didn't mean to look a gift horse in the mouth, but Cassandra barely knew Annabelle, as far as he could tell. "I like this one," Cassandra answered simply. "I need to see her," Lysander replied. "I do not currently have the time to get you cleared to come into the castle," Cassandra replied. "You basically kidnapped her," Lysander said. "Are you complaining?" "Firstly, as a master of the Evokers Guild, it was conceivably within my rights from a certain point of view to collect an injured neophyte," Cassandra snapped. "She'd be a corpse and not a patient if I hadn't." but very well. Don't move, or this might not work. The crystal flashed, and Lysander felt a blast of magic hit him hard. Suddenly, with just a blink of his eyes, he found his consciousness, but not his body, in a room he didn't recognize. Sigils and glyphs were emblazoned with a glowing might against the ground and the bricks of the walls, creating a barrier of force that sealed around the room's only door. The air itself was also carved with magic scripts and wisps of the arcane mysteries. A woman enshrouded in a massive purple aura stood, eyes glazed over with power and hands raised as her fingers directed strands of pure, mystical energy to lace over the body of a blonde. Lysander realized it was Annabelle and Cassandra. The tendrils of power that leapt from Cassandra's fingertips were all performing various tasks. Annabelle's stomach was shredded open, but the tendrils were working to fix that. Some of the fingers of Mana narrowed to become stitching thread that bound Annabelle's flesh back together, and other bits of the powerful energies seemed to nudge and grow back organs into almost correct shapes. It was as miraculous as it was insane. As Annabelle was simply so fond of saying, it was magic. Lysander blinked, and he was sitting on the couch with Abigail once more. Satisfied, Cassandra asked him, her voice once again emanating from the crystal on the table. Thank you for helping her, Lysander said honestly. You're welcome, Cassandra replied. Now if that's all, I'll send her your way once she recovers. If something happens, Lysander started to say. I'll find you personally to inform you, Cassandra promised, the annoyance suddenly gone from her voice for once. But it won't. Magic isn't infallible, but I am confident I can complete this procedure. Your sister will certainly owe me a drink after I regrow her liver enough to handle it, however. Just how powerful was this woman? I doubt she'll have an issue with that request, Lysander replied. I certainly imagine not, Cassandra replied, with a bit of wiliness in her tone. Ta-ta for now, dear Annabelle's brother, and Abigail, it is always splendid to hear from you. The crystal stopped shaking in its cold iron holder, and the energies dissipated around it. Last time she told me to never call her again, Abigail mused absent-mindedly. Was that before or after your night with her and my sister? Lysander asked, only half wanting to know. Before, Abigail admitted. I still wasn't sure if she'd changed her mind yet. Chapter 23. Contract Payment. After his meeting with Abigail and Cassandra, Lysander made his way to meet up with Sassif and Guildmaster Walter Bloom. He was a bit shocked to stop in front of a familiar raven-haired woman who was on her way out of the Swords Guild at the same time that he was entering it. Serana, he greeted the journeyman rank as she just eyed him coldly. A large, muscular orc was standing beside her. Batnag was wearing very little armor, but he was clearly dressed for travel or training and had his axe over his shoulder. You look stronger, whelp. You managed to break through, Serana said simply. Her eyes scanned him, seeing his increased swordsmanship rank just as Sasf had. Keep pushing if you want me to think you're worth my time again. Her shoulder checked into his as she passed, but he didn't feel much of anything. Her dexterity was high, but not her brawn or endurance, though he suspected she had a powerful skill or two, and, going by what Sasf had said, Lysander knew Serana could utilize the power of a warrior's battle aura to some extent. Even with him having unlocked a skill, Lysander knew Serena was likely still his superior in an actual fight. She simply seemed to have more cards to play than him. Serana, he said to the woman as he heard her open the door behind him. He glanced over his shoulder to see her hesitate behind him. I'll surpass you soon, he promised her. A look of recognition of his words flashed in the woman's eyes before she smirked and continued out the door. Yeah, Lysander thought, she was definitely a little crazy, just like Sasf had warned, but he'd already known that, hadn't he? Batnag just shrugged and went to follow Serana. Good work with the wolf novice, a little bit of advice, skin it. Silver-ranked monsters and above often impart enchantments on the gear you make out of them. Thanks, Batnag, Lysander replied. The orc just grunted and left. The swordsman continued into the guild and up the stairs to the second floor. Sasf and Walter were waiting for him. How is your sister? Guildmaster Walter asked from behind his desk, which Sasf already sat in front of. Cassandra Vitale is performing some sort of magical surgery on her, Lysander replied. I did my best, kid, but the wolf did a number on her, Sasf apologized. It's another reason I let the mage take her. I couldn't do much myself. Lysander shook his head. I think you made the right choice. It's fine. Walter's eyes studied Lysander intently. Lysander met his gaze. He was worried about that. Novice Lysander, Walter trailed off in his tone. I imagine I don't need to ask if you were scratched or bitten. However, Adept Sasf has informed me that you did not change when in contact with silver. It is well known that such curses do not always spread when conflict between a hunter and beast takes place. It had been one of the first things Sasf had tested after the shepherd's wife, Sari, had proven to also have been infected with lycanthropy. Despite his body having absorbed the curse's power to evolve, Lysander was not reactive to silver. I'm not a werewolf, Guildmaster, Lysander answered and pulled up his system screen, choosing to trust Walter rather than not, especially considering he couldn't tell how much the man's born trait could see and what it couldn't. But you can see for yourself that I was technically infected. No. He shared with Walter the portion of his character sheet having to do with his newly evolved body. Beast blood. Body. The curse of lycanthropy has sought to enter your body, but as with all curses, the blood of the beast is rooted in mana. Your unique constitution has subdued and absorbed the curse and used it to further feed your strength. You technically hold the blood of the beast, as do all lycanthropes, but you are unable to transform as they do. Conversely, a portion of the strength only available to lycanthropes in their shifted form is available to you in short bursts. You will also feel far fewer side effects of the curse. Novice proficiency. Upgradable. Walter studied the description long and hard. Very few skills could obscure or alter the system's readouts, so he had reason to trust what Lysander was showing him. Or at least the swordsman hoped that was how the guild master would see it. I did see that your body was likely evolved. Though it's hard to see at such an early stage of the evolution, even for me, Walter mused. I also have never seen someone evolve so early. It's usually the purview of experts and masters, perhaps an especially talented adept. I wish I could take credit, Lysander said, but it was more luck than anything. Yes, a convergence of fate, Walter agreed. That you absorbed the curse, but not that you survived the werewolf at such an early point in your career. That was merely skill and will, my boy. Commendable indeed, and I do not think your newly evolved body is anything but a boon to you. Novice evolved bodies are often not very robust, but I've never heard of a cursed evolution. If the system description says the curse is subdued and fueling your new constitution, then it's probably mostly doing only that and should be safe. Lysander sighed in relief. That takes a lot of stress off my shoulders, sir. An evolved body, Sasf said, and then swore. What saint's damned luck you've got, you bastard? Don't get too greedy now, Sasf, Guildmaster Walter warned. It is early for him to have such a thing. However, most advanced warriors select the foundation for their body very carefully. Young Lysander is now saddled with one he didn't choose or research himself. Still, Sasf dragged his words and then changed the subject. Have you harvested the wolf yet? The werewolf should have a silver core in its chest. It was worth a pretty penny, but Lysander was more interested in using it to ascend his attributes, even if it was currently unusable for him. Not yet, Lysander admitted. I can't use the core, and I have a certain craftsman I want to take the pelt to. Sasf laughed, his mood lightening once more. That girl from the shop, if she's even still around. Lysandra wouldn't let her run off with the money, was what you said, right? Lysander asked Sasf. Oh, sure, you'll get the shop rented, but you still gave the girl a gold. Who knows if she takes off with that and leaves the shop empty? Sasf replied. Did someone make an investment? Walter asked out of curiosity. The kid basically funded a new blacksmith's career, Sasf explained. I'm still 50-50 on whether he makes gold or loses it. Walter hummed. Good for you, lad. A learning experience, regardless of the outcome. We'll see, Sasf teased. In regards to the increased difficulty of your mission, however, Walter redirected the conversation. I think it only right that your reward be raised to that of a journeyman mission. I've already worked it out with the magistrate's aides. You will be given 5 gold for the slaying of the werewolf. Additionally, You will be promoted to the rank of apprentice yourself." Walter reached into his desk and removed a bronze-colored armband and slid it over to Lysander, along with stacking a few gold coins next to the piece of jewelry from a large box nearby. "This is your new symbol of position," Walter explained, and then he removed 2 gold coins. "This is your payment. The guild will have to collect 2 coins as tax on behalf of the Duke himself." 3 gold coins and a promotion were 3 times the payment he'd expected, and more, taxes or not. "I appreciate this, sir," Lysander said, accepting the money and armband. Between the quest payment, his gains from the bandit, and the gold he'd had left after his investment in Seele, Lysander found himself back to having 10 gold coins. "I'd warn you not to try to promote this quickly again," Walter said. "Relax in your new rank and gain experience. Not every battle of the odds will go in your favor, as this one did." "Don't try to fight another damn journeyman rank monster without more backup or a good plan, is what the boss is saying," Sasf said. "You'll probably get yourself killed, no matter what rank you're wearing on your arm." "Which brings us to our next issue," Walter continued. "Guildmaster Danton of the Merchants Guild has been forced to reach out to us once again about the issue of trade routes being harassed. Normally, as I've told him multiple times before, we wouldn't operate so close to Landhold without the express blessing of their local chapter. However, this is the 5th time they've refused to grant said approval. I've also received a formal request from the Duke himself to aid in the current issue," Walter explained. "All that considered, I feel as if the issue is becoming too dire to rest on formalities such as respecting our sister branch's right to refuse operation near their city, especially with what Sasaf has told me about your experiences with the lycanthrope and the brigand who choked to death on a wizard's curse." "So you're going to be helping the merchants after all?" Lysander asked. "Yes, I know I said before that I couldn't send any of my well-known warriors to the area due to politics, but the situation has worsened. Danton requested that you be brought into the loop about this matter, provided you manage to recover in time. And you seem to be on the mend. I do believe he wants to see you," Walter answered. Chapter 24. Smithy. Master Walter had filled Lysander in on the growing issue of caravans being harassed. The guild had been forced to reroute caravans, just as Master Danton had originally said. However, while Lysander was gone, a sole member of the latest caravan had returned from the first of these caravans to be rerouted. Apparently, the survivors' entire convoy had been wiped out by sea wyverns. Wyverns were monstrous creatures. They were capable of being dispatched by novice warriors when they were young. But they only got bigger the more they aged. Wyverns were also often cannibalistic and territorial, only growing more so with the years. So thankfully, you were usually only fighting either one big one or a bunch of weak and small ones. They also didn't tend to get too big, as other wyverns would gang up on the powerful ones to keep them from getting too dominant in the local area. Apparently, between the growing monster epidemic, rising bandit activity, and another merchant convoy being attacked, the mercantile class of Archport was beginning to grow unduly restless. They were even starting to question the efficacy of the merchants and swords guilds at being able to deal with the issue. For that reason, Guildmaster Danton had communicated with the swords through the Duke in order to hire a few journeymen and adepts to investigate the issues. Now that Lysander was an apprentice, Master Walter was also willing to send him along after the others who had already left. The catch? Serana and Batnag were the others, along with Sasf. They'd all be setting out on their quest in approximately a week's time. First, however, Lysander needed to cash in on his quest with Danton. However, when he stopped by the Merchants Guild, the guildmaster was apparently out on business. Lysander had talked with the clerk, and he'd made an appointment for later in the morning, since it was still rather early. With changed plans, he was now on his way to the market district to meet with a certain blacksmith. Lysandra had managed to secure some empty shop space shockingly quickly. Apparently, the woman's connections were even better than Sasf made them out to be. When Lysander made it to the shop that Lysandra directed him to after stopping in to her general store, he found Kel there decked out in a work tunic and apron, literally building her smelting furnace brick by brick when Lysander entered her new storefront and workshop. "I'm glad you're here," Lysander said. "As opposed to taking your 1 gold and running," she joked as she continued to set down bricks. "Not worth the loss of opportunity." I can see that you're excited, Lysander said. I stopped by Lysandra's to find out where here was. Do you have anywhere I can put this? Seal looked up and her eyes got bigger. For the first time she realized what he was holding. Is that a, she asked. Werewolf? Lysander asked. It's definitely the skin of one. You can put it over here, Seller said, walking over to a wooden countertop that separated what would be the workshop and forge area from the customer-facing shopping section of the store. Just not on any of my tools, please. Wouldn't dream of it, Lysander said as he gladly dropped the unwieldy and large pelt off where the half-elf had indicated. He took a moment to look at the large pelt that Sarsif had helped him skin. Even taken off the massive frame of the creature that had grown it, the skin of the werewolf was still huge and easily bigger than Lysander himself. Sel approached the skin excitedly, and after wiping the binding agent off her hands and washing them in a water basin, she ran her hand over the matted black coat. Whoever killed this thing really did a number on the torso, Seller commented, and the right arm is gone. The hole in its chest was my sister, Lysander admitted. The arm was me. You cut off a werewolf's arm? Sel asked, and then her eyes fell on Lysander's new apprentice arm ring. And you got promoted in the swords? And I did it with your sword, Lysander added. Do you believe working with me is a good idea now? Sel just put the werewolf skin down and crossed her arms. How'd it do? You didn't break it, did you? The sword? Lysander asked. What else? Seela asked. It's the only thing that kept me alive, Lysander said. You really did an amazing job forging it. At first, I couldn't cut through the werewolf's coat. But once I noticed that magic did the job and remembered that I didn't have any, I channeled my life force into your sword, and it started cutting well enough. What do you mean? You said you weren't a mage, Seal inquired with a surprised note in her voice. I know you resonated with it, but you should need mana to fuel it. I'm not, but it's like I can share my attribute scores with the sword, Lysander explained. It's actually very useful. You are full of surprises. So, not that I'm not happy to have you here, Seller commented a bit hesitantly. But why did you bring me a werewolf skin? I can't just bring you a present? Lysander asked. Are you going to be bringing in dead things often? Seller asked with a raised eyebrow. Probably all the time, honestly, Lysander replied. But really, a friend of mine said that the skins of monsters can sometimes retain the magic of the monster. I was curious if this thing could be made into anything useful. He's not wrong, but you'd need the core of the beast or another beast like it to make it permanent, Seller replied. The core? Lysander inquired. Yes, I could crush up the core and use it in the tanning process, Seller answered. A monster's power comes from the core. You can either absorb the power, leaving not much left, but alchemical ingredients in its body, or you can stabilize the magic of the body parts before it fades without the presence of the core. So if I sacrificed the silver core of this monster to tan it, then what? Would it be as strong as the werewolf's coat was when it was alive? Lysander asked. Seela shook her head. It'd be about half as resistant to physical strikes and magic as the wolf itself was. Do you have any more aetherite? Lysander asked. Very little. Why? Seela narrowed her eyes. Say I wanted to hire you to make me some medium armor. And I gave you this to play around with, Lysander said, removing the werewolf's silver monster core from a satchel he was wearing. Would you be interested? The monster core was about the size of a half-grown apple and appeared to be something like a natural mix between silver ore and some form of chitin. Lysander felt the pulsation of bestial energy from within the core trying to reach out and enter his flesh. Every time he touched the core, he was almost tempted to absorb it, even though he knew full well it was too high of a rank for him to handle, and that it would certainly kill him. The allure of power was intoxicating. 5 gold, Seal responded, her eyes glaring at the silver core hungrily. And I only have enough aetherite to alloy up 1 set of medium armor, so you better be helping me get more soon. Do you really want to ask me for 5 times your monthly salary? Lysander bargained. You're not my boss, you're my business partner, Seal said. The salary is just because I do all the work. I'll pay you 4 gold and keep bringing you monster cores and other things like it if you promise to stop trying to empty my wallet, Lysander said. Deal, Sel said with a smile, obviously eager to make something unique with the components he'd brought her. I'll have your armor done in a week or less. Why do I always feel like you're playing me when we negotiate? You don't need to take any measurements? Lysander asked. Sela smiled a pixie-like grin. I already did. Just what was this girl's natural trait? Was she a sorcerer or a natural blacksmith? Where did her skills begin and her talents end? Where did you learn to forge anyway? Lysander asked the half-elf. Sela's smile faltered for a moment. Do you plan to go out and get the etherite with me today? No, it'll still be a while, Lysander admitted. Then it's a story for another day, the half-elf replied. You're welcome to help me stay and set up the shop, though. Well, Lysander said, thinking about it, I don't see why not. I have a few hours before I have to be anywhere. Chapter 25. Associate of the Merchants Guild. Lysander left Sel's in-construction storefront an hour or two later. He and the half-elf girl had actually hit it off pretty well at that time. He'd confirmed his earlier suspicions that she was a bit shy as far as conversations went, but that she also had all the earmarks of a workaholic. She never took breaks. She was single-mindedly focused on her goal of setting up her store and forge. Lysander had a feeling that Sel would be a contributing and industrious business partner, even if she was a bit cagey about the origins of the etherite. He had managed to learn that she wasn't a local. She came from the Ragnan Isles, home of the seafaring elven principalities. It was hard to get much more out of her than that information. However, the swordsman figured the woman would open up more as time went on, as people ought to do. With it almost being noon, he was currently heading towards the merchants' district for his meeting with Guildmaster Danton. He veered through the many loud stalls of the market district. It was the busiest part of the day, or I was quickly coming up upon it anyway. Vendors hawked their wares and tried to fervently attract attention from all passers-by. It was only when he passed through the curved stone archway that separated the common folks' markets from the upper-class merchants' district that things began to grow quieter. Pigeons and crows flapped from building to building, and the occasional dog scurried through the street. But for the most part, the merchants' district was calmer than its counterpart. Even the stall vendors merely glanced at him, rather than calling out for him. Their wares were more exclusive than their peers in the lower district and were comparatively higher priced. Many merchants here were well established and not exactly hungry for a sale. They were rather looking for the right buyers, in contrast to trying to find any buyer. There were also far fewer stalls, with most of the district being made up of storefronts and high-class inns, along with the occasional manor. It was in the district square that Lysander found and entered the Merchants' Guild. It was a large multi-story building, shingled with turquoise ceramic tiles that crowned fine stonework and ebony oak framing. After talking to the standing attendant and passing by a few door guards, Lysander confirmed his appointment and was ushered in to speak to the man he'd come to see. Guildmaster Danton, Lysander greeted the man who was standing by the large bookcase in the eastern corner of his expansive office. Fine, padded chairs and a small table sat before the well-crafted shelves of the man's impressive-looking collection of reading materials. Danton looked up from the book he was cradling as his red-haired attendant held the heavy office door open for Lysander. Lysander, it's good to see you. I've been expecting you, Danton greeted back. I appreciate you making an appointment since I wasn't in this morning. I was meeting with the other guild heads, you see. Of the other mercantile guilds? Lysander asked as he entered the room. Yes, Danton confirmed, before glancing at Lysander's arm and the bronze armband that sat upon it. Which segues into what I wanted to discuss with you, but I think congratulations are in order. You've both joined and been promoted in the swords, all in under a week. Only thanks to your recommendation, Lysander said, but he couldn't bring himself to sound too cheerful. The victory over the werewolf that had led to his promotion had been bought at the price of Annabelle's wounds. And your own work, I'm sure, Danton said, gesturing for Lysander to sit in a chair across from him as he too sat. When I brought you up to Walter, he mentioned that you fought off a lycanthrope with some help from a mage. My sister, Lysander confirmed as he sat down. She was hurt in the battle. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have stood a chance against the beast. Regrettable, Danton agreed, but you're both alive, yes? We are, Lysander confirmed. She's recovering with the Evoker's Guild, or at least she's being treated. I will pray to the saints for her, but there are few better places she could be to get help. The mages are crafty. Danton offered. Though if you fought and triumphed over a beast such as you did, I imagine you're here to turn in your quest. Did you manage to ascend to the competent level in the use of your sword, young man? It was rough, but I did. I unlocked a skill to fight off the wolf, Lysander said. So combat was the push you needed, Danton confirmed, summoning a system interface as he spoke. I'll go ahead and confirm the completion of your quest then. A pop-up appeared moments after Danton spoke, telling Lysander that his quest had indeed been completed. Thank you, Lysander said. Master Walter said you wanted to speak with me about the trouble with the caravans. Indeed, Danton confirmed. As you know, we rerouted the caravans. We'd liaisoned to request heavier guards from the Crownhold Shipping Company, but it appears they were ineffective. The caravan was all but wiped out, save for a single caravan guard who returned with stories of sea wyverns. Stories, Lysander asked. Danton grew a bit more serious. Stories. As you know, Merchants Guild has an agreement with the Crownhold Shipping Company to use their personnel for the majority of our security needs, but they've become less reliable lately. My merchants are growing restless. Those who can are already feeling pressured to move on from Archport. The monster and bandit attacks have been rising even more lately, even since last we talked, from what I've heard, Lysander voiced. Yes, they appear to be, but I haven't seen monster activity like this in a long time. The nobility also generally deals with banditry, but lately this hasn't been happening, Danton explained. So now you're hiring the swords guilds to escort the caravans, Lysander said, which adds to our costs because, as per our agreement, we still have to also employ agents from the crowns, Danton said. It also strains our political alignments with them, as it shows a lack of faith. You sound like you suspect something. Lysander tried to cut to the point. I can't say that at this point, Danton said, shaking his head. Not officially, but yes. Coincidence happens at times. Monster attacks rise. Bandits grow in power in one or two areas, but across the entire region. I think that's more of a pattern than a coincidence. So who do you suspect? Lysander asked. And where do I come in? You wanted to gain the trust of me and my guild branch, yes? Danton asked. You've also proven yourself able to fight at least a bit above your standing. Clearly you're able to impress others of importance as well, or you wouldn't be wearing that armband. That points to potential, and if anything, I'm good at managing talent. Danton shifted in his seat. I'm willing to offer you a probationary associate position within the Merchants Guild if you'd be willing to act as my eyes and ears within the next group of caravans to leave for Landhold. My merchants have agreed to travel, but only as a large group and with your colleagues' protection. Even then, it was a hard sell. As for your question about who I suspect, I don't fully know yet. I need you to help me figure that out. Lysander crossed his arms in thought. When we spoke of the writ of trade, it was already the assumption that I'd help you sort the issue. I haven't changed my stance there. I'd be happy to join the guild, sir. I do need to know if you're keeping anything back for political reasons. You don't sound like you trust the crowns. Danton sighed. No, I don't. I honestly never have. They're a foreign power's arm and a holdover from the ancient days of colonization. They also practically hold a nation's strength as an institution themselves. Too many working parts, of which there are an innumerable number within the Crown's organization, have a tendency to hide and breed corruption. If I suspected anyone to be behind this, then it would be them, but I have no evidence. To accuse them of wrongdoing in the absence of proof would not only lead nowhere, but also tie my hands in the ferreting out of said evidence. It also may not be them who are behind the growing instability in the region. Simply put, I'm putting feelers out, and I want you to be one of my agents on the ground. Why me? Lysander asked. I have few warriors in my guild, Danton admitted. A few explorers, perhaps, but practically no men capable of defending themselves upon the discovery of dangerous information. You also have ties to the swords now, which puts you in the unique position of being protected by two organizations, mine and theirs. If you accept my proposal to join the guild, as you initially wanted, you stand to benefit from your unique position as much as I would. What do you say? A new quest popped up for Lysander as Danton reached up to interface with the system once more. Gaining standing. You have been given an opportunity by the head of the Merchants Guild branch in the city of Archport. He has granted you a probationary associate position within his organization. Accompany and observe the caravan convoy heading to Landhold. Report back to the Guildmaster regarding any suspicious activity. Rewards: access to further quests to earn a writ of trade. 3 gold. Accept quest, YN. I'll accept your offer, Lysander said. I do have a favor to ask from you too, though. Danton leaned back. A favor? I've invested in the work of a new blacksmith, Lysander explained. She'll need to file the proper paperwork to open the shop soon. We've already rented a space, but it would definitely help if we had your blessing and weight behind the request. Already diversifying your interests, eh? Danton asked. What kind of wares do you plan to sell, and what's this blacksmith's name? Her name is Cee. She's a half-elf from the Isles, Lysander explained. She's a weapon and armor smith. Danton examined the swordsman. I imagine she's impressed you if you were willing to give her enough coin to start a shop. She's at least as skilled as my father's smithy, Lysander expressed. He'd been forced to leave his sword with the door guard who wore the armor of an agent of the Crownhold Shipping Company. Or else he'd have shown the man the half-elf's workmanship firsthand. I think she's a talent worth investing in. The man hummed. It does sound like it. I'll tell you what. Accept this quest, and I'll send an aide to help her file the proper documents and stamp them myself. Then it's a deal, Lysander said, accepting the quest right then and there. Danton nodded and stood to offer his hand, which Lysander promptly shook. Speaking of documentation, I've already filed out the paperwork for your acceptance into the guild, Danton said, and led Lysander over to his desk, where he picked up a piece of parchment that bore the seal and certification of the guild master himself. This proves you're an associate of the Merchants Guild now. It'll provide proof to any who question it. It's standard fare for members and holds few benefits beyond certification of your association with us. And this, Danton picked up another official-looking document, is a letter from me advising any members of other branches to aid you if you should need it, on promise of compensation. I trust you not to abuse it, but to use it freely should your task require the need. I understand, sir, Lysander replied, accepting both documents. I'll do my best to figure out what I can. Just keep your wits about you, young man. Where gold is concerned, there's always more to the story than you'd expect. Money can make monsters of men, Danton advised. Lysander nodded. Thank you for all the help and trust you're putting in me. I'll do everything I can to repay that. I just have one more question. Now that I'm officially an associate of the guild, is there anyone here that can help me raise my appraisal skill? Chapter 26. System chests. Lysander left the Merchants Guild and made his way to the Swallowtail. He climbed the stairs to the top of the inn and then closed the door to his room behind himself. He had a few things he needed to sort out before he departed with the merchant convoy that was leaving in approximately a week's time. Firstly, he had 2 system-given rewards to receive. Both of his quests had granted him bronze-ranked system chests, although the debacle in Dimsring had not initially been meant to, until the system stepped in to increase the rewards for the added threat of the werewolf. No one that the swordsman knew really knew why the system worked or rewarded individuals. No one knew where it came from, or at least if they did, they didn't share the information. It had simply always existed as far as the people of the continents were concerned. Lysander interfaced with his personal system menu and indicated that he wanted to claim the first of the chests. As he did so, a small wooden wrought-iron trunk appeared in front of him. It was plain but sturdy-looking. The swordsman leaned down and opened the generated box. What greeted him was a bit anticlimactic, a simple set of steel bracers. It hardly replaced the chainmail shirt that the werewolf had shredded, but the bracers seemed sturdy enough, and he figured he might be able to fit them into his fighting style. The bracers would serve him well enough. He hadn't expected any great rewards from a bronze chest, although it sometimes happened. Once he'd lifted his new armor from the chest, which already appeared to be sized for him, the system chest simply vanished in between blinks of his eyes. Lysander had never claimed a chest from the system before, and he honestly felt that the whole thing smelled of magic. But if it was magic that powered the system, then it had to be of the old, ancient, and deep variety. Placing the braces aside, Lysander summoned and opened the next chest, only to find something he definitely wasn't expecting. A book. The swordsman lifted the tome in question up and studied it inquisitively. Lysander had spent long days harassing the quartermaster of his father's holdings. The man had initially been annoyed until he found that the boy had a knack for numbers and accounting. It was because of this and the man's instructions, which were gained in exchange for his labor, that Lysander's appraisal proficiency was only about 30 points off, reaching the competent tier. However, as with his swordsmanship before it ascended to competent level, Lysander possessed no appraisal-related skills. Also, as with all proficiency levels, one couldn't just magically know something because of a proficiency level. The level merely indicated the knowledge. Lysander studied the front of the book as the system chest disappeared. Confusion turned to surprise, and his eyes grew wide as they did so. The title of the tome indicated that the book was a skill manual, something that definitely shouldn't have been in a bronze-tier chest 80 times out of 100. A skill manual was a far cry from a skill stone, but it was still very rare. And a skill stone was something that could sometimes be created out of the body of a strong fallen creature or warrior. Much like a monster core, which was the concentrated embodiment of a living thing's inner life force, a skill stone was the distilled sum of a creature's knowledge and abilities. One could absorb a skill stone and, as the name suggested, gain a new skill. It was for this reason that skill stones were incredibly rare and astronomically expensive. A skill manual, on the other hand, was something that could be used to nurture a skill the old-fashioned way, through hard training and instruction. Only a master of a skill could create a skill manual, and not all readers would be able to utilize it. However, if the manual was created by a strong enough master, it could be used to help a person develop an honest-to-saint skill. The catch? A master would have to impart a small spark of their proficiency into the manual in order for it to ignite a student's learning. Only one person could use the manual before the spark was gone. The master would also have their own skills weakened in the process of imparting a portion of them into the skill manual. It was for this reason that few skill manuals existed. Very few masters were ever willing to give up a portion of their skill's power in the creation of a manual. Lysander had no idea where the system had gotten the manual, or if it had simply created it as a reward. He did, however, know that he was very lucky to have received it, as the system prompt appeared before him as he read the title page. Manual of Bark Body. Requirements: competent endurance. Study this manual to unlock the skill Bark Body. Strengthen the skin through the use of life force, utilizing the basics of manipulating your life force in order to have a body as tough as solid oak. Receive manual inheritance. YN. Lysander was shocked. He knew that battle aura was the advanced use of life force manipulation to essentially develop powers that could rival even the strongest magic. He also knew that most warriors only ever developed one actual battle aura. What the skill manual was offering was different. It was promising the chance to learn a simple skill that used life force manipulation, as did nearly all skills. Skill stones and skill manuals were rare, but they could allow a shortcut to acquiring a skill. This was incredibly valuable considering most skills could only be gained when one broke their proficiencies or attributes through to the next tier, and that certainly wasn't a given. Whatever the chances of him getting the Manual of Bark Body were, Lysander figured they must have been very low. He'd probably never get that lucky again, so he wouldn't squander the chance. The swordsman confirmed to the system that he wanted to use the manual. He only technically had novice endurance, but his born trait pushed him well into the apprentice tier capability-wise. He figured it should be enough. What happened next was even more shocking than receiving the manual itself. The manual began to shake and shimmer with a visible green life force, and Lysander felt himself very quickly being inundated with said energy as it seeped through the pores of his hands. The sensation didn't stay merely interesting and odd for long. His body soon began to strain, and he felt his heart struggle to pump once, then twice, before it began to feel as if his entire existence was being dragged out as all his vitality was channeled from the soul core residing in his chest and into his flesh instead. The skill manual began to break apart and enter his own, now glowing flesh. His life force surged just a tiny bit as the manual became pure vitality and merged with his inner strength. Before long, the entirety of the book's emerald, weakly flickering aura covered him and then settled into his skin completely. He felt both sturdier and weaker than ever before as this happened. His flesh felt like it could deflect blows far above its natural resiliency, but his insides screamed in exertion as his life force struggled to support the effort of utilizing even what he figured must be the pre-formed skill that the skill manual was forcing upon him now. The pain only grew. He quickly realized that he was not ready for this particular boon, born trait or not. The swordsman's heart continued convulsing, and he fell to his knees. The drumming of panic pounded against his ribs and sparked pain behind his brow. The manual was gone now, fully filling him with its strange power, but it didn't seem to be letting up. His mind raced, and his body felt like it would burn itself out in an effort to receive the book's gift. He needed to be sturdier, or he feared he wouldn't survive. Lysander saw only one option. He reached for the power his body had stolen from the lycanthrope's curse. His head grew fuzzy. The feeling of being sucked dry surged. The chain reaction of his life force being drained to activate the skill of the manual felt unstoppable. He could barely feel the touch of the newly acquired body trait, and it almost seemed like his life would be spent before he could find it. But finally, agonizingly, eventually, it responded. A wild strength stirred in the very marrow of his bones and then surged outwards into his flesh and blood as the fury of a feral beast roared within him. A beast that seemed almost enraged at the thought of being consumed by a runaway skill. The pain lessened as a few more painful moments and strained heartbeats passed, until the aura of green life force outside his body finally reabsorbed itself into his flesh, and he felt his skin solidify into an oaken state. It was enough, if still agonizing. Then it was gone, and with a spasm in his chest, signaling the return of his body to its natural, if exhausted state, he realized that whatever had happened was over. A new quest appeared before him. Hardening. Survive 100 committed blows from enemies with a brawn attribute higher than your endurance attribute. Progress 0-100. Rewards, bark body. Lysander frowned through the splitting headache that he now had. So this was why skill stones were much more valuable than skill manuals. A manual would make its users truly work for their rewards. It was also apparently only barely truthful about its requirements. The minimum endurance score suggested by the skill book seemed hardly reasonable to Lysander. He'd survived, but barely. There was also the challenge of the manual's requirements. He'd have to get hit a lot by someone or something, at least twice as physically strong as he was durable, in order to unlock the skill that the manual promised him. And they had to be committed blows, which meant the hits were going to hurt. If he didn't want to die in the process of completing the quest, then he was going to have to space out his efforts to do so. Still, it was an opportunity most warriors would kill for, and it would hopefully teach him the basics of life force manipulation if he managed to actually seize it. He hadn't expected the manual inheritance to literally force him to experience the skill it promised, but he now knew that he'd have to strengthen his life force or learn how to use it, and the skill far more efficiently if he ever wanted to get a grip on utilizing aura. He also now found himself with a far greater appreciation for those who could already use aura, such as Serena, Batnag, and Sasv. Lysander knew that he needed to close the gap now that he saw how large it truly was. It simply wasn't acceptable for him to struggle and be so far behind the others around him. After what had happened to Annabelle, he refused to stay weak in comparison to others. Perhaps if he'd been strong enough to utilize proper skills before he'd fought the lycanthrope, he could have saved his sister from the mauling she'd experienced. He simply had to do better. The swordsman struggled to his feet, promptly wavered to and fro as he walked, and collapsed into bed. Chapter 27. Skill grinding. Lysander awoke sore and in pain the next day, but not too damaged overall. He was just tired and had a splitting headache. Still, Annabelle was likely in a far worse condition than he was. He had things to do and very little time to do them. He needed to get out of bed so he could ask a certain orc for a favor. The swordsman groaned as he rose from his bed, steadying himself on the nearby, almost rustic nightstand the inn provided in the otherwise rather sparsely furnished room. Lysander tested his legs and found them mostly working just fine, if a little ache-filled. It was more than that, though. His whole body felt somewhat drained. Perhaps the outcome of burning life force to power and skill when one didn't have enough excess vitality. The swordsman mostly found his stride as he climbed down the Swallowtail Inn stairs and made his way out into Archport proper. The trek to the Swords Guild was becoming familiar now, if only just so. Within a half hour, he was walking into the doors of the guild hall and approaching the training square. To his luck, Batnag was there, sparring with a familiar figure. Serana dodged and ducked under one of the orc's swings, managing to skirt the edges of her axe towards Batnag's exposed chest. The orc, however, sturdily flexed his legs and pushed off the ground away from her, making the attack a near miss. The two danced in their combat, or rather, Serana danced, and the orc brutishly interrupted her rhythm time and time again. She couldn't land a hit, but so too did Batnag appear to be unable to completely pin her down. The large beastman's axe swung and heaved through the air, forcing the copper-skinned woman's much smaller hand-axe to withdraw from its attempted strikes again and again. Finally, when Serana was pushed far towards the edge of the sparring square, the two merely stopped. "You're improving," Batnag said. "I'm still not fast enough to break your guard," Serana admitted. "You're not going to get there anytime soon," Batnag said with a tusked smile. "I'm not waiting around for you to catch up." Serana scoffed, very much not the kind of person to accept such a declaration, but there was an undertone of admiration for the orc in her expression. "I'll have to prove you wrong, then." The woman's small smirk faded as she was the first to notice Lysander. Batnag followed her gaze and set his own beady eyes on the swordsman. "What are you here for, whelp? Figured you'd be resting up after you got torn up by the wolf?" "Not that I'm trying to interrupt you two," Lysander started. "We were done," Serana said, slipping her silvered axe into the loop at her belt. "Ask what you're wanting to ask," Batnag said. "I need you to hit me," Lysander said, "over and over." The orc raised an eyebrow, but a small part of his lower lip lifted up in an insidious show of interest. "Why?" "I have a quest for a skill," Lysander explained. "It'll help in the quest we're going on together if I can get it. I can't offer you much money right now, but if you help me for the next week, I'll owe you." "He's the guild's trainer," Serana said from beside the beastman. "That's his job. He'd also probably enjoy hitting you for free." "I don't have to train anyone," Batnag said, side-eyeing the dark-eyed woman, then looking back to Lysander. "What's the quest saying it'll give you?" "A skill that'll let me strengthen my body," Lysander replied. "It would have helped me to not get beaten so badly by the werewolf. It'll toughen my skin, but I need to be hit by someone with a brawn score higher than my endurance 100 times, and they have to be committed blows." Batnag laughed. "You'll need a healer after just a day of that, whelp. You want my help all week and before we go on a quest. You won't be walking, and you'll lose that shiny new armband for failing to uphold a contract." "I have enough gold to buy 6 healing potions," Lysander remarked, "and I'm willing to hurt for this." Healing potions were exorbitantly expensive for most people. The weakest of them, which only worked over the course of multiple hours, cost at least a gold each. "You're not joking?" Serana asked Lysander with a raised eye from beside Batnag. The orc's mocking face began to grow somewhat contemplative. "Are you that serious? To let me beat on you, and to spend all your coin just to get a skill you can probably barely use at your level?" "I need to get stronger," Lysander replied, "for myself and the people I care about. I'm too weak. I need your help now, but I want to be able to help those around me with the strength you'll be helping me get." Serana smiled just a little bit beside the orc, but Lysander didn't notice it. "I definitely don't like you, whelp," Batnag said, "but I am the guild trainer, and I don't feel like dying because you're too much of a prissy noble-blood to protect my back." Lysander frowned at the words. He knew just what would be coming next. "All right, then." The orc laid his axe down on one of the pillars lining the training square. "Okay," Batnag replied, and then cracked his knuckles and neck. "If I use my axe seriously, you'll die, but my fists? You might just crawl out of here breathing. Drop your sword. I don't have all day." The next few hours were truly agonizing. After Batnag had made Lysander share the details of his quest regarding earning Barkbody, Batnag didn't settle for just hitting Lysander over and over. No, he made a learning experience out of the whole ordeal. The orc peppered in dozens and dozens of half-committed strikes before making sure his serious blows absolutely hurt. Though Lysander did feel as if the brute was somewhat going easy on him, if only barely, when Batnag did hit him with his superior power, it was always almost as if he timed it in a way that it could only be a glancing, if still agonizing, blow, as if he was exploiting the technicality of the quest, only requiring committed and not fully connecting blows. The orc's blows were absolutely as committed as the moments allowed, and he swung full tilt, but he never chose to strike with his absolute strength when the hit would have been truly crippling. Batnag also showcased his ability to fight unarmed, something that Lysander was seriously lacking in. The 18-year-old couldn't fully utilize his superior agility without a sword, not without getting within the much superior reach and massive frame of the orc. Lysander simply didn't have the skill to manage without a blade against a much stronger opponent. Hit after hit, strike after strike, Batnag corrected his deficiencies in unarmed fighting with pain. The orc didn't throw kicks, he brawled with a ferocious and unending flurry of punches that rocked the swordsman's bones with every hit. Thanks to his born trait, Lysander had the raw stamina of 2 peak-level humans who hadn't ascended their base limitations. Batnag, however, had much more endurance than he did, meaning that Lysander's increased own stamina only ended up granting him the ability to withstand the orc's beating for round after round. By lunchtime, the swordsman had nothing left. Batnag hit him with one final strike, dragging his knuckles across Lysander's chin as the swordsman rotated out of the way of his jab. The blow was again glancing, but it sent a blast of numbness throughout Lysander's body. The young man hit the ground hard. He didn't move. There was no will left in him. Everything, every desire, every hope, was a limited resource, given enough exploitation of it. The body had hard limits at the end of the day. The orc who had knocked the younger guildsman out merely stared down at the much smaller swordsman. He lasted longer than I figured. I've never seen a new blood last that long. They all give up before their bodies shut down on them. Not since me, Serana asked with a tease in her voice. Batnag grunted, forever unwilling to give direct compliments to the faces of anyone he'd trained. Neither commented on whether it was really necessary for the orc to put Lysander to sleep or not. Does he even know where the alchemist is? Serana changed the subject, seeming not to be bothered by the orc's hardline tendencies. Probably not, the orc said as he approached the swordsman before leaning down to pick him up and throw him over his shoulders. Grab his sword. Sure. The lithe axewoman picked up the blade and handed it to Batnag, who held it in the hand that wasn't stabilizing Lysander over his massively broad back. You're going to take him there? Serana asked. You're not usually that kind. I'm going to put him in one of our beds. I want to see if he comes back tomorrow, Batnag said, dismissing her comment. He can't do that if he's too crippled to go get the potion. So you're going to buy it for him? Serana asked, crossing her arms as she spoke. Batnag just grunted again as he walked down the basement stairs with Lysander to a spare room. Chapter 28. Nursing bruises. Lysander awoke with another splitting headache, or maybe just a worsened one, in a bed he didn't find himself recognizing. The swordsman sat up and rubbed his head before the sight of a large red bottle sitting on the post of the bed caught his attention. Lysander's every muscle, bone, and ligament in his body screamed in sore agony. He noted that whoever had laid him on the bed hadn't bothered to remove his boots or to so much as tuck him in. He stood up and limped to pick up the red-tinted bottle, noting its sturdiness and the presence of a note underneath it. He picked the parchment up and, seeing its brutish handwriting, read the 4 words written on it. Drink and pay me. He didn't have to guess hard about who'd written the note. He vaguely recalled the sense of shock-filled adrenaline as Batnag's fist rushed towards his face before he blacked out. He'd been almost too tired to lift his hands by the time the orc had swung at him. It was also the last thing he remembered before waking up in the room he was now in. Was the red bottle a healing potion? He'd never had one given to him before, and every alchemist brewed and bottled them differently. Did Batnag actually care about his well-being that much? Or did he just like beating him to near death? No, that wasn't it. The orc had trained him while also enjoying beating him to near death. Lysander didn't know Batnag well, but he thought he was beginning to piece together just what kind of man the orc was. The swordsman opened the bottle, and the scent of cinnamon and elderberry filled his nostrils. The subtler notes were floral and woodsy, dark and fruity, with the smallest whiff of a cold-feeling charge of something else. It wasn't unpleasant, but his body reacted to the potion as if more hungry than thirsty. Whatever the potion was, he felt his stomach rumbling and his mouth watering from its uncorked presence. The man took a deep breath and raised the potion to his lips. The thick fluid hit his tongue, as cold as it somehow smelled, but where it touched his taste buds, the flavor of spiced apples infused his mouth. Strangely, where the chilled liquid met his flesh, it somehow warmed him. Getting the whole potion down was a struggle. There was a lot of it, but it was a pleasant experience, despite it seeming to stretch his stomach and fill it just a little too much. His throat, mouth, and core radiated a warmth that remained as he finished the elixir. Nothing else happened after he sat the bottle down on the floor beside the bed. Basic potions didn't work that way. They were miraculous in a way in what they could do over the span of a half-day or more, but they weren't an instant fix. Potions that had immediate effects took both rare ingredients and a very skilled alchemist to produce. Lysander knew that he wouldn't be training physically anymore that day. He had other things in mind, but he had made progress. He pulled up his quest screen. Hardening. Survive 100 committed blows from enemies with a brawn attribute higher than your endurance attribute. Progress, 20/100. Rewards, bark body. He wasn't sure he could keep taking beatings from Batnag every day. 20 serious, even glancing blows from the orc had him feeling completely out of sorts, and he had no idea how long he'd been asleep. The many other less serious hits from the orc also hadn't helped. Still, he knew that he had to keep it up. He needed to be stronger. With curiosity, Lysander also opened up his character sheet. Lysander Borncrest, Body, Beast Blood, Mind, NA, Soul, NA. Attributes, Brawn, 1 + 1, 50/100, Novice. Dexterity, 1 + 1, 30/100, Novice. Endurance, 1 + 1, 81/100, Novice. Magic Potency, 1, 1, 0/100, Novice. Magic Control, 1, 1, 0/100, Novice. Magic Efficiency, 1, 1, 0/100, Novice. Proficiencies, one-handed, no style, 2, 0/100, Competent. Spear, no style, 1, 50/100, Novice. Shield, no style, 1, 10/100, Novice. Archery, no style, 1, 50/100, Novice. Hand-to-hand, 1, 10/100, Novice. Butchering, 1, 50/100, Novice. Appraisal, 1, 70/100, Novice. Bookkeeping, 1, 80/100, Novice. Traits. Body-bound, Born. As with many beings blessed by bloodline, you have latent magic within your bones and veins. Unlike those who would seek to wield mana, however, your body has mutated to naturally cannibalize its mana to strengthen itself. Your brawn, dexterity, and endurance all increase by 1 level. However, your magic efficiency, magic control, and magic potency are all reduced by 1 level. Additionally, any gains to these magical skills will instead be transferred to their physical counterparts. Beast Blood, Body. The curse of lycanthropy has sought to enter your body, but as with all curses, the blood of the beast is rooted in mana. Your unique constitution has subdued and absorbed the curse and used it to further feed your strength. You technically hold the blood of the beast, as do all lycanthropes, but you are unable to transform as they do. Conversely, a portion of the strength only available to lycanthropes in their shifted form is available to you in short bursts. You will also feel far fewer side effects of the curse. Novice Proficiency, Upgradable. Titles, NA, Skills. Sword Guard, root yourself in place, burning life force to slow down your perception of time and sharpen your defensive proficiencies. Novice Proficiency, Upgradable. Training with Batnag had not only increased his endurance attribute by 1 point, but it had also granted him 10 points in hand-to-hand fighting. Everything the orc had done to him had been designed to punish him for the flaws in his fighting. Even though Lysander knew that it grew harder and harder to advance a proficiency, the higher one went in points. He was very satisfied with his gains. He just hoped the healing potion would make it so that he could continue training. By the time Lysander made it to the ground floor of the guild, making sure to retrieve his sword from where it rested near the bed he'd awoken in before he left the room, he wasn't very shocked to see that no one but a few other novice guildsmen that he didn't recognize were milling about. He would have talked to them, but he wanted to get back to the Swallowtail for the second half of the day's training. He'd pay Batnag tomorrow. Hopefully he'd be able to walk without wincing by then. Peeking outside the reinforced windows of the hall's main floor revealed that it was already well into the afternoon and that it was raining pretty heavily. The recent weather didn't look promising for his upcoming quest, but some things were well outside his power. The trip through the overcast streets of Archport was a lot more difficult than he remembered it being, as he strained his body to keep it moving forward. His boots slicked across the damp mud and cobblestone as he lumbered along. His stomach was rumbling viciously by now. By the time he made it to the Swallowtail, he just wanted to sit down, but was torn between eating and dragging himself up the stairs to his room. The slightly unpleasantly full feeling from drinking the potion had been replaced with a ravenous hunger that seemed almost unnatural. It could only guess that it was a side effect of the strange, vaguely magical feeling concoction. The smell of food filling the tavern floor of the inn only made the sensation of needing food worse for Lysander, and before he really thought about it, his feet were carrying him to the innkeeper's bar counter and to a stool in front of it. "Welcome back," Rana, the dark-skinned innkeeper, said from behind the bar as he took a look over Lysander. "Your lip is busted, and you look like shit." "I was training," Lysander admitted, reaching up to his mouth to confirm that it was indeed crusted with blood. Between it and all the other aching pains all over, the swordsman hadn't really pinpointed that particular discomfort among the others. "I got the worse end of it." Rana's gaze drifted to Lysander's arm. "Are you a sword now?" He and the innkeeper had talked for a bit over the few weeks that Lysander had been in Archport, but not recently. "I joined recently. I'm getting ready to head out on a contract soon," Lysander admitted. "Something to do with all the monsters showing up around lately?" Rana asked. The innkeeper's deep voice and old eyes, along with his scruffy beard, might not hint at it, but the man was a bit of a gossip. It didn't bother Lysander too much, though, as he figured it came with the man's job. Knowing things could be as much a boon to an innkeeper as having good food and good beds. Customers liked gossip too. Rumors were a currency all their own. "More or less," Lysander replied. "Something needs to be done. You hear much about people getting nervous?" Rana paused in thought for a moment. "Merchants aren't happy, I hear. They've been making it to Landhold most times, but a lot of them aren't coming back. It makes them nervous. Folks don't want to go anywhere away from home if there isn't a return trip in their futures." Lysander noted the man's words. Something about the way the innkeeper had sat raised a few questions in his mind. "They're making it there, but not back?" Lysander asked. He'd known that, but hadn't really focused on it until Rana said it out loud specifically. "Aye," Rana said. "It seems like all the problems are happening after they sell their wares and try to bring their gold and new goods back to us. It might be bandits waiting for their purses to be fattened up before attacking, or just bad luck." "Maybe," Lysander drew his words out, mulling the information over. The more the swordsman thought about the situation, the odder it seemed. Just like Danton had said, everything that happened seemed to be full of too many coincidences and patterns. Something strange was afoot. He was becoming more and more sure of it by the day. Honestly, Lysander wasn't altogether sure he wanted to be a part of it. He wanted to make a name for himself and establish mercantile connections. Still, he had already invested his time and money in Archport. Ultimately, he also realized conflict was needed to advance the martial aspect of his aspirations. Where there was trouble and mystery, there was also bound to be plenty of violence to sharpen himself against. He just had to be careful not to bite off more than he could chew again. Additionally, if something was behind the uptick in monster sightings and banditry in the region, then that something could have had a hand in creating the lycanthrope that had hurt Annabelle. If that were the case, then Lysander planned to get revenge. For all his positive and negative traits, when he'd been faced with his sister being hurt, feeling merciful against those who had wronged, A loved one had revealed itself to not be something he counted among his personal virtues. "Were you looking for a tankard to nurse the bruises?" Rana asked. "And some food, if you could," Lysander replied. "Bethaline has stew made from last night, or we've got bread," the innkeeper offered, referring to his wife. "She's cooking now, but the meat and other meals won't be ready until later tonight." Lysander felt his stomach growl in a hunger that was growing almost angry in his insides. It was like his body demanded food now that it merely wanted it. "Whatever you have," Lysander said, "double serving if you can." I can," Rana replied, and a few moments later he brought back a large tankard of beer. "I'll get you the food from the back. Beer's on the house. The swords do a lot of good, paid or not." "You don't have to do that," Lysander replied. "I wasn't asking," Rana said, and then directed a nearby woman to go and fetch Lysander's food. "Now, have you done any jobs for the guild yet?" "Stories are always welcome here. I don't get out a lot in my old age." "Well," Lysander paused in thought and readied himself to tell the man about what happened in Dimsring as a thank you for the free tankard. "I did get my ass kicked by a werewolf." Chapter 29. Beast Blood. Lysander had made it back to his room an hour or two after first sitting down at the bar. The rest of the night was free for him, but after tomorrow he'd have the opportunity to train his mind after his sessions with Batnag. When he'd asked Danton about anyone being able to help him with raising his appraisal skill, the guildmaster had actually offered him the name of another associate of the guild. Ilian Zand was a full-blooded elven mage who dabbled in treasure hunting, enchanting, and item appraisal. The elf apparently had cornered the market in Archport when it came to identifying magic items. There weren't a lot of high-quality magical items in the city, but there were enough mercenaries and pilgrims that came in from the Sea of Drakes and the surrounding High Coasts region to give the man enough coin to keep a small shop running. Granted, said shop was also usually closed, as Ilian was apparently rarely actually in the city, much preferring to be out exploring the world if what Danton said was true. Still, Ilian was apparently a disorganized mess of a business owner and was often behind on taxes and accounting. The only reason Danton often bailed the man out of his troubles was because he had an incredibly niche and eclectic set of skills and knowledge that the guildmaster found valuable and hard to replace. Experts could be like that, Lysander figured. When Lysander had mentioned that he was quite good at bookkeeping himself and might be able to help the elf in exchange for training, as he had once done for his father's bookkeeper, the guildmaster had promised to send a messenger telling the magi to expect the swordsman coming by. Apparently, the young swordsman wouldn't be the first young associate Danton had been forced to send to the elf to help him straighten his books. The guildmaster had almost seemed flustered at the thought of trying to keep Ilian out of trouble with the Duke's tax collectors, if only for a moment. Danton hadn't promised that Ilian would train the swordsman, but he had said that he'd do his best to put in a good word for him. It was enough for Lysander to go by. Tonight, however, the swordsman planned to train as much as he could without moving too much. He sat cross-legged on the floor, doing his best to reach for a primal power that had only recently settled within him. He felt his beast blood surge up, his heart increasing its beating as he pulled for the cursed power. Lysander let the energy wash through him and didn't resist it, merely observing how the ability flowed through his bones and muscles. He noted the strength, realizing that it was of a different kind than he was used to. It was wild, more freeing and terrifying than a mere attribute increase might feel. It was as if the darkest parts, the most carnivorous corners of his nature, and perhaps nature itself, were welling up inside him and trying to make him more feral. The power lingered in his bones, and after simply letting it settle over him, he tried to call out more of it, to stretch it to fill his every pore and drop of blood. It didn't feel like mana. Perhaps the curse was magical in nature originally. No one really knew how lycanthropy worked. However, the energy almost seemed as if it were a part of him, as if it were his senses and vitality being unlocked and not something completely foreign to him. He breathed in deeply and tried to settle his mind, as the power seemed to also be rousing his emotions up and increasing their passions. Something he'd have to keep a check on, only to realize that something was different in a way he hadn't altogether put together before. It took him a moment to finally pinpoint the change before he realized it was a difference in his senses. The scents all around him were much more vibrant than previously. The dried, rain-soaked wood from outside the swallowtail, the smell of the patrons on the floor below, the food, the ale, it all filled his nose. He zeroed in on the sensory input, trying to sort through just what in particular he was now able to pick up on. It was harder than he'd hoped. His mind simply wasn't used to relying so much on his nose. Humans naturally favored eyesight, and then even hearing over smell. It was a bigger change than expected to try to bring the third sense up in the order of significance. He was forced to close his eyes to block out the impediment that also having to focus on sight was causing. He reached for the sense flooding his nose, trying to immerse himself further in his new capabilities. Closing his eyes, however, only did so much. Everything also sounded louder than before, and blocking out his sense of sight only seemed to increase this sensation. He began to realize that his hearing was also much greater in its capabilities when using the power of his beast blood body. It wasn't too much to handle, but he wasn't used to it. A sheen of sweat began to grow on his brow, and in a little under a minute he felt the powers he'd called out from himself dwindling away. The ruckus in his ears died down, and his enhanced notice of the sense all around him faded gracefully back to normal. Lysander tried to hold on to the power and stretch it out. He knew that he needed to learn to incorporate the ability into himself to a greater degree. If what Guild Master Walter said was true, then it should be relatively safe to use his new power. However, the leader of the Archport Swords Guild had also said that Lysander was at a bit of a disadvantage in not having been able to choose what type of body he'd developed. The only way Lysander knew to turn that disadvantage into a strength was to capitalize on the fact that, having developed a body evolution much earlier than most, he had the chance to build his foundation around and in tandem with his new abilities. Whereas most warriors likely had to play catch-up when it came to incorporating their proficiencies, skills, and body evolutions into one working system. All of that optimism and planning would be for naught, however, if the swordsman couldn't figure out how to advance and more readily call upon his beast blood. By the time it was all said and done, Lysander had only been able to call upon his feral powers for a little more than a minute. The attribute increase it brought was nice, as he figured it made him at least on the level of a journeyman when combined with the boost of his born trait. It was a massive trump card, but he wasn't altogether satisfied. He had an inkling suspicion that if he wanted to increase his proficiency with his new body from novice to competent, he'd have to fully bring out and familiarize himself with the capabilities of the beast blood. He didn't think merely activating the power over and over again would be enough to bridge the gap. As it was, he found his stomach rumbling yet again as the powers of the beast blood faded out. His body already felt a little less sore than before, but the healing potion proved to be not only expensive, but also greedy for fuel to repair his aching body. He was also far more exhausted than he was even after waking up in the Swords Guild's basement. The elixir Batnag had provided him seemed to be working, but it also apparently had its downsides, both in the length of time it took to do its work and the demands it placed upon the one who consumed it in order to expedite the recovery processes of the body. Specifically, it required a lot of food intake and left Lysander very tired while it was working on his bruises, aches, and pains. Before standing up, Lysander tried to pull out the beast blood again, but found it pointless. He could just barely feel the power shifting in his flesh, but it refused to come to his call now that he'd already used it recently. The power felt more distant than before and much less incorporated into his being than it did when activated, but it was still shifting within him, perhaps a little bit more than before. He'd have to further pin down the maximum duration and cooldown of the ability, but for now he needed sleep and yet more food. He pushed himself to his feet with another grunt. Rana would be making a little more money off of him today. Chapter 30. Premonitions of Disaster. Magistrate Talion jumped awake, barely holding back a shout of outrage laced with fear as the image of his late wife, waterlogged and dripping with the waters of the dark oceans, passed from his waking mind. He leaned over the many reports of missing people stacked on his desk. His eyes were rimmed with dark circles. The Duke was apt to hold a morning hearing of local grievances once a fortnight. The populace was allowed to come before him and air their concerns and pleas for justice. As of late, these complaints have been nearly entirely centered around two subjects: the fact that commoners were going missing all along the coast of the Sea of Drakes, and the fact that prices were slowly rising due to shipping and trading issues also happening along the local trade routes. People were beginning to fear leaving the city, including the merchants who provided Archport with its economic lifeblood. The farming and more rural communities were already starting to lock themselves tightly into their homes at night and to move in groups when not in their communities proper. Fear was brewing, and fear, in the magistrate's opinion, was the single most insidious poison to the workings of civilization. If people thought they weren't safe, then unrest and paranoia would build. The problems created by the real issues would be exaggerated by the reactions to them. Industry would be impacted to an even greater degree, and before long, the ire of the citizens would be directed away from the problems at hand to instead target the officials who had seemingly failed to protect them from the issues. More specifically, to the Duke and his bannermen. The people of Archport and its surrounding fiefs were already calling out for justice and the return of their loved ones. Things could only remain as they were for so long before problems began to increase and snowball. There was also the matter of the dreams. For the past week, the Duke and his closest lieutenants had been unable to sleep. They'd been harassed by the spectres of their worst fears, and demons come to fruition whenever they attempted to rest. Talion himself hadn't been able to sleep in more than short bursts for some time now, though the rampant, self-inflicted insomnia made it seem like a longer period without slumber. His wife had passed away many years ago, swallowed by a storm while they travelled to the high coasts. Now, every time he closed his eyes, he saw her. The Duke, meanwhile, was a warrior, a veteran of many battles against both monsters and men. However, even a somber and war-hardened lord such as himself could only stay composed for so long when faced with deprivation of sleep. Perhaps it was the lack of rest already coming to a head for him as well, but Talion couldn't shake the feeling that doom was brewing under the surface all around him. Something was happening, something wrong and covert. All of the writing was on the wall: the rising monster activity, the increased banditry, and the almost supernatural nightmares plaguing the leadership of the city. Sorcery or a god's ire were afoot. Talion was truly beginning to believe this, no matter how much the Duke's sister and court mage, Cassandra, assured him that none of the castle wards had been disturbed. Talion only prayed that the source of the region's problems could be discovered before it was too late. But there were far too few leads and even fewer ideas about where to find them. A dark cloud was settling over the high coasts. Chapter 31. Learning Strength. The next bout of training with Batnag went much the same as the first. Lysander found himself beaten and outmatched over and over again. He did, however, manage to surprise the orc once. A novice in the Swords Guild generally had nothing beyond rank 1 attributes and novice proficiencies. An apprentice such as Lysander might still generally have no skills beyond the novice tier, or at most, one competent level skill. However, they had often pushed many of their core skills to the peak of mundane skill and tended to be close to the threshold of advancement to a higher tier. Journeymen such as Serana generally had at least one attribute and proficiency in the journeyman tier, though the copper-skinned warrior was unique in that she'd apparently unlocked a pre-formed aura. Adepts had many novice or competent tier proficiencies and 1 or 2 adept-level capabilities, often with a level 4 in an attribute or 2. They'd also generally manage to unlock and level multiple proper skills, or even begin to tap into battle aura, and that made them deceptively powerful for even their raised attributes. Adepts were well beyond the powers of a normal person, let alone most apprentice tiers like Lysander himself. Even an especially skilled journeyman like Serana apparently often had trouble handling adepts, and would 9 times out of 10 be outclassed if an adept was pushed to use their true capabilities. However, Lysander had advantages most warriors didn't have. His born trait put him squarely within the physical capabilities of an apprentice-ranked warrior. His beast blood could also temporarily boost him to the journeyman tier. Serana was still admittedly faster than him, with what the swordsman suspected was a nearly maxed journeyman-level dexterity at least. It was clear that Serana was on the precipice of building momentum towards achieving the adept tier. He hadn't used his beast blood in the first bout with Batnag, as he wasn't sure how well he could control it, or how exhausted it would leave him. He didn't want to waste time when it came to progressing his quest for achieving Bark Body. However, he now knew that he'd have plenty of time to get the hell beat out of him by the orc. Batnag had been initially surprised that Lysander had come back to the guild for more training, even going so far as to state that he thought he'd run the apprentice off for good. The swordsman had just brushed off the cocky remark by asking the guild trainer if he was ready for another round. It was after Batnag had landed a sixth glancing blow at his full strength that Lysander gave in and activated his beast blood. The power surged in him, and he was within seconds much closer in strength and durability to Batnag and many times faster. It was like when Serana sparred with the orc, except that she didn't have the advantage of higher brawn and endurance to bolster her speed. Lysander rotated off of the orc's hit, realizing that it hurt a lot less when his skin and bones were twice as sturdy. Summoning all of his strength, the swordsman tried to mimic Batnag's method of throwing a left hook and dove straight towards the overconfident orc's midsection. Batnag grunted in shock at Lysander's speed and just barely managed to twist his left elbow to absorb the swordsman's poorly thrown punch. It was a demonstration of the orc's skill and Lysander's pure lack of it, allowing Batnag to react even despite his weaker dexterity score. Batnag didn't back away after his block, he merely threw another punch, this one a jab that slipped past Lysander's moving head. The movement was hardly refined, but it was another thing he'd learned from Batnag, slipping punches. Though granted, the orc only ever really did so in an effort to land a hit of his own. Batnag was hardly a defensive fighter. With the power of the consumed lycanthropy coursing through his veins, Lysander was finding that his buffed dexterity score was perhaps the most useful of all three of his padded attributes. Time seemed to be slowed as he fought, and his reflexes were spurred on even further by the sparks of adrenaline that his beast blood seemed to welcome hungrily. Within Lysander's augmented perception, the orc was almost slowing down for him now. Lysander ducked forward and sloppily threw a right-handed cross. Again, the strike was aimed at Batnag's midsection. The orc, however, merely flexed his oak barrel-esque abdominals and pushed into the strike. Stronger, Batnag grunted, and then he grabbed Lysander, taking advantage of the swordsman's being off balance after he'd slammed his fist home into the orc's charging stone-like body. With a roar of rage, the orc crashed Lysander into the ground. It, however, hurt much less than it would have if the swordsman hadn't activated his body's new abilities. Lysander even thought he felt a flash of something familiar, as if for a moment his skin had hardened like it had when he'd activated the skill manual. Batnag, in a fit of fury and with a smile on his face, kicked Lysander across the jaw. Even accounting for Lysander's increased endurance, or not, the orc's legs were massive, and the apprentice rank felt his brain bounce around inside the confines of his head in a sensation that was becoming far too familiar to him, the more he trained with Batnag. His cheek slapped the compacted sand beneath his body and dizzily rested against the fighting square. "Get up, whelp," Batnag snarled. "You don't get to hide abilities from me. Now that I know you have it, we're going to train it." Lysander fought back a groan of dizziness and pain out of pride. Slowly, he crawled to his feet. "Good," Batnag said with a tusked, sadistic smile. "You're lucky I didn't use anything nasty against you. Just when I think you're better than the other new bloods, a little kick is all it takes to put you down. Your footwork is shit, and shit footwork is the mark of an amateur not worth his gold. Your punches are telegraphed. Your chin is worth nothing either. You can move like you're faster than me, but your skill is so bad that it doesn't even matter. I blocked one of your damn punches. I shouldn't have been able to with the speed you just pulled out of your ass. Now come on, fight me or get the hell out of my guild." Lysander soaked up every word. Although the beast blood surging through his body reacted with a fiery rage to the insults, the swordsman fought it back. Not only did he need to learn to control the power's influence on him, which brought his mind back to his dream of chasing down Annabelle, but he also knew that Batnag was right. The orc might seem like a brute, and he was, but he was also the trainer of all the new mercenaries. In every insult Batnag threw, there was a critique and invaluable guidance. Lysander didn't have much duration left in his beast blood, but he rose to his feet and came back into the orc's reach regardless. He was more careful this time, using his dexterity to dodge and try to play on the outside. Slowly, his legs came back to him, recovering from Batnag's slam and brutal kick. He did everything he could to give himself enough space to avoid Batnag's offense and to slip into the cracks of his defense simultaneously as he did so. But his footwork was indeed shit. He tried to incorporate the fundamentals of swordsmanship steps into his striking movements, but it only helped so much. Hand-to-hand combat was simply different than fighting with a sword. A weapon increased one's reach and was more about generating leverage with the cutting lever that a blade was. If blade fighting was about generating roundabout force to direct into cuts and slashes, then most punches, except for the hook, were about sending forward direct force. It was too different for Lysander to easily grasp. Batnag fended him off, and just as his beast blood faded back into his body, Lysander found himself cracked against the nose and stumbling back. The pain was much greater than before, and the only thing keeping him standing was the fading wisps of his temporarily increased endurance and another spark of what felt like bark body trying to activate. It was just enough to keep him rooted to his feet as his novice-ranked body's power dwindled back into its dormant state. "Your power all gone, whelp. Your nose is bleeding," Batnag spat. "That's exactly what will happen if you rely on your abilities to fight someone much stronger than you. Either you have the skill to finish the fight fast, or you get overconfident and die. I could have cracked your skull open with that punch, but I pulled it when I felt your bones get weaker." "There's a time limit," Lysander said as the blood from his nose poured into his mouth. "Yep. And how much did you waste when you weren't dodging and hitting back?" Batnag asked. "Whatever you've got, it's too good for someone green like you. You use it like a damned idiot." Lysander felt the words sink in as a realization settled over him. His beast blood was extremely limited in its duration, and he still wasn't sure how often he could use it. But small bits of experimentation pointed to uses at least needing to be an hour apart at the minimum. But what if he could learn to activate it in bursts? The idea would be difficult. The beast blood took at least a second to activate. He'd have to time it perfectly, and he'd have to have the fighting proficiency to know when to do so. Of course, he might be able to pull it off with a sword, but without one. It would be a lot harder since he didn't have the instincts to juggle so many things when fighting with only his hands to rely upon. He still had to think about his movements and strikes too much, and true fist fighting wasn't fluid or ingrained deeply enough into his muscles to be second nature like swinging a sword was. Without his blade, Lysander felt like a child training under the masterful tutelage of Darby again, though Batnag was much less forgiving than the butler had been. Then again, feelings of inadequacy aside, if he could learn to use the beast's blood with his fists, then doing it with a sword would probably be much easier in comparison. He could also still work towards his bark body quest with Batnag as he better familiarized himself with his evolved body. "I can't use it for another hour," Lysander said to Batnag. "Let's keep going until then." The orc snarled. "This is gonna hurt. I'm done wasting my time babying you." "Fine," Lysander said, spitting the blood from his mouth towards the ground. "Whatever it takes to get stronger." By the end of the morning, Batnag hadn't gone so far as to knock the swordsman out again, but he'd left him far more sore. He'd also demanded he be paid for the healing potion he'd given Lysander, leaving the swordsman with only 5 gold coins to his name. The orc eventually told him to leave, and that Lysander wouldn't be able to walk, healing potion or not, if he took any more punishment. Batnag also slightly changed his tune about training him being a waste of time and told the apprentice rank that he better see him the next morning, or he'd have him kicked out of the guild entirely, though Lysander saw this as more of a reward for his showing up 2 days in a row than a punishment. In Batnag's own way, as far as Lysander could tell, the orc was now saying that he was willing to consistently train Lysander, or at least that was as much as the swordsman could guess from the axe-wielder's nasty way of acting. So, with his hand clutching his ribs and his sword retrieved, Lysander limped away with the directions Batnag had grumpily given him, in mind that would lead Lysander towards the alchemist that the orc most trusted. Chapter 32. Healing Potions. The alchemist's shop was tucked into a dark alley in the merchant's district, or at least as dark as the alleys in the upscale quarter of the city got. The door had a sign on it that said something about not being responsible for inhaled vapors, but with the aching in his ribs and face spurring him on, Lysander pushed through the entryway anyway. The cluttered, dusty shop smelled like a mix between earthy musk, ragweed, and dried-out ginseng. There was also the smallest taste of mana in the air, but it didn't feel like a spell itself, more like something residual floating in the molecules of the heavy particles of dust that the swordsman was breathing in. It reminded him of the odd magical charge of the healing potion he'd gotten from Batnag. The shop itself seemed relatively empty until Lysander spotted an old gnome sitting in a rocking chair by the western edge of the building's interior. A large, dirty alembic was brewing something on a glass countertop next to him and dripping its liquids down into a small glass-blown musty beaker. "Hello?" Lysander asked. "I'm looking for the alchemist." The short-mustached gnome looked up at him with very relaxed eyes as he puffed on a rolled bundle of something foul-smelling that was set alight between his fingers. "That'd be me. What brings you around?" "Someone told me you could sell healing potions," Lysander said. "Oh yes," the gnome said, taking another puff of his lit roll of herbs. "They're not cheap, a gold at least." "I'd like to buy 5, Lysander said, knowing that he'd need them, but that the purchase would also leave him with only the various silver pieces he'd looted from the brigand he'd encountered on the way to Dimsring. It would be enough to feed and house himself, but he'd need to make some more money soon. "Really?" The gnome's eyes grew just a little bit. "I could sell you a better potion for that. Fix you up much faster, and you look like you need it." "It's just from training," Lysander said. "I need the 5 potions if I'm going to make it through this week." The grey and scraggly-haired gnome laughed. "Oh, youth, you're going to need to take care of your body if you want to be spry when you're my age." Lysander smiled through his soreness. "You're a gnome, right? I bet I won't be your age anytime soon." "A figure of speech," the gnome said, and plopped off of his regular-sized rocking chair. He still smoked his paper roll of some strange weed or another as he walked over to a cabinet behind the store's very low front counter. "I'm about 102 years old, I think. So, unless you're a mage, I doubt you'll be getting up there. 5 gold for 5 potions, right?" "Right, thank you," Lysander replied. It was true, as the gnome said, humans were one of the shortest-lived races. Of course, mages could push themselves to live much longer if they wanted to, but even that often required more than just a simple spell. Warriors with high attributes and life force could be powerful well into their old age, however, whereas mages tended to grow very frail, even if they prolonged their lives. There were also tales of extremely powerful martial heroes growing so strong in their bodies that they lived much longer than the average member of their race. The gnome removed the 5 potions from the cabinet and placed them on the glass counter in front of himself. "These will be it. They'll heal you up, mostly, but it'll take a night's rest. And don't drink more than 1 in a day, yeah? You'll get sick, vomit a lot, might even bleed inside. Nasty business, potioning is." Lysander recognized the bottle type. "I actually think an orc named Batnag gave me one of these yesterday," Lysander said. "It made me pretty hungry and tired, but it worked fairly well." I know Batnag. The hunger is a side effect," the gnome explained. "There are some mana-laced ingredients in here, but it's not a healing spell in a bottle. It helps your body mend itself, but you still need to feed it what you need to recover." "I figured as much," Lysander said. "It's still impressive that you can make these. How long did it take you to learn?" "My whole life," the gnome admitted, raising up his burning roll of paper to his lips and taking a pungent puff. "Always getting better. You know, I could sell you some of this here. It'll help you relax, take away pain, and get you to sleep." Lysander looked at the strange paper roll, which somewhat reminded him of a pipe, and then glanced at the man's dilated eyes. "Thank you, but I think I'll stick to the potions." "Ah, you lightweight," the gnome said, and took another puff. "But all right, I'm not that hard on coins." Lysander chatted with the gnome a little more about how he made his potions and his trade. Apparently, finding the herbs for his work was the hardest part of his job, especially with his advancing age and the growing danger of leaving the city. In fact, he hadn't gotten an herbal shipment in the last 2 weeks due to the issues Archport was facing. The old gnome said the margins on his concoctions were pretty good, but even he would have to raise his prices eventually if things didn't change for the better. Lysander explained that he was a member of the Swords and Merchants Guilds, and that he'd probably be traveling a lot in the coming days. Seeing a possible business opportunity, the swordsman offered to keep a lookout for the things the gnome might need. In exchange, the gnome, whose name was apparently Hismorn, had pressed an herbal encyclopedia, which he'd apparently long ago memorized and no longer needed, into his hands, and had scrawled out a list of the herb names he was most interested in Lysander resourcing for him. By the end of the conversation, Lysander felt like he quite liked the aged gnome, who seemed almost too relaxed and friendly. Though the swordsman didn't pick up any malice, and even very little salesmanship, in the old creature's way of speaking. The swordsman tucked the potions away inside his satchel and downed one, leaving the empty bottle with Hismorn at the gnome's request as he left the apothecary shop, only to run into a familiar face. "Sasv?" Lysander asked. "Kid?" The red-skinned man looked a little surprised. "Been a day or two. You look beat up." "It has," the swordsman said, clasping the other's arm. "Good to see you, though. And it's from Batnag. He's been helping me train." Sasv laughed. "The big guy mentioned that you'd shown up yesterday asking for punishment. So what are you here at Hismorn's for?" "Potions," Lysander admitted. "That's the only way I can keep up with Batnag." "That sounds about right," Sasv remarked. "We don't want to be too messed up before we set out next week. Still, that's expensive." "I have a quest for another skill," Lysander admitted, "but it has some pretty harsh requirements." Sasv looked a little flawed. "After you just unlocked your first one, first you get an evolved body, and now that?" "Kid, you've got to share your luck." Lysander crossed his arms. "I got infected by a werewolf for one, and I'm getting beat by an orc for the other." "Still," Sasv smiled, "I wish I got such good rewards for getting my ass kicked. I'd be in the expert tier proper by now." Lysander laughed just a little through his exhaustion. "Maybe I've gotten lucky so far, but I need to get strong enough to not need luck. What about you? What are you here for?" Sasv put his hand behind his head. "Ah, well, the wife is a little stressed about me leaving soon, and you know how that goes." "So you're stressed too now," Lysander inferred. "I just need a little something to take the edge off," Sasv admitted. Lysander's mind wandered back to the roll of paper and pungent-smelling herbs that Hismorn had been smoking. That herb Hismorn was puffing on. "Yeah, probably," Sasv admitted slowly. "Good stuff. It's not really addictive, but I don't think you'd like it, kid. It's a lot stronger than ale in a different way. Maybe later, but with Annabelle hurt, I can't really relax right now, but you enjoy." Lysander shrugged, and the two said their farewells for the moment. Chapter 33. Ilian Zand. Ilian Zand's workshop was also located in the Merchants' District, rather close to the Merchants' Guild itself. Thinking back to what the guild master had said about the elf, Lysander found himself wondering just how much the proximity had to do with Danton wanting to keep an eye on Ilian. The shop had a hanging sign that was in the shape of a flaming sword. The door to Ilian's place of business was, however, locked, leaving Lysander with no choice but to knock. After a second round of knocking and waiting, Lysander found himself reaching for his beast blood. He channeled the power into his ears and listened. He could swear he could hear some kind of frantic movement behind the shop's door. However, he couldn't be sure with just his human sense of hearing. All of his doubts were promptly dissipated, however, as the door blew off its hinges inwardly. The swordsman's adrenaline surged as he instantly drew his blade. The elf's workshop was hardly visible inside, and was instead a mess of smoke and firecracker-esque explosions of all manner of colors. "Don't just stand there," a rather gruff, accented voice called. "Help me, and I'll pay you." "Where are you?" Lysander asked, just as his still-enhanced hearing honed in on the voice, and his empowered eyesight made out a tall figure standing in the swirling clouds of smoke. "The Revenants, you damned dolt! You have a sword in your hand. Look at the—" The elf shut up as a jumping figure lunged at his head. "You blasted," Ilian intoned as he raised his hand, and a glittering blast of multicolored sparks reduced the ethereal-looking creature that had lunged for the elf into a burst of smoke. "I can enchant your sword to deal damage to them if you just help." "Oh?" Lysander charged in, using the speed of his beast blood, and channeled his brawn into the accepting, humming metal of his aetherite blade. The thing that had attacked Ilian had been hard to make out at first. but Lysander had quickly picked up on the sound of multiple things moving through the smoke that reeked of mana. The creatures looked like goblins in their shape, but ghosts in their seeming opaqueness and see-through quality. Their glowing blue eyes, however, were very easy to pick out in the mist, and they were almost as clumsy and loud as real goblins. Lysander used his skills to behead one of the monsters. He was thankful to see that they were as weak as real goblins too, and that his aetheryte sword could deal damage to the shades. Going by his clash with the werewolf, he had been pretty sure the unique weapon would be capable of doing so. Usually, one did need either a silvered sword or an enchanted one to deal with ghosts. The swordsman had killed goblins with his father before. They were novice-level monsters in general, but could be nasty in groups. Granted, he had been going in blind, with the creatures clearly being different than their living brethren, but he'd figured he couldn't let the nasties spill out into the street. Snickering and snarling filled the mists as the sound of running feet surrounded the swordsman. "Well, you can kill them. That's good. Be careful. They can materialize in and out of the mists," Ilian warned, as the mage began to draw sigils in the air. "They seem taken with you, so keep them off of me for a few moments, will you?" "Get rid of the smoke, then," Lysander growled at the mage, who merely stared down his nose at the swordsman as another goblin charged Lysander. "What do you think the dispelling ward that I'm stabilizing is for?" Ilian replied. "Saints damned mages." Lysander planted himself firmly and cut through the torso of the approaching goblin. With his quasi-journeyman level brawn score and incompetent level one-handed proficiency, it was fairly easy to slice through the runt of a monster, but another one of the creatures almost caught him off guard with a spectral dagger as it formed from the mist. "How many are there?" Lysander shouted and sidestepped away from the attacking ghost. "Distracting me." Ilian ignored his question and waved his hand over the floating mana-summoned rune that glowed a vibrant blue in front of him. Another goblin jumped for Lysander's head. The things were surprisingly dexterous, but they made up for that strength by being a special, cruel kind of stupid. The ghost jumped straight into a vertical slash of Lysander's humming blade and was promptly bisected before it dissipated into the swirling mists. As he dealt with the previous goblin, a cold blade that left a feeling of chilled oblivion cut light across Lysander's thigh. The swordsman quickly turned to behead a half-formed goblin revenant that had somehow appeared behind him. It hadn't been there a moment ago. Lysander activated Sword Guard, and the world slowed around him. "I need a number," he said to the mage. "I have no earthly idea," Ilian finally replied in a still annoyed voice. The elf began pouring his mana into his solidifying sigil in earnest. There individually drawing on the power of 24 copper cores and the spells that summoned them. Their number depends on how much each individual shade draws from the cores. The elf then raised his hand and blasted another ghostly goblin with his flashy magic. "Keep their attention, swordsman. I'm dealing with the problem." None of that made any sense to Lysander, but he couldn't help but be slightly annoyed. Still, he was otherwise engaged as he used his activated skill to make a stand against the monsters as they formed one after another. His entire quad had grown cold. The cut from the one spectral blade had spread a muscle-numbing cold into the rest of his leg. The goblins were as fragile as normal goblins and maybe even easier to kill. But there was magic in their attacks. A deadly magic, one that could hurt him even as his beast blood pulsed through his body. Lysander wasn't going to let another strike hit him. He avoided and chopped through one goblin after another. The swordsman relied on the added reaction time and solidity of his activated skill in combination with the attribute boost of his already straining beast blood body. Combining the powers, he rooted himself in place and began to negate all of the sneaky and quick strikes of his ghastly opponents. The clock was ticking, however, and he struggled to hold on to his beast blood's powers as Ilian sighed in relief and said, "There we go." Lysander cut through one final revenant. As he did so, a flash of power spread from Ilian's summoned mana rune. The power leaped and ignited the odd fog enshrouding the workshop. The world filled with a brilliant magical power, and then, as suddenly as it had existed, the mist and the goblins were gone. A series of thumpings filled the room as 24 dull-looking copper monster cores fell from the air and clunked against the wooden flooring of the shop. Lysander looked around, scanning his surroundings as Ilian brushed his robes clean. "They're gone," Ilian remarked, and then he looked around his shop. What a mess. Lysander didn't even know what to say to the strangely calm mage as he straightened his body and slowly sheathed his sword while staring the elf down. What just happened? "Stop looking at me like that," Ilian remarked. "It was an experiment and it failed. Nothing more and nothing less." "What if you couldn't stop it? Or the goblins killed you?" Lysander snapped. "Magic like that has to be illegal inside the city." "There are exceptions for members of the Evokers Guild," Ilian replied nonchalantly. "Besides, the shop is warded. They couldn't leave the premises." Lysander was beginning to see why Danton seemed so fed up with this mage. And do those wards work if the door isn't on its hinges? "Well, mostly," Ilian said and glanced to his destroyed door. "To be fair, I did that when I heard you knocking, and I was relatively sure I wasn't going to die. I would have just asked for you to get the guards, but you looked capable." "If you weren't in danger, then why did you need the guards?" Lysander asked. "The revenants were infused with nasty mage-killing magic," Ilian replied. "My personally conjured barriers were mostly ineffective against them, so I was forced to cast offensive magic. I could ward them off indefinitely, but I couldn't do that and empower the dispelling rune without giving myself a splitting headache, which I wasn't in the mood for today. Any more questions?" Lysander paused and took a breath for the ridiculous-sounding mouthful he was about to let loose. "Why would you create mage-killing goblin ghosts if you're a mage yourself?" "Well, I hardly have to worry about most non-mages generally," Ilian remarked. "It was a good experiment, but the control glyph I inscribed in the cause wasn't up to restraining the empowerment spell I also added, not when combined with the latent essence of the goblin cause. I'll admit that those two powers intertwined a little more seamlessly and efficiently than I'd estimated. I've never been good at the mathematics behind formulating new arcana. I likely forgot to carry over a portion of the division in the final proof of the spell's framework." "Okay, whatever you say," Lysander sighed. "I suppose that's as good an opening as I'll get. Guildmaster Danton sent me to offer to help you with that." "You don't look like a mage," Ilian replied. "No, not the magic." "The math, but not for the spells," Lysander replied. "I'm here to help you with your accounting." "Ah yes," Ilian said. "I could use that. I'll pay you, of course. You're in the Swords Guild too, yes? I have plenty of copper cores that you could trade to your weaker members for coin." "Actually," Lysander said, "I was more interested in raising my appraisal skills, specifically when it comes to identifying magic items." Ilian raised his hand to his chin. "Odd thing for a swordsman to ask for, but I warn you that it's all a lot more academic than something worth it for most. Yes, it might allow you to make a good guess at identifying any enchanted gear you come across on your adventures. However, it'd be much easier for you to just bring such things here to me. I only charge a small percentage of an item's value to do that for you mundane warriors." "I'm an associate of the Merchants Guild as well as an apprentice of the swords," Lysander replied. "I'm trying to get a better grip on appraising items for trade purposes." Ilian hummed. "An apprentice, then? It might be time." "What? Apprentice? I wouldn't go that far," Lysander corrected the man. "Yes." Ilian ignored him. "I will require you to sign non-compete contracts, no appraising items of value within the walls of Archport without giving me a percentage of the profits." "I don't really plan on doing all that much of that," Lysander said. "Also, I didn't agree to be your apprentice." "Come along," Ilian said, and he began walking towards the back of his workshop. "We'll spend the rest of the afternoon teaching you how to identify elation and margation runework, since most modern mana etchings are derived from the work of the ancient elves and dwarves. Then, well, I do need help organizing my ledger." Lysander shook his head and followed the elf, figuring he was mostly getting what he wanted from the man, and that maybe the odd mage would listen to him properly after they'd begun the teaching. Chapter 34. Mage's View. "What do you mean you can't summon mana? I very clearly sense that your core is producing mana." Ilian squinted his eyes at Lysander. "You have no reason to lie to me." "How can you even tell that?" Lysander asked. "I can't cast spells at all." I'll be the first to stop with the smoke and mirrors then, Ilian said, as if making a huge concession. My born trait allows me to see the mana fluctuations, and I clearly see mana production in your soul core. Even if you didn't have it, unless you had a disability or deformation of some kind, I could teach you to produce it, but that's clearly not needed. Can't all mages see mana fluctuations? Lysander asked. He remembered that Annabelle was able to read and track mana, despite her born trait revolving around the manipulation of spatial and illusionary magics. Ilian scoffed as if offended. Can't every town guardsman swing a sword? Can't every toddler splash paint on a canvas and call it a masterpiece? Of course, most mages can perceive mana. Anyone with a single point in magic control can do that, but to finally track the smallest change in density and mana type from birth? I think not. Lysander blinked. The elf was more than a handful. Ilian was pretentious, strangely arrogant, but not quite at the same time, and entirely too forthcoming about his hidden strengths. No one acted like that. His power did sound interesting, though, almost as if it allowed the elf to bypass the attribute of magic control to an extent, which, if compared to physical attributes, was mostly closely paralleled by dexterity. Dexterity allowed one to control their body's movements and channel their brawn and endurance more effectively via flexibility and reaction time, whereas magic control dealt with the perception and finer manipulation of the power their magic potency attribute could output. So you can see mana better than most people, and you've always been able to? Lysander asked. Precisely, Ilian said, which is why I can tell you're lying. Your soul core, at least, has the functional mana output capabilities of someone with at least 1 point in magic potency. That explains why you're so bad at the math in magic, and in general, I guess, Lysander said, putting 2 and 2 together. You just do it by feel, because you've always been able to rely on your born trait. And who ever said I was bad? Ilian retorted. You did, Lysander said, referring to the elf's explanation of his failed goblin summoning. Eh? I merely expressed that it wasn't my strong suit. Not that I was bad at it, Ilian said with a small frown. But you're changing the subject. Lysander sighed in frustration. I'm not lying. I don't know anything about magic beyond a few things here and there, and I can't cast anything. As far as I know, it's actually impossible for me to use mana. My body converts my mana into physical strength before it even spreads into it. That's truly, surely not. Ilian's frown disappeared, and he instead leaned far too close to Lysander for comfort, and his eyes glowed faintly. Your core… Yes, how unique. Such a waste. Your core is producing mana, if only at the level of a novice, but it's simply disappearing when it enters your body. And if I can't see what it's turning into, then… The elf paused and squinted harder with his glowing eyes. Then that must mean the mana is changing into something such as life force. I didn't notice it before, but only because I never would have thought to look for something I couldn't see. Can you lean back a bit? Lysander asked. Have you ever sensed mana? Does the space between your eyes tingle or your spine shiver in the presence of magic? Perhaps you smell a particular unplaceable scent when in the presence of sorcery. The elf inquired, completely ignoring the swordsman's request for personal space. Lysander moved back in the chair Ilian had previously offered him. Not really. It's different for everyone. You don't feel anything around magic? Ilian asked. My hair stands on end, Lysander admitted. Ilian finally leaned back himself and crossed his arms in thought. So, you were blessed with at least a point in magic control as well as potency then. That's what allows someone to sense magic, you see, and it's a reaction that takes place inside the soul core. So it seems your born trait doesn't interfere with that, at least. How interesting. What about magic efficiency? You do know it's considered rude to ask about attributes, Lysander remarked. Nonsense. You've practically already told me you have a trait that redirects your mana into life force, Ilian replied. I'm a fifth circle wizard, which if you don't know means all of my mana-related attributes are expert tier. You already know my born trait as well, so we're on equal footing. Were you born with your unique constitution, or perhaps it was an accident that caused it? I was born with it, Lysander revealed. I see. And do you have magic in your bloodline? Most commoners don't manifest any points in the mana attributes. It's generally hereditary and must be trained if it isn't, Ilian mused. Yes, my mother, Lysander said. How powerful of a mage was she? Ilian inquired. That's a subject I don't like to talk about, Lysander replied, gesturing to the table full of faintly magical rings and baubles the eccentric wizard had telekinetically summoned from around his shop. What does this have to do with anything here? It means you'd be a terrible apprentice, Ilian remarked. An absolute waste of time. I didn't agree to be your apprentice in the first place, Lysander replied. What part of a swordsman coming into your shop and asking for appraisal training would give you the slightest hint that I wanted to learn magic? A good question, Ilian said. You certainly can't learn active magic if you are as deformed as you say. And my mana sight does seem to confirm that much. A waste of a magical bloodline, honestly. It's quite rare to manifest more than a single point in any single mana attribute merely from natural development. You would have saved me a lot of time as a student had you not been stunted as you are. Do you have any siblings I could teach? No, Lysander said bluntly, not wanting to talk about Annabelle. Disappointing, Ilian said, but perhaps you'd still be an interesting case study. I'm not going to be one of your experiments, Lysander replied, growing more annoyed. I'm just here to help you with your ledger and to learn appraisal. That's what Master Danton sent me here for. Don't be so quick to say that, Ilian replied and held his hand up. A faint pulse of magic made Lysander's hair stand on end, and a rush of movement made his eyes jump across the room. A circular copper-colored object flew into the mage's hand from a faraway overfilled shelf. This is a magic control monster core from a young sprite, Ilian explained, holding it out to Lysander. Stop looking at it like that. It's perfectly safe for you. It's only novice ranked. Absorb it and tell me what you feel. Monster cores were harvested from monsters and held their power, yes, but there was more to it than that. A beast who specialized in mana control would produce a core that raised one's mana control attribute. Lysander had, of course, never absorbed mana-related cores, as they were somewhat rarer than those of the physical types. Why? Lysander asked and didn't rush to take the core. Because I want to see what your core does with it, Ilian replied. I assume your born trait is using your mana for something, yes? It's making you physically stronger, I'm sure. How would you guess that? Lysander inquired. Basic deduction, unless you truly get no benefits from such an impediment to your ability to use mana. Life generally isn't that cruel. You're also clearly not gaining magic resistance from your trait, or else the goblins wouldn't have been able to cut your leg at their low level, Ilian said. Now don't tell me you're going to pass up a free core. I swear by Aethras, I haven't done a thing to this one. Lysander reached out for the core, but stopped before taking it completely from the elf's grasp. I'll do it if you tell me what you see. He ultimately realized that he didn't know everything about how his born trait worked. If the elf could help him figure some of it out, then he'd take the knowledge he could give. Knowledge and understanding were power, especially when related to one's own abilities. Very well, Ilian said, and held the core out towards Lysander again. Fine, Lysander said, taking the copper monster core. The swordsman felt the energies of the core tingling against his hand. The mana-attuned powers of the misshaped copper-colored rock made his arm hairs stand on end, as all magic generally did. He took a breath and opened himself to the core. He hadn't absorbed many cores in his life. Most of his gains had been made through hard work alone. However, the process was always similar. Monster cores almost asked permission to be absorbed. Taking the power of one was more or less just a matter of granting that permission. Lysander did just that. The power of the mana control core pushed into his body. The magical power surged through his muscles like a rejuvenating surge of foreign energy. Absorbing cores was exhilarating, almost addicting, and also incredibly fleeting. The power surged up his arm and, in a moment only, lodged itself into his chest. Lysander felt the power swirl in his soul core, which was what a person's equivalent of a monster core was called, and then dissipate. The power didn't disappear entirely, though. It just changed and melded with his own. The power was eaten by his soul core, and a second later, he felt the energy pulse back into his muscles as life force. Strangely, however, it almost felt as if he had absorbed a dexterity-attuned monster core, as his body felt ever so slightly more limber. Interesting. Your core grew more refined as if you were a mage who'd just increased their magic control attribute, Ilian said, as his eyes glowed and he stared into Lysander once again. What does your character sheet say about the attribute? 1 second, Lysander said, as he gathered himself after absorbing the core, which had now completely disappeared from his hand. The swordsman pulled his character sheet up, but made a point not to make it visible to Ilian. Lysander Borncrest, body, beast blood, mind, NA, soul, NA. Attributes, brawn, 1 + 1, 50, 100, novice. Dexterity, 1 + 1, 30, 100, novice. Endurance, 1 + 1, 81, 100, novice. Magic potency, 1, 1, 0, 100, novice. Magic control, 1, 1, 1, 100, novice. Magic efficiency, 1, 1, 0, 100, novice. Proficiencies, one-handed, no style, 2, 0, 100, competent. Spear, no style, 1, 50, 100, novice. Shield, no style, 1, 10, 100, novice. Archery, no style, 1, 50, 100, novice. Hand-to-hand, 1, 10, 100, novice. Butchering, 1, 50, 100, novice. Appraisal, 1, 70, 100, novice. Bookkeeping, 1, 80, 100, novice. Traits, bodybound, born. As with many beings blessed by bloodline, you have latent magic within your bones and veins. Unlike those who would seek to wield mana, however, your body has mutated to naturally cannibalize its mana to strengthen itself. Your brawn, dexterity, and endurance all increase by 1 level. However, your magic efficiency, magic control, and magic potency are all reduced by 1 level. Additionally, any gains to these magical skills will instead be transferred to their physical counterparts. Beast blood, body. The curse of lycanthropy has sought to enter your body, but as with all curses, the blood of the beast is rooted in mana. Your unique constitution has subdued and absorbed the curse and used it to further feed your strength. You technically hold the blood of the beast, as do all lycanthropes, but you are unable to transform as they do. Conversely, a portion of the strength only available to lycanthropes in their shifted form is available to you in short bursts. You will also feel far fewer side effects of the curse. Novice proficiency, upgradable, titles, NA, skills. Sword guard, root yourself in place, burning life force to slow down your perception of time and sharpen your defensive proficiencies. Novice proficiency, upgradable. My magic control attribute gained a point of progress towards competent. Lysander admitted, I also feel like my dexterity has increased. How unique indeed, Ilian muttered. I don't think I need to waste any more cores on you to understand. I'm willing to assume that if you raise your magic potency attribute, you'll feel like your brawn has increased. Conversely, if you increase your magic efficiency attribute, your endurance will increase. It's almost as if you're casting reinforcement magic on yourself at all times. Reinforcement magic? Lysander asked. Yes, it is a mostly useless form of magic, as it requires one to focus heavily on an incantation in order to increase one's physical attributes, Ilian explained. It's not widely studied, as it's simply easier to erect a barrier or conjure an offensive spell, even to just directly become a physical warrior oneself if you're so inclined. Why focus on a spell while fighting just to become a little stronger when you can just increase your strength without having to split your focus between close combat and spellcasting? You, however, do not have that problem. You also, of course, don't have the versatility of being able to stop reinforcing yourself. I hadn't thought of it like that, Lysander admitted. Born traits often mimic spellcasting, Ilian replied. Yours isn't the worst I've seen, even if it does severely limit you. Not quite mediocre, not quite miraculous. However, it is incredibly efficient. It could save you a lot of gold and effort. You're getting at me being able to absorb weaker cores to raise my mana stats so I can be physically stronger, Lysander inquired. He'd already had the theory in his own mind, but had never tested it directly before now. Yes, Ilian said with a bit of pleasure in his voice. If you had expert-level brawn, for example, then finding cores would be either expensive or would require you to seek out powerful creatures. However, in your situation, if you also had only novice-level magic potency, then you'd be able to easily slay young mana-attuned creatures for their cores. Cores you could use to essentially increase your brawn without needing to acquire the much rarer and harder to acquire expert-level cores. I've had the same idea before, Lysander said, but cores aren't always easy to get. No, but it gets much easier to get weak cores as you grow in strength, Ilian replied. I'm almost jealous. You're lucky. I imagine a trait that converted physical strength into magical power would leave one almost bedridden and feeble. You're quite fortunate you got the better side of fate in that way. Sounds like it, Lysander replied. He couldn't be a mage, but he also didn't really want to be one. Not anymore. Are you satisfied that I can't be your apprentice? Can we move on to the appraisal? Somewhat, Ilian said. Your trait does mean you could be quite powerful physically in the future. What would happen if you maxed both your brawn and your mana potency attributes? Would you be able to become physically stronger than any mortal warrior? Lysander faltered. I don't know. You might still be limited by the attribute cap of Grandmaster rank, Ilian mused. If you weren't, however, then the implications would be far-reaching. There's still the issue of getting there, Lysander replied. True also. Grandmaster is something you're quite far away from, Ilian admitted. Most never reach such a rank in even a single attribute. You likely won't get to test our hypothesis in your short human lifetime. If only you were of my kin, then you might be able to accomplish it. You can't change how you were born, Lysander said with a small sigh. The appraisal training? Yes, we can start momentarily. We've wasted enough time, Ilian replied. I do have a proposition for you, though. Go ahead, I guess, Lysander replied. I like to ally myself with young potentials, Ilian said. Generally mages, but on the rather low chance you do manage to capitalize on your born trait and achieve great power, I'd very much like to have you on that list of my prodigies. What if I taught you more than just appraisal? You can't use magic, but there are other ways that you can bolster yourself with it. I'm not a mage and likely don't have the time, Lysander said. I'm already splitting my focus between trying to train my mercantile skills and my martial abilities. Ilian made a disappointed noise. Most would jump at this chance. No one outside of the dwarven mountain strongholds knows of what I'm offering you. I could teach you glyphing and rune work. You'd be able to reinforce your armor, weapons, and body against all sorts of magical and physical attacks. Yes, in truth, we would have to take the time to shore up your education in magical theory, but it would only take a few weeks. I'd only want to be able to call on you for favors from time to time as you grow in strength. I don't have the time, Lysander said, shaking his head, and I can't enchant items. I'm pretty sure you need to be able to cast spells for that. No, Ilian replied, you don't. For enchanting, yes, you do need the capability to imbue spells, but not for rune carving. Items enchanted by humans and most elves periodically need to be recharged by either mana or a monster core. You can benefit from being able to use mana with rune work, yes, but you don't have to. Runes only require an initial charge, which is just that, a catalyst to activate the magical scripts and circuits that you place into an item. The items then recharge themselves with ambient mana gathering. Well, they do if you're actually proficient at inscribing them. Then why doesn't everyone do that? Lysander asked. A divergence of tradition and discovery, Ilian said. Rune-crafted and glyphed items are also generally less powerful than an enchanted item created by an enchanter of the same rank as a rune-crafter. However, the benefits of stability and reliability granted by rune crafting speak for themselves. Rune crafting can also be learned by dwarven craftsmen, not just mages, though it's a closely guarded secret only taught to masters. How did you learn it then? Lysander asked. Bribery and blackmail, Ilian admitted, but mostly just bribery. And then the dwarves wouldn't have a problem with me learning your stolen secrets, Lysander asked. The dwarves of Deepcrest are very far away from here, Ilian said. Who would know? How long would it take to learn? Lysander inquired. That depends on your aptitude for craftsmanship. As I said, your understanding of magical proofs will be the limiting factor, Ilian said. I just don't have the time right now, Lysander said, shaking his head again. I need to learn appraisal from you, but what if I knew a craftsman who could use magic? and would likely be much better at learning runecraft than me. I could introduce you, as long as whatever favors you want from us aren't insane or unethical. I'll still do your bookkeeping as well, in exchange for your appraisal training." "I don't know if I'd have the time for 2 pupils," Ilian replied. "You would have been training me in both, regardless, and I'm willing to bet her magic attributes and knowledge are already higher than anyone else you could find with her sort of work ethic," he replied, thinking back to how Sel had mentioned forging with arcane fire. "She's a blacksmith, and if she's anywhere near as talented with magic as she is with forging, then she's worth your time." "I would have to meet her," Ilian said, still not seeming totally convinced. Lysander almost felt bad at the thought of making the somewhat shy-looking seal deal with the annoying spellcaster. However, if the girl could learn to further enhance her already impressive smithing with the rune-crafting Ilian described, then Lysander figured their shop's potential future profits could only soar. "I can make that happen. Is tomorrow all right with you?" Lysander asked. "I will appraise her skills, but make no promises," Ilian said. "I'll tell her then. Now can we start what I came here for, please?" Lysander: "That should be fine. And yes, of course I do need my tax forms filed soon. I'm a little behind, so hopefully we can make it to that today as well, yes?" Ilian started to change subjects as he picked up a ring from the table in front of himself and Lysander. "It'll be easier to teach you with examples. This is an adept tier ring that boosts brawn in short bursts. As you can see, there are certain hallmarks of traditional enchantment on it, such as the slight oxidation of the band here from the mana prematurely aging the metal. That tells you that this ring has likely been around for a bit and should at least have been stably working for that long. The inset jewel is a topaz, which gives you a further hint at what sort of magic might be contained within. But we'll get into the various types of enchantments that correlate with natural stones momentarily. However, as an aside, you don't want to be fooled by a stronger spell being inlaid into a low-quality stone, as the enchantment will eventually crumble. Said stone and ruin the item, though likely not before you're cheated out of your gold," Ilian said as he placed the ring down and picked up a bracelet that looked like it had been chipped from hard cave stone. This is a naturally formed treasure, on the other hand. Much harder to identify, however, you can tell the quality of the magic by the properties and look of the stone. Once mana infuses rock or wood, it begins to make it metamorphosize into something entirely different. The level and quality of the bonding of the natural material and the ambient magics that imbued it will determine how stable the resulting enchantment is and just what sort of paranatural magical material the container of the enchantment has been turned into, which is how you'll generally identify the value of the item. There is much more to take into account when valuing an item beyond its effect. Quality, craftsmanship, and item longevity are all incredibly important considerations. Ilian continued to lecture Lysander for quite some time on the appraisal of magical items, only stopping momentarily to telekinetically pull over and provide a note-taking journal at Lysander's request. Chapter 35. Armor and Apprentices. Lysander spent the night at Ilian's, learning about identifying magical items and organizing the elf's financial accounts. Strangely enough, despite all of the man's magical treasures, he was effectively broke. Worse than that, he was heavily indebted. Granted, it took the swordsman the better half of 3 hours to go over the man's horrendously organized records. Ilian didn't keep most receipts, spent every gold piece he made on research and frivolous-seeming purchases, among other poor financial habits. Lysander still wasn't sure if he'd found or gotten Ilian to admit to having taken out all of the letters of debt and credit from the local Crownhold Royal Bank branch. Ultimately, Lysander had been forced to make the elf sit next to him while he tried to make sense of his insane jumble of ledgers and monetary obligations. Getting Ilian to sit still long enough for that was almost as large an effort as the bookkeeping itself. The swordsman was pretty sure he was going to have to get the expert-tier wizard to either take up work with the Evokers Guild or to sell off a large portion of the magical items he'd hoarded just to cover his most impending debts. He wasn't positive yet, though. It would take at least another 3 or 4 days for Lysander to start to make sense of Ilian's situation. He needed to teach the elf basic financial skills and establish some sort of accounting system that the financially uninterested, seemingly scatterbrained wizard would be able to at least somewhat learn and stick to. Ilian's main issue, as far as Lysander could tell, was that the man didn't see money like most people. It wasn't something important in of itself to the elf. It was merely a thing to trade for opportunities to pursue knowledge. This suspicion of Lysander's was only further confirmed when Ilian explained that one of his highest priority fields of research was to figure out a way to conjure food in a way that didn't burn more energy than eating the food created. Apparently, mages could already conjure food if they had the right magical affinities and spells. It was also apparently something that took more mana than it was generally worth. Magically produced food, at best, cost a mage the same amount of energy to produce as it could provide. Though Ilian was attempting to rework the principles of runecrafting's ambient energy absorption to create an array that could use the mystical energy of an area to create food, it was essentially farming, but in a more mystical and direct way. To Lysander, this sounded like something that could revolutionize the issues of famine and food availability. For Ilian, it was merely a method to avoid paying for or taking the time to purchase food, so that he could spend more money on research materials and better use his time with them. He'd never even considered helping people with his work, stating that even if he did get it to work, the arrays would likely require a high level of expertise to operate, and that he wasn't interested in perfecting the magic beyond a point where he could get just enough out of it that he didn't need to buy himself food or take the time to cook it anymore. Ilian was brilliant, it was true, but he was also incredibly single-minded and a little bit mad in the way that many wizards and sorcerers were. The elf was a practical treasure trove of information, though. His interests regarding things of the magical variety were broad and expansive. He'd taught Lysander more about identifying and appraising magical items than he'd ever imagined learning in one sitting. It was almost unheard of to raise a proficiency by 10 points in a single day, at least not if one was getting close to approaching competent level in it. Thanks to Ilian, however, Lysander had done it. His appraisal skill was now sitting at 80 points out of 100 in the novice tier, up from 70 points. And that was without going over the massive list of notes he'd taken, as Ilian had instructed him. The idea that he'd be able to keep coming to the elf for at least the rest of the week filled him with excitement. The man was an incredible, if meandering, teacher. His every word simply dripped with hard-to-come-by knowledge. There was also the matter of Cell. Lysander wasn't sure how the half-elf and pure-blooded Ilian would get along, but he was pretty sure the blacksmith might just be up for learning from the man. After all, just from what little the swordsman had seen, if Cell was anywhere near as single-minded regarding her magical skills as she was regarding her blacksmithing, then she'd have at least that in common with Ilian. It was already the next morning after Lysander's training with the elf. The healing potion Lysander had bought from the gnome alchemist Hismorn had his body once again only feeling slightly beaten up, though a bit more than it had the morning before. There was no way he could fully escape the pain of Batnag's training, it seemed, and he was starting to think, even with the potions helping him to heal, that he might have to take at least a day off before starting the caravan escort quest if he wanted to be at his best. Batnag wouldn't be expecting the swordsman for at least another hour, however, leaving Lysander with just a little bit of time to talk to a certain blacksmith if she were up. When he entered the shop, he was a bit surprised to see a very energetic-looking Kele banging away at an anvil, but it wasn't the fact that she was up so early that surprised him. Magic swirled around the girl, her whole body was enshrouded in flames as she stood beside the brick furnace she'd constructed. Fire swirled out from the furnace mouth, and the half-elf guided it with words of power to enshroud the item she was shaping. Meanwhile, she swung a massive hammer that was equally encased in an contrastingly orange, altogether calmingly sturdy aura. No smoke escaped the top of the furnace, almost as if the flames within it didn't produce a single bit of pollution. Lysander felt his hair stand on end as he approached the arcane blacksmith, his body reacting to her sorcery or wizardry, whichever it was. "I guess we'll save on setting up ventilation," Lysander commented, as he figured the lack of smoke must have something to do with the nature of the magical flames Cell was manipulating. "Just give me a minute," Cell said, glancing up from her work and almost jumping in shock as she did so, as sweat beaded down her brow. "The aetherite will be ruined if I don't get the balance of residual mana right in the metal." "I'll shut up," Lysander remarked, merely moving to lean against a nearby tool-laden table. He was very surprised to see that the table also held a unique, practically complete set of blue-tinted half-plates. There was a breastplate that looked easy enough to slip on, as well as half a set of half-greaves sitting on top of an under-jerkin and a pair of leather leggings. Was this the armor he'd asked Sel to make only 2 days ago? How could she have completed almost all of it already? "Close your eyes for this part," Sela warned him, and she lifted her hammer high as it glowed brightly with power, and she herself looked almost ready to fall over in exertion. "Please, you'll want to." "Okay," Lysander called back, sealing his eyelids tight. The moment after he'd spoken, a blinding flash of mana burned against his eyes, even with them closed. The heat in the shop began to dissipate as Sele spoke again. "All right, you can open them." The girl was breathing hard as she twisted her hand. The fire that she'd been magically drawing out of her forge guided itself back into the brick oven and then put itself out. "Are you okay?" Lysander asked as he watched the half-elf place her no longer glowing hammer down on her anvil. "I'm fine," Sel said with a deep breath as she picked up the no longer red-hot half-greave that she'd been hammering only moments prior. "I've just been working at this all night." "Have you slept?" Lysander stood and asked with concern as the girl walked over to him and put the half-greave next to the other one. "I don't need the armor at this moment. I didn't expect you to even have it done before I left." "But it'd be better if I did, right?" Sel dodged his question with another. "I mean, yes, but you need to take care of yourself," Lysander replied. "I'm fine," Sel said. "The armor itself is done. I used almost the last bit of the aetherite for it. I'll have to use the rest to put some plating on the boots, which I still need to craft. There won't be any usable werewolf hide left after I make those." "That's fine," Lysander said as he examined the half-elf and was surprised to see that she didn't have any bags under her eyes, despite her obvious marathon of forging. "You should still get some rest, though. There are 5 days before I leave." Seal looked up to him. "I guess there's no way around telling you this if we're going to be working together, but I don't like being told to slow down." "Ah," Lysander said, trying not to react to the bluntness of the usually reserved girl. "I'm not mad," she said. "I just really wanted to work with the hide you brought me and to see how the aetherite alloy would do in a larger piece of metal." The half-elf paused momentarily. "Also, since you're likely going to have the same concerns over and over the longer you know me, I'll just tell you, I don't sleep." "You don't sleep?" Lysander mouthed the words back to her. "Everyone sleeps." "It's my born trait," Sela said. "I guess it doesn't hurt to tell you that. I don't need sleep." Lysander glanced back at the armor, then at the half-elf again. Things suddenly made a bit more sense. If she'd been working on it for 2 days straight without needing to sleep, then she could conceivably get it done. "That's actually amazing." "Do you eat?" Lysander asked. Someone with Cele's seeming dedication to her craft, who didn't need to sleep, could spend all hours improving. Her being such a skilled craftsman now made infinitely more sense considering her young appearance. As far as Lysander knew, half-elves didn't live much longer than humans, and though they retained their youthfulness into old age better, they tended to age similarly to humans until then. "Everyone eats, silly," Cele said with a smile. "You did just tell me you don't sleep," Lysander said. "Well, maybe everyone eats," Sela replied. "I do, though. I just don't have to sleep. Now I understand how you can craft like you do. You can't be more than a year or 2 older than myself, if that. But if you don't ever have to sleep, then you could train endlessly," Lysander said, speaking his thoughts out loud. "That really is amazing. You just don't get tired?" Seal seemed to blush a little. "I can get tired, just not sleepy. I guess I get less physically tired than most people, but I think it's just my body spreading out the recovery most people get while sleeping over the entire day and night." "You could be an amazing warrior if you took the time. You could practice constantly," Lysander said. Seal shook her head. "The sun still goes down and people go to sleep. There wouldn't always be someone to spar with, right? I can work my forge or practice my spells by myself. It's why I like it. I can craft forever and without anyone else and always feel like I'm being productive, even when no one is around." "That makes sense," Lysander replied. "I'm still surprised you've gotten so much done on the armor." "I'm really happy with it," Sela said with a little bit of pride in her eyes. "Go ahead and pick it up. It barely weighs anything, and it should be just as strong as any steel." All right, Lysander said, reaching for one of the half-greaves. Sure enough, it seemed nearly weightless, as if it were only a quarter as thick as it actually was. You weren't joking with me. I'll be able to move with this as if I weren't wearing armor at all. I'm impressed. As his hands touched the armor, he also felt the strange humming he experienced when holding his aetheryte sword. It was as if the metal wanted to channel his attribute scores into itself as well. What would happen if he infused the armor with his endurance score? Would it become even stronger than it already was as he increased his own attributes? Tanning the werewolf skin was harder than I'd thought, Seal explained. I've never worked with a silver core monster, but I managed. Lysander placed the half-greave down and moved to run his fingers across the thick, black-brown leather of the werewolf's skin under armor. Most of the jerkin and pants consisted of well-crafted tanned leather, but there was some heavily treated and washed werewolf fur around the sleeves, legs, and collar of the suit. The whole thing was rather handsome-looking. You really did do an amazing job, Lysander said. I couldn't ask for better. It looks like it'll fit me perfectly. Did you size me up with a skill the other day? Seal nodded. My forging and tailoring are adept level, and I have a few skills for them too. I used a skill called Tailor's Eye to get your size without measuring you. My magic is lagging behind though because I can't increase attributes with training as easily as proficiencies. Right, because you'd need monster cores, Lysander noted, whereas you can work on your proficiencies all night. At your age though, an adept level of proficiency, let alone 2, is just unheard of. I just work a lot, Sel replied humbly. Seller, with your skills, you didn't have to decide to work with me, Lysander said. Who wouldn't take you as an apprentice? Seller blinked. Well, maybe, but I don't have good experiences with masters or apprenticeships. Her eyes grew a little dark. My last teacher was cruel. Oh, Lysander said, you don't have to talk about it. It's fine, Sel said. I signed on with you because it seemed like a good opportunity to make something of my own and to eventually get the aetheryte. You really don't like learning from other people? Lysander asked. I just don't want to sign away my life, Sela replied. I actually came to talk to you about something, but now I'm not sure, Lysander confessed. There's a wizard in town. He's a little eccentric, but he's teaching me how to identify magical items. He likes building connections with young, skilled magi. I may have mentioned your name and said I'd ask if you wanted to learn something called rune crafting. Dwarven rune crafting? Sile's eyes widened. How would an elf know that? He's well-traveled, Lysander replied. I'm not sure exactly how he learned it, but I believe him. What would he want in return? Sela asked. Our help if he ever asks for it, Lysander said. He's odd. I half think he wants an apprentice, or maybe he just wants enough people indebted to him that he can get himself out of trouble whenever he needs to. He seems like the sort of person who would need connections and favors just to not wind up in hot water. I don't know, Sel started. Rune crafting is hard to learn. The dwarves keep it among themselves, and they'd never teach a half-elf. I honestly can't believe they'd teach an elf either, or just anyone who wasn't a dwarven master. You don't have to meet with him. If he asks you to do anything you don't want to, then you don't have to learn from him, Lysander said. I won't pressure you. I just thought it'd be a good opportunity for us. I'm hesitant, Sel admitted. I don't want to be a formal apprentice. I don't want to have to ever follow anyone's orders again. But I guess this would be different. I have my own shop now. If this works out, I'll be able to support myself and not have to rely on anyone else. You could meet with him tonight and decide, Lysander offered. I have to go meet the guild trainer for the swords here soon, but I'll be seeing Ilian, the wizard I'm talking about, later. I'm helping him straighten out his finances in exchange for the training he's giving me in appraisal. Well, I guess just meeting with him won't hurt, Sel said. Runecrafting isn't something you can just learn anywhere. Then it sounds like a plan, Lysander said. All right. Sel nodded. I should have the boots for the armor done by tonight. You can pick up the whole set any time after then. Chapter 36. Heente ye unseen issues. The next few days went by in a blur of training, both physically and mentally, for Lysander. Ilian and Seal met, and though the half-elf seemed a bit unnerved by the wizard's eccentric personality, once Lysander steered the conversation towards magical crafting, The two began to enter into a passionate discussion. Sel asked question after question and even countered a few of Ilian's statements, correcting his preconceptions about magical metallurgy with her own more specialized blacksmithing knowledge. By the end of the night, Ilian seemed far more interested in the half-elf than in Lysander. While the swordsman balanced the ledgers, Sel and the wizard began working out a deal. Sel refused an official apprenticeship and the responsibilities of a student-master relationship. Instead, she offered a business deal. She'd learn rune crafting, and she'd give the man a small portion of any profits she made, with the skill for the duration of the time she was learning from Ilian. After Lysander pointed out that the elf desperately needed the passive cash flow, Ilian reluctantly agreed to the deal, but only after Sel revealed that her born trait would allow her to learn rune crafting and thus make money from it at a much faster rate than the average student. Meanwhile, Batnag continued to push Lysander to his limits in sparring, day after day. The orc was relentless in his demands that the swordsman learn to activate his beast blood in bursts, rather than in 1-minute intervals for efficiency's sake. Lysander would have been lying if he said he'd lived up to Batnag's expectations. That said, he did manage to somewhat get the hang of turning the ability his evolved body had given him on and off mid-combat. Lysander still couldn't immediately activate and deactivate the power on a whim, but he could, by the end of 5 days, break up its duration into multiple chunks. More importantly, he'd managed to complete his quest to unlock the bark body skill. During the process, the closer he'd come to being hit by Batnag 100 times, the more he'd felt as if the orc's punches were doing less damage. Some sort of hardening energy was beginning to infuse his skin as he fought, reacting to the worst of the blows. It was almost instinctive, though it worked better when his beast blood was called upon and exhausted him far less when it was. This had ultimately culminated in a moment where, while having his evolved body's power active, the bark body skill had once again finally activated in truth, and one of Batnag's punches had hit Lysander flush, but failed to truly do any internal damage. Using the new skill was draining, incredibly so, and he could still only manage it with his beast blood. But after completing the quest, he found that he had much greater control of bark body than when he'd first activated the skill manual for it. Batnag's beatings had hammered out some of the imperfections in how his body channeled the power after all. It seemed that now that he'd unlocked the skill, he could somewhat control how much life force he fed it. If he used only 10%, roughly, of the skill's power, then he discovered throughout his sparring with the orc that he could mostly rely on his beast blood to shore up the life force drain of the reinforcing skill. With all of his goals met, he now found himself with 2 free days to merely mentally prepare and study with Ilian. He was now on his way to eat and rest at the Swallowtail. Or at least, that was what he thought before the air of the street in front of him began to twirl, ripple, and spiral in on itself. It twinkled and twisted, taking on the colors of celadon and lavender. The scent of perfume and burned oxygen permeated the pores of Lysander's nostrils. The swordsman leaned back and held up his arm, one hand dropping to rest defensively on his etherite bastard sword. A gorgeous but exhausted-looking brunette's face appeared through the crackling portal. Cassandra Vitalet, enshrouded in her azure robes of office, peered with purple-bagged eyes at Lysander through the magical rift. The swordsman felt his heart drop. "Your sister," Cassandra said, her tone lacking her usual whimsy. "She needs your help." "What can I do?" Lysander asked, ignoring the many startled-looking city folk that had recoiled from the sight of an arcane rupture in space opening up before them. "Step through the portal," Cassandra replied. "There's time, but not terribly much." Lysander lowered his raised arm and took a breath. "Okay, take me to her." The swordsman stepped through the portal. As his body slipped through the magical swirling of space, he felt very little. There was a prickling that laced up and down the edges of his arms and legs that were closest in proximity to the magical fluctuations of the portal's edge. But that was it. Mostly, it was simply like stepping through a door. One moment he was in the streets of Archport, and the next he was within Cassandra's laboratory. It was much grander than it had appeared, a few days prior, in the small glimpses the swordsman had seen when the court mage had mentally transported him to where she'd been operating on his sister. Books lined every wall, and where they didn't, Shelves of herbs and glistening stones filled every corner. The blue and red livery and tapestries of the Vitalet family glistened in the strange permeating light shining down from the vaulted ceiling. The symbol of a lion-headed griffin chimera stood proudly emblazoned on the heraldic cloth. Grandest of all, and overshadowing every bit of the magical artifacts and rare, esoteric-smelling plants, however, was the massive orrery that moved above the stone arches that supported the castle's architecture. Or what could be seen of them, anyway. Huge representations of a dozen or more planets, some of which Lysander could not begin to name, the twin moons of Arden, and blazingly enchanted simulacrums of stars twisted and turned in a beautiful arcane dance and representation of the great heavens. Some sort of rippling spell weave sparkled and flowed at the apex of the laboratory as well, above even the depictions of the heavens themselves, obscuring the very top of the ceiling and making it seem as if no stone existed there. It didn't seem to be a representation of anything as base as infinity. It was instead a blue-black differentness that was hard to describe. It could only be the beyond the stars. The etheric veil, or an approximation meant to visually represent it, was hardly Lysander's area of expertise, but he knew of the veil, from his court upbringing and the ramblings of religions, as the thin, thick border between waking, dreaming, and passing away. The etheric veil was what Annabel called the filter that separated Arden from the beautiful and horrific voids of pure magic and other, even more ancient forces that shifted in the unseen reaches of half-molded unreality. The true etheric realm was supposedly the afterlife, the realm of the divine, the haunt of crawling demons, and so much more. Cassandra's depiction of it, however unreal, did much to display a deeply sinking feeling of otherness that almost forced a sense of confusion into Lysander's mind, just by looking at the bespelled ceiling. Lysander couldn't begin to guess how Cassandra had managed to create such a grand display of astrological and magical depiction, but if she were truly behind the creation of the orrery, then the swordsman figured he might need to put aside a greater level of respect for the mage. Just how powerful was she? How old did she need to be in order to have such insights? The Duke was in his 40s, from what Lysander had managed to glean. Surely Cassandra couldn't be much older than her sibling. "I thought you couldn't clear me to enter the castle," Lysander asked Cassandra. "That was on short notice. You won't be here long in any case," the court mage replied dryly. "I'm closing the portal. Don't panic about it. I'll let you leave whenever you want, but I don't need the citizenry wandering in here. That would be a breach of policy." The mage raised her hand and, with a swirling closing of her fingers, snuffed out the brightly twisting hole in real space that she'd conjured, leaving Lysander and her standing amid the shelves and glowing light of the stars of her workspace. "What's wrong with Annabel?" Lysander asked after glancing at the closing of the portal. "And where is she?" "This way," Cassandra replied. "Follow me." The woman led Lysander a few dozen feet across the massive room to a small table. Lysander felt his teeth clench when he saw who lay upon the stone slab. Annabel, appearing to sleep peacefully, but with a sheen of sickly perspiration upon her brow. Sigils glowed beneath the sleeping blonde, enchanted upon the slab table. Illuminated purple crystalline prisms rested straight upwards in cold iron holders and seemed to flash occasionally, siphoning some sort of green fell energy off of Lysander's sister that was seemingly invisible other than in the small moments of it being pulled out of her. "I thought you said you could mend her. You sounded confident," Lysander asked and placed a hand upon the table, not wanting to touch Annabel and possibly disturb whatever array Cassandra had set up around the girl. "What's going on?" "I tried, but there were complications," Cassandra said, and she brought her hand up to squeeze the space where her nose and brow met, as if fighting off a migraine. "The lycanthrope cut her. It's an old curse that makes those monsters, but this one was more virulent than it should have been. Corrosive, encroaching. It hid within her, not showing itself when I was actively performing surgery until the last moment. It struck when I was most drained and nearly depleted of my magic from helping your sister while also using simulacrums to perform my other duties. It attacked me, the curse, somehow, and entered my mana channels from where they connected to Annabel's. I burned it out of me, but I couldn't sever it from hers. It's already in her soul core." Lysander frowned more deeply. Just what sort of curse did he have inside of him now? And what was it doing to his sibling? So she's going to turn. No, that's nearly impossible, Cassandra admitted. Curses operate off of dark magic. Lycanthropy is ancient but crude. It infects the mana pathways and then warps the life force through the soul core. Magi of a certain level of strength, which your sister just barely manages to be, generally aren't capable of being infected with such a base curse. Their own mana attacks the infection and fights against it, but it's not an easy process. Her soul core and spiritual avatar are essentially locked in battle with the lycanthropy. She's tearing herself apart from the inside and, like all mages infected with all but the strongest strains of transformative curses, unless we find something to purify her, then she'll die from the struggle. You can't use your magic to cure her, Lysander asked. If it's so crude, why not dispel the lycanthropy? I don't know just how invested you are in this, but I'll give you anything, any promise, to help her. Cassandra shook her head. I said it was crude, not weak. Curses don't last through the ages if they're so weak as to be cured through simple magic. They skirt the line between spell and belief, becoming something more, feeding off the fears of those who whisper about them in legends. It's not necessary for me to explain the effects of mythopoeia on ancient magic to you, and we certainly don't have the time, but to put it plainly, it'll take more than a dispelling incantation to cure her. Annabel twitched upon the table, and the purple shards around her flared again. What do we do then? Lysander asked. There aren't many options, Cassandra admitted. Dark magic is one, the twisted kind that's worked in cabals and covens. Sacrificial and fell, but that kind of witchcraft is just the same as what creates curses like this. It's, if not evil, then at the very least costly. It would be just as likely to create more problems. I won't help you, or anyone, stoop to consorting with such powers. Then tell me the other options, Lysander said. He knew Annabel wouldn't want him to use such powers as Cassandra spoke of to cure her. Still, the swordsman wasn't so sure he wouldn't if it came down to it. She was his sister. There's an entity, Cassandra said slowly, in the Drakeguard Mountains, ancient, not evil, noble even, a protector of the realm at one time, but alien to most mortals. I can send you to it. A deal could be brokered if it finds you worthy. What sort of entity? Lysander asked. It seemed as if the mage was having trouble speaking, choking on her words. She tried to speak, but stopped. I can't say. I'm sorry. I've had my own dealings with it. I'm under a guise to not reveal too much of it to others. What sort of deal did you make? Lysander asked with skepticism in his tone. Cassandra merely shook her head in response. Lysander looked down at Annabel. Is it evil? No, it will honor its word if you honor yours, Cassandra said. But swordsman, I'm only allowed to speak of it when I'm sending others who are in need to it. The price may be high, or it may turn you away altogether. She'll die without this thing's help? Lysander asked. Cassandra frowned. Yes. The swordsman looked up to Cassandra. I'll pay any price. The court mage nodded. The magic around its domain is strong. I can only send you to within a day's journey of its lair. It will be dangerous. Dark things live that deep within the mountain ranges to the west. Some you may be able to slay, but others, Cassandra shook her head. You can't come to help me, Lysander asked. I've already asked my favors of the one you seek. I'm too weak to create clones of myself at this moment. Powers are shifting around the city. I'm needed here. If you're careful, you should be able to make it to the precipice of the mountain. Look for the ruined citadel. In its deepest recesses rests the being who may help you, Cassandra explained. Lysander got the message. The mage wouldn't be coming with him. He wouldn't have her help, but maybe he could ask for assistance from others. I have allies, maybe friends. Can I bring them? Lysander inquired. No, Cassandra said. The creature does not like to be disturbed by mortals who are not in the greatest of need. You would risk much. It would know, even if you left them outside its lair. It knows nearly everything that happens in its domain. Lysander sighed. Very well. What sort of monsters will I be facing? Ghouls, wraiths, and undead. Maybe worse, Cassandra replied, and then lifted her palm up. She muttered a few words of power, and mana swirled from her palm and condensed into a small, physical-seeming prism. The magic leapt from the conjured jewel and formed into a leather cord wrapped around the stone. Cassandra's breathing seemed more struggling than normal. "I've conjured you a tether to me. When your task is complete, hold it in your hand and imagine my face. I'll open a portal to bring you back." Lysander allowed the necklace to be passed to him by the mage. "I'm grateful for this, but why are you helping us so much?" Of course, there was always the possibility that whatever deal Cassandra had made with the unnamed creature entailed her sending it offerings from time to time, with Lysander being one. Still, the situation seemed too convoluted to be like that. "Your sister is a rarity," Cassandra replied, "a potential in line with my own magical affinities of space. Do you know how rare it is to find a budding mage able to wrap her head around spatial magic, let alone a sorceress born to it?" "So you want an apprentice?" Lysander asked. "All this for that?" "She's the first candidate that I've met in many years," Cassandra said. "It's not a small thing, something I'd like not to lose. Legacy is everything, Swordsman. You'll see that one day." And there it was again. Cassandra again seemed as if she were much older than she should be. Lysander tucked the observation away in the back of his mind. "I guess I'll take you at your word then," Lysander said. "If I'm fighting the undead, I'd like to at least go prepared. I'm not helping Annabelle if I rush in and die. I need to visit the cathedral. Do I have enough time?" 3 days at most. That's all she has," Cassandra said, glancing at the comatose Annabelle. "You could be meeting the one you seek by tomorrow morning if you leave soon, but you're correct. You should be prepared. Go to the cathedral and gather supplies. When you're ready, hold the stone I gave you and will your mind to touch mine. I'll open a portal to the Drakeguard Mountains for you from wherever you are. Swordsman, be warned. The closer it is to night when you visit, the more dangerous it shall become." "It sounds like I'll have to face the things in the dark regardless," Lysander replied, "but I'll keep it in mind." "Thank you." Cassandra nodded and raised her hand. "I'll open you a portal to the cathedral so the guards don't arrest you for wandering around the castle. Be swift." "Cassandra?" Lysander asked. "Yes?" The mage hesitated with her hand in the air. "How likely am I to survive this?" Lysander asked. "I ventured there when I was roughly as powerful as your sister," Cassandra admitted. "If you avoid the eldest, darkest things there, then you have a chance, Swordsman. The citadel itself is dangerous, but safe if you stay along the main path through it. Do not fight the things there for conflict's sake. Keep your mind on your task, and perhaps you will yet live." "Thank you, Cassandra," Lysander replied. "If you taking an interest in my sister's powers means she lives, then that's fine by me. I'll be back. I promise." "May Silatil make you wise to the dangers you court," Cassandra said, invoking one of the most ancient gods, a deity of magic that many magi revered, if not worshipped. The wizardess twisted her fingers and spoke the world into obedience. Another portal spun into existence behind Lysander. Chapter 37. Cathedral. Lysander stepped out of the swirling portal with a lot on his mind. Annabelle, the lycanthrope's curse, and that he was cutting his timetable very closely when it came to the quest he'd taken on with the swords and merchants. Not that the last one mattered too much. If he could make the timeline for the quest, then he would. But he'd burn every bridge and every last bit of his reputation if it meant that his sister lived. Some things mattered more than money, and even one's name. The Cathedral of Andronis was massive. The church spiraled high into the sky, crafted from marble and decorated with the brilliant color of golden red-tinted shingles. A massive half-finished dome crowned the place of worship, lined with scaffolding and work struts. However, the beacon tower that rose up out of the frame of the dome was very much completed. Atop the tower, there glowed a brilliant pillar of golden light that shot into the sky, breaking through the overcast sky and parting the swirling clouds themselves to reveal a tiny patch of clear blue sky. The swordsman entered the saintly cathedral as Cassandra's portal closed behind him. Lysander ignored the surprised looks of the pilgrims and townsfolk nearby. Magic wasn't so rare that it should shock them too much, but he couldn't deny that walking out of a portal was a hell of a way to make an entrance. The inside of the church was as breathtaking as its exterior. Columns lined the main walkway, leading to the base of the faith-enchanted tower that Lysander had seen outside. The interior of the tower reached dozens of feet high and was filled with alcove after alcove. Each little hideaway bore a casket or showed the carefully enshrined and cleaned bones of a venerated ancestor. And in the very center of it all, there rested the sepulchre of the city's patron saint. Adronas was a protector spirit, a saint not quite as martial as some others, but one that had been a warrior in life nonetheless, among other things. The stone monument was rectangular and raised on a central dais. A statue of the saint, broad-shouldered and depicted not in his youth, but not quite in his eldest age, stood directly behind and rose over the sarcophagus that was rumored to hold the talisman of the saint, which was the earthly item that bound the quasi-deity's divine spark to Arden proper. Lysander approached the dais. Looking up to it, he placed his hand on the carved stone tablet that held a script that detailed the saint's story on it. He'd never been altogether pious. He held no saints in special esteem. Even his family's patron ancestor was one he'd never managed to form much of a connection to. Still, faith was as tangible as magic. In a way, it was magical all by itself. Lysander didn't need to worship the saints to believe in their power. "You look like a man who is looking for something," a deep, unassuming voice said from beside him. It was unobtrusive, but firm and strong, comforting, even calming. Lysander turned his head to the man who'd spoken to him. He was brown-headed, with strips of silver intertwining within his hair. Maybe in his 40s, but with an unmistakable warrior's build. He wore a simple tunic and overalls, a working man's clothes, but the amulet of faith, depicting the shield of Adronas around his neck, was unmistakable as belonging to the local clergy. "Are you a priest?" Lysander asked. "I was going to be looking for one of you." "Among other things," the man said with a small smile, "I'm of the Order of the Bulwark." "You're a paladin?" Lysander asked. Paladins were men of faith and martial might, technically priests, but also much more. Generally, they were knights called to faith, but sometimes they were merely great warriors or mercenaries who felt the same pull toward a deity or saint. "Mages," the paladin introduced himself and offered his hand. "How may I help you, young man?" Lysander took the paladin's hand and felt a bristle of purity and power warm its way up his arm when he met the man's grasp. It was not like making contact with a powerful mage. That was like touching a barely bridled maelstrom in human flesh. Mage's touch hummed with comfort and solidity, but of the deep, powerful yet soothing variety. "I was looking for a blessing, perhaps some holy water," Lysander said. "Someone close to me was hurt. To help them, I'm going to have to face some dark things. Undead, maybe worse." Mages looked down at the armband on Lysander's tunic. "You're a warrior, then. There are few things more commendable than using one's strength for a loved one, but you seem unsettled, my friend." Lysander nodded slowly. "I have to go alone into what's to come. I don't know if I'm ready." "A valid fear," Mages replied. "We are seldom ready for the trials the world sets before us. Why not seek aid from others?" "I can't," Lysander said. "The situation makes it impossible to bring others with me." "I see, but there are those who can go anywhere with you," Mages said. "You will have to fight against abominations, you say. Holy water will provide only a momentary distraction to the worst of such creatures, and you can only carry so much of it. Perhaps I can do more than that. Our patron stands against all the cursed things that would seek to do harm against the children of man." "What do you have in mind?" Lysander asked. "A blessing to ward off the dark ones, as you asked," Mages said. "It will last you a few days. Would this be enough for your ends?" Lysander nodded again. "It should." "Your sword, then, warrior," Mages requested. "Would you hold it out before me?" Lysander drew the blade and did as he was asked. The paladin lifted his humble, calloused hands above the length of the azurite weapon. "A fine blade. May it stand against the dark, put to rest the souls of the unliving, and rend the creatures of the black reaches. With belief in this sword, and in the words said in faith above it, let it not falter in the grasp of this man. Let this blessing upon this steel provide sanctuary against the cursed fallen that hide from the light of the blessed ancestors." As Mages spoke, A beautiful, warming, golden glow fell from his palms upon Lysander's sword. The blade hummed and absorbed the blessing, shining brightly for a moment that soon passed. Blessing received. Your azurite hand-and-a-half sword has been blessed by a paladin of Adronas. It will deal critical damage to all undead, fiends and abominations with ill intent of adept level and below. To slay an innocent with the blade, while it is so enchanted, will turn this blessing into a lasting curse upon the weapon. Duration: 3 days. Lysander's eyes grew wide at the system notification. "Thank you," Lysander said, and then slowly sheathed the sword. "I didn't expect anything this impactful." "I serve the people of this city," Mishes said simply. "It is my purpose, happily undertaken. Come, let us gather you that holy water. It may still be of some use to you. When put into vials, it can provide a powerful throwing weapon against weaker undead and give pause to some of the stronger of their ill ilk." Chapter 38. Farewells. Lysander left the cathedral with slightly renewed hopes and a dozen throwable vials of blessed water, courtesy of Sir Mishes, nestled within his satchel. There was only one more thing he wanted to do. He needed to be as prepared as possible, and his old armor had been all but destroyed in the werewolf fight. He entered Celia's shop and greeted the half-elf as she worked on restoring the edges of the various weapons Lysander had plundered from the bandits on the way to Dimsring. The swordsman had dropped them off with the girl earlier in the week. "Hey there, seller," Lysander said. "The armor is done," the half-elf girl said as she ground the edge of an aged sword. "These weapons aren't great quality. I don't think I want to sell them. I'll probably just melt them down for scrap." "Get whatever you can out of them," Lysander said, approaching the table where his commissioned armor sat. Its blue-tinted plates and werewolf skin underclothes were as impressive as they had been the last time he'd seen them. Although Lysander noticed that there was something new about the armor. Runes were carved along the collar of it. "Celia, are these the runes Ilian has been teaching you?" Lysander asked. "You've already learned them." "He helped me with them," Sela said, and she sat the sword she was working on down. "They're simple, but the way you used the sword gave me an idea. They should let you channel your attributes into specific parts of the armor. Think of it as an amplification and conduction array. The master runes are around the main breastplate, but there are daughter runes placed on each bit of armor. If you can see a strike coming, you should be able to strengthen that part of the armor. I could probably eventually get it to absorb mana too, but the aetherite should already help disperse the force of mystical attacks." Seal really was amazing. In only a few days, she was already beginning to understand runecraft, even if the slightly off-kilter Ilian had helped her to inscribe the aetherite half-plate. "It's amazing, Sela," Lysander said, eliciting a genuine smile from the half-elf. "I'd leave it with you for that, but I'm going away for a few days, and I need all the help I can get." Celia's smile faded a bit. "What do you mean?" "Annabelle is hurt, you know that," Lysander said, "but it turns out it's worse than I thought. I have to go and find something to help her, but it's in a dangerous place, filled with undead, apparently." "You're bringing help, right?" Celia asked. "Backup?" "I can't," Lysander said. "The thing I'm looking for won't help if I do." "Thing?" Sel asked. "What do you mean, thing?" "I don't exactly know what it is," Lysander admitted. "Just that it doesn't like multiple visitors showing up at its home." "It doesn't sound like you know what you're walking into," Sela said. "It sounds stupid." "It probably is," Lysander admitted, "but Annabelle will die if I don't. If I don't come back, I'm sorry. I know I've made you promises, but this is my sister." Sela shook her head. "I understand. You'll be as careful as you can." "I will," Lysander promised. The half-elf surprised him then by walking up to him and hugging him. He'd stopped by her shop a few more times in the last week. Just to talk to her, she calmed him. "Be safe, Lysander," Sel said. "Don't be any more stupid than you have to be." He hugged the elf back. "I will, Sela, I promise." The half-elf pulled away. "I'll help you put the armor on." Lysander nodded. "Thank you for being a friend I didn't expect to find." Chapter 39. Drakeguard Mountains. Blessed sword at his side, aetherite armor covering his body, its expert craftsmanship allowing it to already feel as if a second skin, Lysander stood in Seal's shop and held Cassandra's amulet in his hand as it hung around his neck. The stone hummed in his hand as he willed for it to reach out to the court mage. A pulse of mana echoed out from the mana-forged crystal. The air in front of Lysander rippled, and a portal swirled into existence. The other side of the portal seemed dark from what Lysander could see of it, a barren landscape shrouded in mist. He looked back at Seela. "I'll be back." "You better be," Sel said. "We have a contract for you to uphold." Lysander smiled a slightly nervous smile. Of course. He drew his blade before stepping through the portal. His feet touched down on a dilapidated ancient road once he'd passed through. He looked back through the portal as it closed to see Kelle watching him nervously. Lysander sighed and looked up and behind himself at the lowering sun. He only had a few hours before dusk. He needed to be swift, but also to orient himself before doing anything. Cassandra had said to head towards the ruined citadel. He glanced around, his eyes tracking along the road the court mage's portal had brought him to. His surroundings seemed to be more than they had first appeared. Half-buried, abandoned buildings were everywhere, lost to time, but still abundant. The dreary mountains enclosed him a few miles off. In either direction he looked, at least as far as he could see through the swirling mists. It was cold too, almost unnaturally so, and the fur lining of his armor only did so much to beat off the chill. He followed his eyes up the mist-covered mountain road. It was mostly impossible to see what might rest there, though he thought he saw the start of a forest at the faraway base of the rising mountain at the end of the road. He was likewise somewhat relieved to see a large fortress of some kind peeking out at the top of the mountain, cresting over the swirling mist. The swordsman clenched his blade, feeling a newfound warmth from holding it ever since Misha's blessing of it, and began to walk forward through what he now realized was a ruined civilization of some kind. Perhaps a city lost to the ages. He was stopped in his tracks, however, as a piercing cry, sounding like something between a bird of prey and something much darker and with a deeper, more sinister diaphragm, wailed through the air. It sounded far away for now, but the timing of it coinciding with his stepping into the cursed mountains seemed far too intertwined. The monstrous, diabolical screech echoed into his blood and made it pump coldly throughout his heart. It sounded wrong, evil. Chapter 40. Whispering Mist. Thankfully, he didn't hear the cry again for at least the following few hours. Unfortunately, as the sun set, so did the safety it provided. The mist grew thicker now that the rays of the sun did little to break it up. He could barely see in front of himself, but the darker it became, the more it felt like things were watching him through the shifting clouds. He didn't think it was mere paranoia from Cassandra's warnings either. Something was out there. Then the voices began, the whispering, unintelligible but crude, the chattering of unseen presences that had perhaps once known the formalities and structure of human speech, but had long since forgotten them in favor of primal utterings that spoke only to the innate terror that hid in the crevices of a man's mind. Lysander felt the chill of the darkness even more as the whisperings twisted inside his skull. He continued to push forward, knowing no other way. He followed the road, using it as his guidepost, knowing it would eventually take him to his destination. He could only be a few hours away from the citadel now. The mist and the voices within it seemed to have different plans for him, however. The first hand reached out to him maybe 30 minutes after the whispering had started, and since then never ceased, always seemingly trying to drive him mad with a building dread. It was impossible to ignore the sounds. They spoke inside his mind, it seemed, not from outside it. He jumped back as the spectral, ethereally opaque fingers grasped for him, only to find another set of hands reaching around his shoulders as he dodged. He, without hesitation, swung his sword in a backspin towards the thing trying to restrain him from behind. He felt resistance in the mist as he cut through the unseen body of whatever it was. A hissing echoed out, and Lysander heard a thud hit the ground where he'd attacked. He didn't have time to investigate the sound, unfortunately, as multiple sets of ghostly palms reached out to grab his arm as he completed the arc of his sword swing. It was as if they were enraged that he'd injured and possibly killed one of their own. He twisted away from a few of the hands, but found a number more grabbing at his legs. Even through his armor, he felt a seeping depletion of his life force almost immediately. It was faint, but the fingers now grasping around his right calf made it feel like the muscle was beginning to wither from the inside out. Lysander grunted in frustration and activated his beast blood. Reality slowed. His senses were heightened. The sounds in the mists were still muffled and hard to make out through the still continuing chatter of his spectral assailants, but between his enhanced hearing and eyesight, he could almost make out their movements. He could almost see their darkened, scurrying forms. Lysander reached into his satchel and removed a glass of holy water. He uncorked it with his mouth and splashed it onto the hands of the creature, death grasping his leg. The screaming hiss that came next, as the spectral hand seemed to become almost more corporeal, flashing and flaring a sickly white blue, was horrific. The spindly, see-through hand jerked back and became almost completely visible as it flared and seemed to fall apart, as if it were solid flesh. The swordsman, not wanting to be grabbed again, removed another flask and, after opening it too, splashed it in a wide arc all around him. The many mostly unseen wraith things screamed in a macabre chorus of anguish as the blessed water lashed out into the mists and presumably burned them within it. The fog itself began to swirl and recoil from Lysander. The swordsman watched in confusion as the fog, seeming like a living thing, opened up all around him and began to swirl violently a half-dozen feet away from him on all sides. The voices too drew back with the fog, as the clouds became a swirling vortex that seethed with pain, dread and hunger that were all too palpable in the freezing air itself. The swordsman watched as the mist spun, still closing him in. Finally, a clawed, gaunt and see-through hand shot out from the mist and scratched against the dead black ground, pulling up charred earth between its fingers. Many more followed. Hands lashed out of the fog all around Lysander, seeming to try to pull themselves from the unholy clouds. For the first time, the swordsman saw what had been attacking him, as the pointed-fingered, ghastly hands drew the true forms of his attackers into the cleared circle around him. Glowing sunken eye sockets in pupilless, almost non-tangible, yet shriveled-seeming and misshapen heads. Ghostly rib cages that harbored a blackness within darker than any night. Emaciated hip bones that seemed to have a spectre's sort of skin wrapping them, but no fat or bulk to them at all. Clawed hands and feet, more bones than fingers, but maybe having an approximation of see-through flesh upon them as well. They weren't solid, but they weren't purely spectral. They appeared as starving gaunts, hungry ghosts that were trying to exist as real things, but failing horribly in a painful, agonized half-existence. They breathed out clouds of frost, and their very presence felt colder than the wet mists themselves. Warm, the ghosts chattered in one omnidirectional voice. Warm, the tones of need and agony droned again inside Lysander's line before an almost pitiful and feral final exclamation echoed in his mind. "You're so warm." Lysander readied himself just as the spectres attacked. He was ready this time, but they were fast. His beast blood was still active as the first wraith jumped at him in a horrific display of almost animal-like agility that bellied against their sunken-looking half-bodies. He cut through the first of the wraiths that lunged for him immediately. He forced the vitality of his beast blood into Seeley's sword. As it made contact with the ghoulish ghost, the length of the etherite steel flickered with a golden blaze that spread to the spectral monster and burned both ends of its body up before it even had a chance to hit the ground. Mage's blessing was serving him well. Another thud sounded as a copper monster core materialized and fell from the ghost's remaining ectoplasm before it had completely burned away. They were novice-level monsters. Perhaps that tracked, Lysander thought. They were easy enough for him to react to. It was only the element of surprise and the creature's numbers that had made them seem a larger threat than they truly were. Lysander allowed his beast blood to ebb away, using Batnag's training and only activating it for seconds at a time to respond to the lunging of the ghosts as more and more appeared from the mists. He was eventually forced to activate Sword Guard to hone his senses further. The skill granted him a solidity of purpose that focused his mind to a razor's edge, sharpening his defenses greatly. He could almost feel the fluctuations in the air with his skill alone, and when combined with his beast blood, he definitely could. Slash after slash, rotation after rotation, his blessed aetheryte blade made easy work of the ghosts. Spectre after spectre fell, exorcised to cinders by his weapon. There were so many that he lost count of them. Each death caused the mist to grow thinner and thinner. None managed to touch him once he'd found his footing. They were novice monsters. With his beast blood, he was physically a journeyman. The ghosts, meanwhile, weren't much stronger than the average person. With all his abilities activated, he was as physically fast and strong as two late-stage competent fighters combined. He outclassed the novice monsters by a mile, and then some. The few ghosts that got too close, he was able to maneuver to only allow them to strike his armor before promptly removing their reaching arms or biting heads. As long as they hit the mana-resistant aetheryte plates, he couldn't feel the chill of their spectral touch. With the boon of Mish's blessing, it also didn't take much more than a glancing slash or stab for him to dissipate the ghosts. Roughly a half-hour later, Lysander panted as he dispatched one final ravenous wraith. The mists faded to thyness, the whispering finally going with it, and the fog became altogether much more natural and calm, though there still existed an ambience of wrongness seeping from the very earth itself. Unhallowed ground, Lysander figured. It had to be. The swordsman wasn't quite exhausted, but he needed a break. Still, there were at least 40-something bronze monster cores all around. Cores that he could definitely use and couldn't afford to waste. Lysander approached the nearest of the monster cores that littered the worn, uncared-for roadway and lifted it into his gloved hand. He could feel the hungry, unnatural power pulsing within the bronze, chilled-feeling core. It hummed with the power of mana itself. Cores were somewhat simple things. They told you what they were, more or less. The wraiths clearly possessed cores that increased the magic potency attribute. For Lysander, that meant his born trait would be able to convert the power they held into his brawn score, even though they'd still technically be increasing the potency of the mana his soul core generated. Said mana would be cannibalized by bodybound before it ever reached his no doubt quite atrophied mana pathways. The swordsman inhaled and allowed the core to touch him more deeply. His lycanthrope skin glove wouldn't impede the absorption process. The core trembled in his grasp, and a cold, wild power flowed into his palm and up his arm before sparking inside the soul core within his heart. It settled quickly, and he felt a pulse of a little more physical strength enter his muscles as his body converted his slightly increased magic potency attribute into pure brawn. Just as he absorbed the core, however, a much closer bellowing cry of abject fury entered the air. Lysander felt his blood run cold. It was the same cry that he'd heard upon entering the mountains. Whether the thing that owned the disturbingly anguished wail was purposefully coming closer to him, or just doing so by chance, he definitely didn't want to encounter the thing. Cassandra had said there were darker things lurking within the mountains, dangerous things that he should avoid. Everything within him told the swordsman that the owner of the wail was one such thing. Lysander frowned and shook off the fear. He began to collect the 40-something cores of the spectres and place them in his satchel. The novice cores weren't too massive, not much more than the size of a large pebble. He couldn't waste them, but he could certainly absorb them as he walked towards the abandoned citadel at the top of the mountain, and away from the owner of the stalking cry. Chapter 41. Skeletons. The skeletons had shambled out into the town square, gathering together from the disturbingly strewn bones that littered between buildings and covered the streets. They were misshapen, some with legs that didn't match, others with half-shattered skulls. All were burned and cracked, as if they had been set ablaze in a long-ago past. It was a continuing trend. The further he travelled up the unhallowed mountains, the more evidence he saw that a great civilization had burned. Bones, bodies, buildings, everything bore the disturbing marks of incineration. The ruins were sprawling, massive, and travelled all the way down the mountainside. Cold as death, in contrast to the burnt-down appearance of everything. Whatever had destroyed the mountain city had been powerful beyond measure. It could have been no mere mundane city fire. The destruction was too thorough and widespread, and the corpses were too many. It was as if no one had found the time to run from the flames. They'd merely burned. It was incredibly disturbing to Lysander. Whatever had wrought this level of massacre could only be something dangerous and malicious beyond measure. The swordsman sidestepped an arrow from a skeleton that wore the charred remains of what appeared to be chainmail. A town guard, perhaps. It didn't matter. He'd cut through the remaining civilian skeletons and a few armed ones already. But this one had continued to launch projectiles at him from atop a tower whose stones seemed to have literally melted and cooled down its height. Lysander had thrown himself up the side of the tower, climbing it with the strength provided by his quasi-lycanthropy. Now he was finally atop the ruined fortress. He'd absorbed all the cores of the wraiths from before as well, greatly strengthening his body. When the skeleton drew its bow back once more and sent an arrow his way, he found himself deflecting it off his sword, and with a primal leap that surprised even himself with its feral nature, he tore through the undead archer's head with his blue-tinted blade. The moment his sword touched the skeleton's bone and chipped into it, a cloak of holy aura spread into the wound. But it wasn't enough. He'd found his blade somewhat ineffective against the creatures that lacked flesh to chop or blood to shed. If it weren't for the blessing upon his blade, he figured he'd be in a very dangerous situation indeed. Still, his sword was blessed, and it made things easier. He chopped again, removing the skeleton's arm as it lunged for him with its bony hands. The holy aura spread from the thing's shoulder bone into its torso, following Lysander's second slash. A final cut removed the monster's hips from its legs. Whatever unholy power animated the monster began to fail then. The archer collapsed into a heap on the ground and twitched as the holy aura that assailed it spread over its body and returned it to its rest. Lysander reached into the blackness of the thing's torso, slipping his hand through the tattered chainmail draped around it, and removed the monster core from it. He did this as the core lost its animation, along with the skeleton itself, and clattered down to bounce in the monster's ribcage from where it had before floated in the skeleton's chest. The cores seemed to form on their own once the skeletons had assembled themselves, coming into being as the skeletons gained their unlife. The swordsman didn't begin to know how it worked, but he couldn't pass up the power the cores provided. Like all of the other skeletons, this one's core pulsed in his hand with a magical laced feeling of toughness. Unlike the wraiths, the skeletons provided cores that boosted one's endurance attribute. Lysander allowed the power of the core to enter his body and felt as his endurance score raised itself yet again. Finding the skeletons to be easy opponents, he'd been gathering the cores in between fighting them, absorbing them as he went. This last core would be a milestone. It would max out his novice-level endurance attribute. And sure enough, as the power of the core pulsed through him, Lysander felt his own soul core flare. His body bristled, tightening itself and becoming much more solid. The core only provided a single point, but the system rewarded maximizing one's points. The last point counted for a whole lot more than all the others. He now had 100 out of 100 novice endurance points. If he could find a silver tier endurance monster core, then he'd be able to break his endurance attribute through to the competent level. He couldn't enjoy the moment, however. The feeling of being watched filled him once more. Lysander looked out from the ruined tower top, his instincts bristling. He activated his beast blood again for a moment, seeking to scan the thick fog for the source of the dreadful feeling assaulting him. He saw nothing at first beyond the wreckage of the burned city, until he did. Eyes, red and glowing, dozens of them in fact, all situated over a bulky form far away in the night and perched upon what must be some sort of city wall itself. He thought he saw many thick and pudgy arms moving atop said city wall beneath the glowering eyes. Even with his enhanced vision from his beast blood, however, he couldn't make it out clearly. What he did see appeared horrific and wrong in so many ways, and it was looking back at him. Lysander stepped back, feeling, for the first time since he came to the city, a true fear that he couldn't merely push down into himself. It felt like he was looking at something he shouldn't be. The many-limbed monstrosity shifted in the fog, and wailed. It lunged forward, diving off of the city wall it rested upon. Lysander lost sight of it in the fog as it scurried along the roadways it had jumped onto. It moved faster than something its size could. It had to be over a few miles away. And yet the swordsman knew it was coming straight towards him. He couldn't see it any longer, but he knew it was coming for him. And he knew it deep inside his bones. He did the only thing he could, the only thing that seemed reasonable and prudent. He turned and ran. Chapter 42. Hunted. He could hear it now. The thing's cry was close, shaking the air itself. It had begun to scream over and over, to wail and bellow consistently, the moment he had begun to run from it. He didn't know how he knew he couldn't fight it. He didn't know how he was so sure it would kill him, maybe even do something much worse to him, but he did. Everything could be fought and killed, but not by everyone. People had limits. Warriors had limits, and if they met the wrong monster at the wrong time, then they died. It was the way of the world. Lysander turned around the burnt, cindered side of what may have used to be a corner store of sorts, just as the thing lumbered past him. He didn't see it hit him, didn't even have time to try to dodge. It hit him all the same, with a giant strength, sending him tumbling over a barely solid, barely standing half wall. He'd barely managed to keep a grip on his sword. The swordsman's body ached as he slowly pulled himself into a crouch. The mist swirled in the broken building he found himself within. The walls were just tall enough, and not all burned enough, for him to be unable to see outside. Pale, fog-filtered moonlight trailed through a massive hole in the roof. The walls shook for a moment, then everything had suddenly become quiet. All too quiet. No wailing, no heavy thudding of footfalls. Then he heard creaking from above. It was the deep, straining creaking of the ruined roof above his head. His heart pounded in his chest as he stared at the hole in the ceiling above him. The steps on the roof were slow, stalking, and methodical, perhaps devilishly patient, playful even. And then he saw it, only the top of the misshapen, purple-skinned human head at first. Then its red-hole eyes and the wide-stretched, torn-lipped smile, a demonic mockery of a rotten human head, if you could even call it that, lowered itself through the hole in the ceiling. It was attached to a far too long and far too thick neck, like a face sewn to a massive snake worm made of human skin. It stared at him, not making a sound, just smiling the same unflinching smile. Lysander found his feet then. He turned and bolted towards the door of the building, knocking it aside from where it barely remained on its hinges. He continued to run for a time, but he could hear the creature lumbering heavily between barely standing roofs. He heard it breaking charred shingles and rafters with every step. He couldn't see it from the street, even despite trying to track it with his eyes. It was too high up. Though the moonlight cast a grotesque shadow his way every once in a while. He was being played with. He all but tasted the thing's monstrous delight in the air. He only had one hope. He was close to the citadel now, perhaps only a half-hour away. If he kept following the path, if he could evade the creature, confuse it, or just outrun it somehow, then maybe, just maybe, he'd reach the thing that Cassandra said lived atop the mountain. If it was actually a powerful and good-aligned being, then it was his only hope of finding an ally in the wretched, undead-filled city. The creature played with him, crawling from building to building for what felt like an eternity, until he reached the steps that led up from the highest point of the town to the citadel that promised Lysander a possible salvation. And then, as if knowing exactly what the swordsman had been thinking, it revealed itself. A bellow of 1,000 voices, mixed together and angry, filled the air as it crawled to the precipice of a roof between him and the citadel stairs. He saw it now in all its horrific glory. The dead, disgusting head that it had revealed to him was only one of many. Its twisted body stood superimposed over one of the faraway moons. It had many heads attached to the top of its shoulders, supported only by wriggling, fleshy, snake-like necks that bulged grossly and were made from desecrated human flesh. It had even more faces than heads, all across its long body, faces that twisted and screamed silently, as if a barely contained river of consumed souls made up the abomination's very being. Too many long arms and legs, thick but thin-seeming in their spindly length, spiraled out from its oddly proportioned torso, and in the center of its emaciated belly there was a single, massive, gaping maw, not with fangs, but with many, many human teeth, at the wrong angles, and lining all along its insides, gnashing and appearing, all too hungry for a victim. The creature crawled down towards Lysander with its many spider-like but still human-composed legs, grasping the front of the charred building it rested upon. breaking wooden beams and more as it clung with its many hands to the siding of the structure. It eventually placed its feet down upon solid ground. Its heads lumbered up and smiled all at once at Lysander. The swordsman felt dread fill his entire being, but nonetheless he did the only thing he could do. He readied his blade out in front of himself and activated his sword guard along with his beast blood. He channeled his life force, hardening his flesh with bark body, but only so much that it wouldn't immediately exhaust him. He didn't bother waiting to pull out all of his abilities. He didn't think he'd survive long if he did. Chapter 43. You're overwhelmed. The creature approached him slowly, smiling, not speaking, just smiling with its many heads. All along its huge body, the faces on its flesh alternated between silently screaming and giggling with tears in their eyes. The monster stopped close enough for him to smell its rotten body. One long neck slowly leaned towards him. Its rotten teeth stretched even bigger, and its eyes closed in what looked like joy. The voice that came out of the thing was warped, abominable, wrong, disgusting, and echoing, and, much like the wraiths had, it spoke directly into the swordsman's soul itself, but unlike the ghosts, seemed to rend his being just a bit with every word. "Join," the smiling abomination's head asked Lysander with the happiest, most disturbing tone he'd ever heard. Lysander reached into his satchel to grasp a vial of holy water. "Join, not fight us?" The thing repeated and asked as its red eyes once again opened and grew very large. Drool leaked from the side of the head's smile as it was only a few inches from Lysander's own face. He could smell and now see, as it opened its mouth, the maggots wiggling inside its cheeks. Lysander whipped the holy water directly into the thing's smiling face. The vial broke against the undead monstrosity's flesh with a simmering blast of steam, as if he'd thrown acid at the thing. The head nearest to Lysander tried to recoil back, but not before he'd lunged forward and channeled every bit of his brawn into his aetherite blade. He swung for the thing's closest neck as the creature's face simmered in agony with a massive, almost childish frown covering its visage as it wailed in pain. The moment his sword met the thing's neck, the sword flashed with Micah's holy blessing. The power flared with fury, almost a divine rage, along the length of his sword against the flesh of the undead. It tried, it struggled, the light flared brighter than ever before, and then it faltered and died. A single notification filled Lysander's vision. "Blessing dispelled. The blessing upon your sword has been dispelled." Lysander found himself being yanked upwards, finding his sword caught within the flesh of the thing's neck. His strength allowed him to hold on to his weapon, but the monster's own massive might allowed it to pick him up and send him and his blade flying with a crack of its neck. The creature shrieked as Lysander slammed into a nearby wall. The swordsman bounced off of the wood he'd collided with and fell onto his hands and knees. His hand twitched and shook, the bones within it aching, as he clenched onto his blade. His lungs labored, and he looked up at the angry, shrieking faces of the long-bodied, many-headed monster. He couldn't die here. Annabelle needed him. He was so close. He lumbered up to his feet. He wasn't too hurt. He was just scared. But that didn't matter. Anything was killable, he told himself again and again. He reached for another vial of holy water, just as the monster whipped its many necks back and extended them towards the swordsman. He couldn't cut the thing's flesh. Mikas's blessing had somehow been dispelled by the strength of the monster, and Lysander's own attributes weren't enough. He was almost out of options, but there had to be something. At least he still had the holy water. Lysander threw a vial of the blessed liquid at the head closest to him as the dozen or so other necks rushed towards him. The one face recoiled as the vial smashed into it, but the others didn't. He did his best to duck through them, using the opening created by the head that shirked back, but he wasn't fast enough. He felt the first bite sink into his shoulder. It was like being touched by death itself. The rotten, disgusting teeth of the flesh chimera sank straight through the lycanthrope leather covering his body. Where the human teeth entered him, he felt his entire shoulder shudder and grow instantly swollen. He could feel the infection and the rot of the monster seeping into him through its disgusting saliva at a supernatural speed. The pain was unimaginable, beyond anything he'd ever felt. The next bite tore into his leg, then his other arm, then next to his ribcage, beneath and to the side of the etherite plates that sat on his chest and stomach. Another bite, then another, and another followed. Lysander finally screamed then. His sword fell from his hand as another head bit down into his forearm, tearing through the simple steel bracer that rested on it easily. The creature's central mouth, the one in its belly, roared as it lifted him off the ground with its many necks, the heads connected to him, holding him up and biting deeply into his flesh. The many faces on the thing's body began to writhe in pleasure and excitement, sending up a chorus of happy wailing as the abomination brought him towards the massive mouth on its huge, misshapen stomach. "Join! Help us!" the faces screamed. Lysander's vision blurred. Only one of his arms was still able to move, even despite having a set of rotten teeth entering its bicep. He reached into his satchel as the thing moved him closer and closer to its stomach's mouth. "Fuck you," Lysander said, and he tossed every remaining vial of holy water that he had in his possession into the maw that sought to consume him. The vials entered the stomach's mouth and exploded in steam. The creature began to convulse in agony, clenching its teeth in pain in Lysander's flesh before dropping him entirely. The swordsman hit the ground like a rock. "Why?" The creature's many faces screamed in its chorus of male and female voices. Its heads, meanwhile, lifted and shouted in pain in the air as the monster stumbled. "Why does everyone hurt us?" Whatever the thing was, it wasn't natural. It seemed detached from reality, perhaps not even knowing what it was, or why it did what it did. Still, it was dangerous and powerful. The holy water wouldn't be enough. And he was now out of it. The creature fell sideways to lean on a number of its arms. "You join or die," it shrieked. "Die, die, die." The many faces on its body screamed, "Die, protect ourselves this time." The creature raised one of its massive arms, poised it over its head, and lashed it out towards Lysander's throat. The rotten hand wrapped around the swordsman's windpipe without mercy or ceremony. He didn't have the strength to activate Bark Body, not that he thought it would have bought him more than a few moments of agonized life at best. He would die here. He could maybe reach the pendant on his neck, maybe call for Cassandra and hope that she saw what he was facing through the link. But what if the court mage couldn't handle the monster? He still had no idea how strong it was. What if the monster made it through whatever portal Cassandra opened? He couldn't risk all of Archport for his own sake, could he? Just as he was having this thought, a roar that was unlike any he had ever heard echoed out across the mountain range. A roar so loud that it made his would-be murderer's wail sound like that of a child. Through the blackening of his vision, he saw the creature's heads whip towards the citadel. There was panic on its face. Then it released him. By the time his mind came back to full awareness, he saw the monster scurrying away into the mists, the same way that it had come. Lysander coughed and then rolled over to his side and vomited. He could feel a fever overcoming his body already somehow. The flesh around every bite wound he'd been inflicted with seemed to swell with putrid pus. He stumbled to his feet, a sheen of terror and sickness sitting on his face. If he didn't make it to the citadel now, he might never make it. He had to move. The swordsman stumbled towards his fallen blade and retrieved it. He glanced over his shoulder one last time to ensure that the horrific creature was truly gone, before he began to stumble towards the steps that led further up the mountain. Chapter 44. Ancient. The winds lashed against his face once he'd left the buffer provided by the half-burnt buildings of the charred city. Crawling the steps was a grueling process. The bites and burning muscles in his legs ached in pain, yet he kept going. Images of his and Annabelle's childhood played through his mind as he ascended the stone steps. Memories of watching the blue-tailed robin flights in spring, of himself waiting for his big sister, brothers and father to return from their monster hunts, of enjoying the feasts that always accompanied their return, but of just being happier that they were all okay, of Annabelle and his mother tending to his bruises and scrapes, of the many hours his sister spent accompanying him in the woods of their father's estate as he just explored and enjoyed the world as a young child. His sister had always been there for him, every single time and without fail or asking. He couldn't fail her. He wouldn't. He loved her. By the time he made it to the massive towering doors of the mountain keep, he could barely see straight. Whatever disease, magical or mundane, lived within the mouth of the abomination was killing him. He knew it to be true. He wouldn't breathe much longer. To the swordsman, however, it didn't matter if he could just make it back to Cassandra with Annabelle's cure. Still cradling his sword in his dominant hand, Lysander placed a shaking palm on the huge doors. Not knowing how to open them, he was too confused and feverish to realize that he needed to look for another way inside. He instead pushed at the door with all his meager remaining strength. He didn't question it when they opened or when the many torches along the walls burst into flames. He barely noticed any of it. He merely kept stepping forward in a daze, following the main path through the citadel as best he could. He didn't know if the shadowed creatures that watched him from the side paths and from around the darkness not broken by the torchlight were real. He thought they might be. They didn't attack. That was all he knew. He kept walking. Eventually, he came upon another set of massive doors. He didn't have to push them. They merely opened before him. No torches were lit in the room that opened before him. The light from the hallway outside peeked into the huge room, glancing against a few pillars and what looked like the edge of a huge and centrally located stockpile of platinum coins and various artifacts, but leaving the rest of everything shrouded in darkness. The sound of heavy chains moving slightly within the central keep of the citadel could be heard. Lysander walked to the edge of the light within the room and looked up and out into the abyss of shadow beyond the towering treasure pile. "You're dying, warrior," a deep, rumbling voice said from the darkness. "You may only last a few more hours." "It doesn't matter," Lysander replied, "doesn't it?" The deep voice, still unseen, shook the citadel with its measured words. "Why not?" "I came to ask for help, to save someone." "Only that matters," Lysander replied, struggling to put his words together. "I know the life I chose." "Live by the blade to die by the blade," the voice agreed. "Violence earns violence. Killing earns your own death, even if only at a later date. Do you deserve to die, warrior?" "I don't know," Lysander said. "I've tried my best. Please, my sister. She's a sorceress infected with lycanthropy. She's perishing because of it," the voice said. "Understandable." "Please," Lysander pleaded, "help her." "What do you offer in trade?" the voice asked. "Anything," Lysander said. "Anything." "But it appears you've already traded everything to reach me," the voice rumbled. "You've spent your life itself. You have nothing to bargain with, warrior." Lysander found himself gripping his sword hard. "I was told you were a good person, or whatever it is that you are. Please, she doesn't deserve to die." "Many do and many don't," the voice rumbled. "Tragedy is life." "That's no way to see it." Lysander took a step forward and barked as loudly as he could, given his current condition. "It's not right." A deep laugh followed. "Oh? What great feat of heroism and selflessness do you claim to so claim a right to berate me, human? If you can save someone good, and you don't, then what are you worth?" Lysander replied. The sound of heavy chains rattling came again. Then there was a great shaking as something truly massive moved in the darkness. The gargantuan Moor was the first thing to emerge from the darkness, horned, reptilian, grand and golden, scaled at one time perhaps, but now faded with age and neglect. The huge infernal eyes of the creature set down upon Lysander, hunched over the pile of money and faintly glowing swords and breastplate. The swordsman met the gaze of the monster and instantly regretted it. It was like looking into a god's eyes. He saw every moment of his life reflected in those burning, inhuman orbs. The swordsman fell to his knees, losing all of his remaining strength instantly. "What are you worth?" the gold dragon asked him. "I am Amandatask the Enchanted, mover of whirlwinds, banisher of the dark, evoker of protection, and dragon king of fallen empires. You are just a tiny, puny man who finds his love more important than others. A mortal trait, a selfish one." Lysander grimaced in a rage stemming from a sense of burning futility. Slowly, he forced himself to stand again, one leg pulled out from his body first, and then another. All the while, he kept his eyes locked on the dragons. The dragon lifted his head up in what looked like a haughty approximation as he watched the swordsman force himself to stand. A deep rumble sounded in his throat. The chains around his massive forelegs rattled slightly as he shifted his weight. "Evoker of protection," Lysander asked. "Who do you protect by speaking like that? Chained like you are?" Omandatsk barred his fangs. "I was bound by betrayers, humans that I served out of love." "But do you hate us now?" Lysander asked. "I know you've helped others before me." "Others more impressive than you and far more significant," Omandatsk replied. "So you only protect the strong?" Lysander asked, his vision still blurring. "I tire of seeing you stumble like a fool as you try to speak to me," Omandatsk said, waving his hand. A glow of magic covered his massive claw. Lysander felt a wave of power almost knock him back to his knees. He blinked. His fever was gone. His wounds did not heal so much as it was like they had never existed at all. "You just healed me?" the swordsman asked, somewhat surprised. Omandatsk merely rumbled deep in his throat again as a reply. "A whim." "Thank you," Lysander replied, closing his eyes momentarily to gather his thoughts. "You said I was useless to you when I was almost dying. I'm not anymore." "It appears so," Omandatsk rumbled. "You are still far too weak, yet you do not ask much from me." The dragon lifted its huge claw, and a flash of further magic passed over it. A small feather appeared floating above its talons. Omandatsk glanced down at the inquisitive-looking Lysander and then spoke again. "A celestial Deva's feather. It is old, waning in strength, but still possessed of the magic to cure your sister of her curse, if only just so." "And your price?" Lysander asked. 3 deeds and your word to not speak of me to anyone else, save those who you think worthy of my aid," the dragon replied. "Deeds?" Lysander asked. "Favors," Omandatsk rephrased. "I require you to promise to act when I call upon your aid." Lysander hesitated. "What sort of things would you ask of me?" The dragon leaned down closer to the swordsman. "I am bound, yet there are still threats to this world that must be faced. If you survive long enough to gain the strength to do so, then I will call upon you to be my agent, my proxy against the abominations that stalk this world. You said you would offer me anything, did you not? Abominations like the thing you scared off with your roar." "That almost killed me," Lysander asked. An aura of displeasure covered Omandatsk's alien face. "That thing is more a curse on the land itself than a singular being. It is beyond a normal death, beyond your means. But yes, I would ask you to root out monsters such as it, the wrong existences that slip beneath the notice of the divine." The way the dragon spoke of the gods seemed almost as if he had a distaste for them. "I accept," Lysander said. "Good," the dragon said. "A compact is struck." "Compact of service. You have entered into a compact of service with the gold dragon known as Omandatsk. In exchange for providing you with the means to save your sister's life, you will owe the dragon 3 favors revolving around the rooting out of evil. A magical geas will be placed upon you to keep you from speaking of the dragon to anyone you do not think is worthy of also serving his cause. Accept compact. YN." Lysander lifted his hand and confirmed to the system that he wished to accept the dragon's deal. The moment he did so, he felt a wave of power pass through him, binding something inside of him, some small portion of his free will. "The feather," Lysander asked. "Take it and go. Also this, to even our favors," Omandatsk said, gesturing forward, sending the celestial feather to float gently down in front of the swordsman. The dragon retreated into the shadows, and a moment later, a silver stone also rolled from the darkness, overtop the treasure pile and towards Lysander's feet. "You will know when I call for you, warrior, if I call for you." Chapter 45. Cure. The sun of Arden peeked through the clouds of the far-stretching mountains outside the dragon's prison. The first touches of warmth the swordsman had felt throughout the long night streamed across his face. Lysander held the Deva's feather gently in one hand. He'd tucked the silver stone Omandatsk had also given him into his satchel, preferring to leave a hand free to grasp his sword, even despite the implications of the secondary gift. 3 favors. It made more sense to him now that he was no longer sick with the cursed fever. The dragon had healed him, the dragon had given him the feather, and the ancient reptilian had granted him an unassuming skill stone. It was worth a fortune, but it was worth more to the swordsman for what it represented. Another chance to become stronger. The skill stone would have to wait, however. Lysander shifted the feather in his grasp just enough to reach up and touch Cassandra's tethering pendant. The swordsman cradled the jewel between his fingers and reached out, as he had done before, to touch the court mage's consciousness. It was delayed. Perhaps she'd been sleeping or otherwise occupied, but eventually he felt the touch of the mage's intellect. It was a strange feeling, as if his mind and hers were connected on the peripherals of thought. Then it was gone. The amulet sparkled and broke away into a pure manifestation of mana, its charges apparently expended, and tingled across his hand as a glittering purple gust of stardust that faded into the ether. Just as the air rippled in front of his face, spinning and forming into a portal that offered him a sense of safety and finality, Lysander didn't look back to the mostly intact fortress behind him, nor did he pay attention to the lower, necrotic, energy-infested city below. If he never saw the wretched landscape again, then it'd still be too soon. He stepped through the portal, healed but tired. Mentally drained in every sense of the word, Cassandra's lab rushed into existence around him as the portal closed itself. He was alone, save for Annabelle's sleeping body, but only for a moment. A rush of magic sparkles formed the shape of a familiar person just out of his arm's reach. The azure robes of Cassandra became visible first, as her face shone with an arcane brilliance, and then faded down to show her proper features. "You made it," a still exhausted-looking Cassandra said, her voice at first echoing as if coming from somewhere else as her teleportation completed. "Did you succeed?" The swordsman sheathed his blade and then held up the Deva's feather. The court mage's eyes grew somewhat wide. She started. "That will do, swordsman." "It'll help her then?" Lysander asked, already knowing the answer. For everything the dragon had seemed to be, Lysander did not think Omendatarsk to be a liar. "It will," Cassandra promised, and she allowed the swordsman to pass her the faintly luminescent wing feather. "I can channel it into her body," she explained, and then she glanced at the feather. "It's dying," she said of the feather, almost absent-mindedly. "Fading, it must be so old." Though perhaps that is to be expected. Celestials rarely tread on mortal ground. The mage didn't have to tell Lysander that the feather was a treasure he might never see the likes of again. Even in its decrepit state, it was glorious and radiated a soothing aura 1,000 times deeper than that of Micas's, or even the ambient holy aura of the blessed cathedral itself. "He said it was ancient," Lysander explained, finding himself unable to refer to Omendatarsk as a dragon or with any great detail. "Just enough to heal her. He said it was a small thing." "Perhaps for him," Cassandra replied. "Perhaps for him indeed," she repeated. "If it works, then it's enough," Lysander replied. "Helping Annabelle is all I care about." The court mage looked up at the swordsman with her tired eyes, a look of almost apologetic contemplation entering her eyes. "Did he ask much of you?" Cassandra asked. "Nothing I wouldn't give," Lysander replied. "Cassandra, is he truly good?" "His kind are different than us," the mage replied. "He is especially old beyond measure. Benevolent, perhaps, but his perspective is different and far-stretching, distorted possibly by his age. I won't ask for the details of your pact. You likely couldn't tell me even if I did, but it may end up being a weightier burden than you expect. I apologize for that, swordsman. It was the only way I could think of to help you." Lysander shook his head. "Nothing can be done about it. Can we help her now?" "I will need time to set up the proper arrays to distill the essence of the feather and to heal her," Cassandra replied. "It may not have an instant effect, but he wouldn't have given you something that wouldn't work. As far as I know, he fulfills his oaths, always." Lysander nodded, but felt something bothering him in the back of his mind. Why would he give me something that requires further magic to heal her then? How would he know I had access to a mage capable of using the feather? Cassandra smiled softly. "You met his gaze, yes? He saw you, Lysander, every bit of your life." Chapter 46. Reunion. Lysander left the castle through yet another portal. Cassandra promised that Annabelle would return to him soon. He still had another day before the merchant caravan departed Archport, and, thanks to Omendatarsk's spell, He felt healthier than he had even before setting off on his quest into the Drakegard Mountains. He had someone to visit, though. A friend. He entered Selle's shop unceremoniously. For the first time, he found that the half-elf was not working. She was slumped over a desk, seeming dejected and deep in thought. Her expression changed, however, as she looked up and saw who'd come through the door. Lysander approached the girl as she stood. "I'm sorry about the armor. Some of the leather got torn." Seal wasted no time in pulling him into another hug, this one seeming more relieved than sorrowful. "I can sew it up, don't worry about that." Lysander smiled. "I'm glad. If I keep walking into situations like I've been lately, then I'll need it in top shape. It's good to see you, Selle." "You weren't gone long," the half-elf said and pulled away from him. "It was never supposed to be an extended trip, just a dangerous one," Lysander replied. "Did you get what you needed for your sister?" the half-elf asked with some concern. "I did," Lysander said, with a relief he felt deeply resonating in his voice. "She should be all right soon, but she might not be awake for a while." "Good," Selle replied. "I'm very glad. You talk about her like she means the world to you." "She does," Lysander responded. Selle returned the smile. "You look healthy." Lysander nodded. Everything worked out mostly. "They weren't undead after all?" Selle asked. Lysander's mind drifted back to the many-faced amalgamation of human flesh that he'd faced and nearly fallen victim to. "There were. I made it out, though." Selle stared into the darkness that flashed in his eyes, seeming to know what he was feeling all too well. "That's what matters lie." "Yes," Lysander said, "it is. I still need to get stronger. The world and the things out there just keep reminding me of that." "You will," Selle promised him. "Just don't go killing yourself trying to rush it." Lysander laughed. "I'll do my best." Selle nodded. "Get out of that armor so I can clean and fix it up. Your other clothes are still here. I patched them up and fixed the chainmail last night." "Sounds like a good plan," Lysander said. "I won't need the chainmail for now. I need to get some sleep soon. I'm exhausted." "Thank you for everything, Selle." Chapter 47. Skillstone. Lysander sat upon his bed in the Swallowtail, more than ready to sleep, but not quite able to yet. The next day was the last one before he'd have to set out with Sasf, Batnag, Serena, and the merchants. He really hoped Annabelle would wake up before then. The swordsman held the small silver skill stone that Omundatask had given him. It flickered and pulsed in his hand like a monster core, but it was different all the same. There was a palpable power to the stone, but it felt stronger than the cores he'd held, and more specialized in the intent with which it passed through his flesh. He stared at the stone, reading the system prompt that appeared over it as he did so. Stone of targeted slash. Requirements, competent one-handed. Absorb this stone to unlock the skill, targeted slash, channel your life force and intent into your mind, and one-handed capabilities in order to reveal and strike out at an enemy's weak point. Absorb stone. YN? According to Cassandra, the dragon had looked into him to see his life and experiences. Going by the feeling Lysander felt when gazing into the massive eyes of Omundatask, the swordsman felt like the court mage was telling the truth. It made sense then that the great beast had given him exactly the sort of skill stone he needed. Sword Guard provided him with the ability to better utilize his defensive skills. Bark Body strengthened his flesh. His beast blood body granted him enhanced strength, speed, durability, and feral senses. What he lacked was a purely decisive offensive ability. Targeted Strike promised just such an ability. On the other hand, it was a representation of the debt he now owed the dragon, the final of the 3 favors the reptilian giant had granted him in advance to pay for the 3 Lysander now owed him. Ultimately, it didn't matter. The deal was already struck. He wouldn't have made it even without being healed, even without being given the incredibly rare and valuable skill stone, and the dragon had helped Annabelle. The stone was power and capability, and he sorely needed it. Lysander signaled to the system that he was ready to receive the skill from the stone. He flexed his body in apprehension and readied his beast blood in case he needed it to survive the impartment of the skill. Just remembering the pain of absorbing the manual of Bark Body made his skin crawl. No pain came, however. Instead, there was just a gentle passing of power from his hand, where the stone rested, and into his body, much like a monster core, but even softer in nature. The stone dissolved, its knowledge and power entering his flesh, much like a monster's core did. Unlike a monster core, however, he found the energy of the stone not merely traveling into his soul core. The soothing power of the stone instead branched off in two directions. One entered his core, and the other flooded into his mind. Flashes of knowledge entered his thoughts, the memory apparition of a great golden-armored swordsman, bearing the sigil of a dragon's wing upon his tabard, filled his mind's eye. The warrior flashed through time, growing older as he went. In every image, he was facing an opponent. Monsters, demons, humans, and more. Again and again, the armored swordsman readied himself and swung his sword at the enemies he faced, almost always ending them with a single final strike. Lysander found his mind targeted and focused on the aging swordsman's blade technique. Specifically, how the aging warrior sought out and broke through the sometimes great and sometimes feebler defenses of his enemies. Lysander realized he was using a skill. The skill, targeted strike. Lysander watched the swordsman enact the attack over 1,000 times until the man was finally a truly acneant and feeble shell of what he'd once been. In the final memory, the old man was dwarfed by what appeared to be some feline, horned, and black-armored demon. The ancient warrior stood at the gate of a humble but well-constructed fortress. Many civilians and serfs watched from the walls of the keep, a keep that Lysander somehow knew belonged to and was under the protection of the no-doubt retired warrior. The sheer evil intent that rippled off of the demon was palpable, horrific, overbearing, and entirely in contrast to the calm, focused, and much smaller-seeming aura of the old swordsman. The long, wispy beard of the warrior, who must have been over 100 years old, sat below his wrinkled eyes, eyes that were focused beyond mortal measure. The demon, despite its apparent superiority, did not taunt the swordsman. Its warped, fanged face seemed set in a look of finality, even respect. The monster raised its massive war axe about its head, the weapon's edge crafted from some grossly green metal. The swordsman, meanwhile, lifted his blade above his right shoulder. The demon was so massive that it didn't seem possible for the swordsman to plausibly break its guard or even enter its reach without being cut apart. Surely the old legs of the ancient swordsman couldn't move him without enough speed to reach the demon with whatever strike he'd prepared, especially not with the weight of the too big, tarnished golden armor the old man was wearing. The swordsman didn't move, however he didn't break his determined gaze. He also did not step forward towards the demon. The two swung their weapons, and the world shattered. The swordsman's life force didn't erupt, it didn't explode outward from him. It was precise. He cut to the side, and, as if the laws of space and distance didn't matter at all to him, his blade seemed to tear the air in front of him with a massive whirlwind. A cloud of dust was whipped up from the two attacks of the old man and the demon, obscuring Lysander's disembodied vision. Many moments passed before the cloud settled. The world was quiet. The old man kneeled now. His great sword rested in the ground as a support for his weight. A massive gash was torn across his chest. Lysander realized he wasn't breathing. The aged warrior had fallen. Lysander searched the vision for the demon, only to finally spot it. The creature's massive armored body lay on the ground, headless. The last thing Lysander saw was an armored man and an elderly woman exiting the keep to approach the still kneeling body of the ancient swordsman. "Father," the armored, much younger but still middle-aged man said, running to the ancient protector. The swordsman's son kneeled down in front of the man. The aged woman merely looked upon the fallen warrior with a look of sadness, love, and pride. A single elegant tear fell down to slide onto her cheek. The vision faded as Lysander watched the swordsman's son, his hands upon his unbreathing father's shoulders, placing his forehead to the older man's own in grief. The passed-away ancient swordsman's eyes were closed peacefully. His lips, however, were turned slightly up in a contented curve. Lysander was pulled from the vision entirely a few moments later, with only the lingering smile of the older swordsman in his mind. He blinked and looked down at his own hands. He understood. The stone had shown him a lifetime of targeted strike being used. He didn't understand everything completely about the skill, but he understood enough. He might not ever be as powerful as the ancient swordsman he'd seen, but he knew he held a small portion of the man's knowledge as his own. Lysander opened his character sheet to confirm his suspicions. Lysander Borncrest. Body, beast blood. Mind, NA. Soul, NA. Attributes, brawn, 1, plus 1, 50, 100, novice. Dexterity, 1, plus 1, 30, 100, novice. Endurance, 1, plus 1, 100, 100, novice. Magic potency, 1, 1, 0, 100, novice. Magic control, 1, 1, 45, 100, novice. Magic efficiency, 1, 1, 0, 100, novice. Proficiencies, one-handed, no style. 2, 0, 100, competent. Spear, no style. 1, 50, 100, novice. Shield, no style. 1, 10, 100, novice. Archery, no style. 1, 50, 100, novice. Hand-to-hand, 1, 35, 100, novice. Butchering, 1, 50, 100, novice. Appraisal, 1, 80, 100, novice. Bookkeeping, 1, 80, 100, novice. Traits, bodybound, born. As with many beings blessed by bloodline, you have latent magic within your bones and veins. Unlike those who would seek to wield mana, however, your body has mutated to naturally cannibalize its mana to strengthen itself. Your brawn, dexterity, and endurance all increase by 1 level. However, your magic efficiency, magic control, and magic potency are all reduced by 1 level. Additionally, any gains to these magical skills will instead be transferred to their physical counterparts. Beast blood. Body. The curse of lycanthropy has sought to enter your body, but as with all curses, the blood of the beast is rooted in mana. Your unique constitution has subdued and absorbed the curse and used it to further feed your strength. You technically hold the blood of the beast, as do all lycanthropes, but you are unable to transform as they do. Conversely, a portion of the strength only available to lycanthropes in their shifted form is available to you in short bursts. You will also feel far fewer side effects of the curse. Novice proficiency, upgradable. Titles, NA, skills. Sword guard, root yourself in place, burning life force to slow down your perception of time and sharpen your defensive proficiencies. Novice proficiency. Upgradable. Bark body, strengthen the skin through the use of life force, utilizing the basics of life force manipulation in order to have a body as tough as solid oak. Novice proficiency, upgradable. Targeted strike, channel your life force and intent into your mind and one-handed capabilities in order to reveal and strike out at an enemy's weak point. Novice proficiency, upgradable. Chapter 48. Unseen attack. Lysander screamed in pain. The dagger bit deeply into his shoulder. He'd only just barely awoken in time to stop it from entering his throat. He felt poison on the blade. His sword was off to the side of the bed. He couldn't reach it. His would-be assassin struggled against him. Lysander snarled and felt his beast blood roar to life in his veins, pounding with fury in his ears. He hadn't even tried to activate it. The feral curse had merely responded to his rage. The assassin attempted to pull the knife from his shoulder, but Lysander activated Bark Body before he could. The swordsman felt his flesh harden to a wood-like state, keeping his assailant from easily removing the blade from the wooden-like flesh that was now gripping it. The assassin gave up the struggle for the dagger quickly, perhaps showing his skill, and instead pulled another knife from his bandolier. Lysander rolled over and kicked the man with all his enhanced strength. The covers of the bed impeded him somewhat, but only somewhat, as they flew off his body. Whatever the assassin's attributes, his endurance couldn't have been that high. Lysander only felt like his feet slammed into slightly stronger than usual bone and flesh as the man was sent flying to the other side of the room. Just then, the door of his room unlocked itself from the inside. It was magic. Only one person Lysander knew, other than the assassin he guessed, was that uncaring for boundaries. Annabelle stepped into the room. At first confused, but as her eyes glanced from the open window to the knife in Lysander's shoulder and finally to the assassin himself, The sorceress's visage turned to one of fury. Annabel raised her hand and, with a struggling word, gestured towards the man who had tried to kill Lysander. The assassin was caught unaware as the knife he'd been reaching for flew up telekinetically and slashed across his throat, tearing through the cloth wrap covering it. "My brother!" Annabel screamed with a hoarse throat, unbridled rage seething in her tone, and then closed the fingers of her still outstretched hands. Space was distorted into ripples all around the assassin. Blood splattered, coating the walls, floors, and ceiling as the air itself began to rip and twist his insides into his outsides. Chunks of sinew, bone, and muscle spun in on themselves into arcane-looking spirals as Annabel quite literally ripped the assassin to pieces and compressed his body parts into weird, unnatural angles. Lysander watched, almost in horror, as the assassin was reduced to less of a corpse and more of a pulp that vaguely resembled pieces of a man. Annabel stumbled against a nearby wall as her spell was completed. Lysander rocked up uneasily to his feet, clutching at the knife lodged in his shoulder. He walked towards Annabel and placed a hand on her shoulder. "Annabel," he said, almost not caring for his injuries and just happy to see his sister awake to the world. The sorceress looked up at him with a small, completely exhausted smile. "Hey, Ly, sorry for the mess. I think I overdid it." "That's fine. I'm just glad to see you," Lysander said with happiness apparent in his voice as his shoulder began to grow numb, "but I think I've been poisoned." Chapter 49. Stitches. The paladin Mika sat on a stool as he sewed up the wound on Lysander's shoulder. "It's going to hurt to move it for a while, but my mending invocation should keep it usable, and the poison is already burned out of you." "I'm sorry again for all this," Lysander said as he tried not to wince from the pain of the needle entering and exiting his shoulder. "It's what I'm here for," Mika said humbly, "though I didn't expect you to be back so soon after I blessed your sword, or to be woken up by an acolyte about some poisoned man asking for me by name." "You're the only one I know here," Lysander said with a smile. "When I get back from my next quest, I'll be sure to make a donation to the church." "Always welcome," Micus replied as he finished and tied off the stitches. "Feeds and clothes us here, and keeps me able to provide first aid to young adventurers who seem to have a knack for finding trouble." "I don't exactly go looking for it," Lysander replied. "That's a lie," Annabel said from where she leaned against one of the tables in Micus's room. "You're one to talk," Lysander said. Micus smiled and looked up at the two. "Is she the one you needed my blessing and the holy water to help?" Lysander smiled back. "She is. Without you, I don't think I would have been able to manage it." Micus nodded. "I did little the saints wouldn't want done. You and they managed your quest. This poison, though. You mentioned an assassin in the night. Why would someone want to kill you?" "I don't know," Lysander said, and his mind drifted. "It might have to do with the quest to escort a merchant convoy I set off on tomorrow. At least, that's the only thing I can think of. But if that's true, then we might have a lot of other problems. Many are seeking the church's guidance lately. People are frightened of the growing instability in the region," Micus added. "I know, but if I were attacked—" Lysander trailed off in his voice. "I think I need to go check on some friends." Micus grunted. "Just let me know if they need my help as well. I can sleep at any time." Chapter 50. Gathering of Swords. Lysander led Annabel out into the streets of Archport. "What's wrong, Ly?" the sorceress asked. "I have an escort mission," Lysander revealed, "to take the local merchants to Landshold and maybe figure out what's happening on the roads lately. It's all fairly political. The Duke had to step in to get the swords to work with the merchants and go over the heads of Landhold's branch. If the person who tried to kill me aimed to do it to stop us from doing our job, then I'm not the only one in trouble." "I haven't had a chance to thank you," Annabel said. "Cassandra said you took a lot of risks to save me." Lysander smiled softly at Annabel. "It's fine. You risked your life for me too." "I love you, Ly," Annabel said, the moonlight glistening in her hair. "I love you too, Annie," Lysander said. "I'd talk to you more about everything that's happened, but we need to get to the guild." Annabel and Lysander weaved their way through the streets with haste, though Annabel was still rather weak from her coma. The swordsman couldn't, and he wasn't willing to push her too hard. Eventually, they made it to the guild hall of the swords. Lysander pushed the door open, only to find an assembled Batnag, Serena, and Sarsef. All of them looked rather pissed. The orc was the first to notice Lysander and Annabelle. "Well, the whelp is alive after all," the burly warrior said. Sarsef glanced Lysander's way and exhaled. "Good. I was about to go looking for you." "I told you he'd be fine," Serena said dismissively, then glanced disapprovingly at the swordsman's torn tunic and visible stitches. Lysander approached the group. "So, they came for you all too then?" Batnag glanced at Annabelle and then back at Lysander. They should have sent killers worth their salt. It was then that the swordsman noticed that none of the warriors had even a single wound. It appeared he'd been the only one truly caught off guard by the assassins. He then glanced past the lot of them to the pile of bodies on the floor. "We already sent the novices back to bed," Sasf added. "I don't think there'll be more of the assassins, but we'll have a roving guard for the next few days. I can't believe they were bold enough to attack us in our own guild hall." "They attacked you here?" Lysander asked. "I live here. Sasf was just passed out from ale," Batnag replied, and then gestured with his meaty thumb to Serena. "We were all here except for her and you, whelp. She carried the corpse of the weakling who attacked her from her father's estate through the streets and to here." Lysander eyed Serena momentarily. Carrying a body through the city streets, not caring who saw her doing it, sounded like a very Serena thing to do. "Where's the guild master?" Lysander asked the group. "Fetching the Castellan. Attempted assassination is a crime," Serena said as if it were obvious. "None of you know what this is about?" Annabelle asked with crossed arms from behind the group. Batnag and Serena glared at the girl. "Who is this?" the orc asked. "His sister," Serena replied. Batnag grunted and seemed to notice Annabelle's evoker's pin. "This ain't wizard business." "She had a good question, big guy." Sarsef tried to smooth things over. Batnag grunted. "We don't know why we were targeted," Serena replied to Annabelle as the sound of the door opening filled the room. "But we plan to discover the cause," Guildmaster Walter said as he entered the building. "Apprentice Lysander, I'm glad to see you're safe. I assume you were also attacked." Lysander nodded. "Yes, sir, in the inn." Walter shook his head in what appeared to be displeasure. "The local guardsmen will be here soon to deal with the corpses, though we've found nothing of use for identification purposes on the bodies. When the local officials make it here, they'll want all of your accounts." "Could this be about our quest?" Lysander asked Walter. "Only you four were targeted," the guildmaster replied. "It would certainly seem there is a connection." "Where does that leave all of you?" Annabelle asked the massively muscled old man. "Well, young lady, it leaves us in the same position as before," Walter replied, and then he looked to the rest of the group. "The swords never fail to do our best to uphold a contract." Chapter 51. Quest Start. The week had passed with more excitement and adventure than Lysander had ever expected to experience. The many caravans of the Merchants' Guild were assembled outside the gates of Archport. Seagulls flew above, letting their loud cries out as the massive convoy intermingled and prepared for departure. Lysander sat atop happenstance. His aetherite alloy half-plate and lycanthrope leathers were equipped and repaired, courtesy of Seele and her unsleeping workmanship. Annabelle was still with Cassandra. The swordsman had hoped she'd come with him, but Cassandra had suggested that she allow herself time to recover. The court mage had also offered Annabelle an apprenticeship of sorts, something the sorceress hadn't found herself able to pass up. He wished his sister could be by his side for the caravan escort mission, but he was also just glad she was okay. A part of him also wanted to be even stronger by the time she saw him again, so he could be a better adventuring partner for his big sister. "You ready, kid?" Sasf asked him from atop his own bay-colored horse. "As ready as I can get," Lysander replied, drawn out of his thoughts. "Hopefully, we figure out what's going on out there." The guild had officially sanctioned the quest as merely an escort mission. Truthfully, however, and especially after the assassination attempts, all of the Swords members had been instructed to attempt to root out the source of whatever was causing the growing threats along the roads leading to Landhold and the surrounding cities. It was a political issue on multiple fronts. The guards from the Crownhold Shipping Company didn't want the Swords Guild interfering with their mostly exclusive rights to provide protection for the Merchants' Guild. Additionally, the Swords Guild of Landshold might not have a problem with the Archport Swords Guild providing protection to a local caravan, but they had denied their sister branch the right to look into the growing monster activity around Landshold multiple times. Guildmaster Walter and the Duke of Archport had finally decided enough was enough, however, and Lysander, Sasif, Batnag and Serena had strict orders to keep an eye out for any potential hints as to what was going on during the escort mission. What had started out as Lysander trying to get a writ of trade had grown into something that appeared to be part of something greater. No one knew what was going on along the shipping routes, not in truth. Bandits, monsters, wyverns. There were multiple different sorts of reports and leads, but no true answers. Things weren't as they'd always been, however, and whereas Lysander had originally thought he'd just be looking for bandits to earn his writ, now he wondered if sorcery wasn't involved. Either that or a high level of political corruption, perhaps both. His mind wandered to the horrible memories of what had happened to his mother, seeing her face smile at him one final time before she'd been pulled through a dimensional tear, and he realized that things always seemed to come back to sorcery. "It's time," Serana said as she approached on a golden-haired mare. "Batnag and I will ride at the front of the caravan. You two should be all right back here, yes?" "We'll be fine, little lady," Sasif said back to her. "You can go on and ride up there." Serana merely twitched her lip at the man's irreverent response, then glanced at Lysander. "That's fine by me." Sasf looked back at Lysander once Serana had trotted away. "Now what did you do to her again?" "Honestly, not much," Lysander replied. "We almost got into a fist fight." "She would have won," Sasf remarked. "So it must not have been a real one." "You know what, kid? Never mind. I don't need to know what you two are into." Lysander shook his head. "Right." The caravan began to move then, and they all took the first horse-mounted steps away from Archport. Lysander glanced back one final time at the city that was quickly becoming his new home. Archport was beautiful in its way, built into a large cliff against the Sea of Drakes. The multiple rungs of the city surrounded the massive citadel at its center, the Duke's Castle, with its stretching bridges and towers interconnecting around the orange-tiled central keep. The many residential and commerce-related districts of the city were layered down in ascending and descending. Walled rows until the huge port opened up along the lowest level of the cliff-bound city and onto the ocean front proper. Lysander could see the faraway mercantile ships moving in the waters below the city. Smaller, swifter privateer and larger naval vessels likewise moved to and from the port. Even a dry dock or two could be seen, where weather or monster-damaged ships waited for repairs. Lysander just hoped he'd be returning to Archport soon as a richer, more influential man. Everything hinged on him and the other swords finding the source of the issue, so they could be paid and he could earn his trust with Guildmaster Danton and finally receive the writ of trade. End of Book 1, Chapter 52. Afterword. Firstly, thank you so much for reading this book. I wrote Merchant Swordsman for a few reasons. Mainly because I wanted to see a story that tackled a few things that bothered me about the LitRPG genre. I won't pretend like this is some genre-defining work. I know I'm nowhere near as good a writer as the giants of gamelit fiction. That said, Merchant Swordsman started when I wanted to create a system that balanced both magic and martial might. Something simple, obvious even. I never liked the idea that mages would eventually become so much more powerful than warriors. Nor did I like that many systems had multiple stats for physical attributes, but often relied on just letting mages scale a single stat, such as intelligence or wisdom. Thus, the story of Lysander was born as a way to have a purely martial character that could eventually grow enough in power to fight off wizards, sorcerers, and all forms of abominations. I approached the problem of mages and warriors not seeming to have parity in a simple enough way. I just equalized the numbers of the sorts of stats they had. Warriors would have a brawn score to represent their physical strength, so mages needed magic potency to quantify how much raw power they could output. Dexterity became paralleled by the magic control stat, which represented how fluidly one could wield the raw magical strength they had. Finally, endurance represented how long a fighter could exert themselves and how tough they were, while magic efficiency would control how well a mage could utilize their mana stores to the fullest extent. This system then naturally required that warriors be allowed to become the demigod-like beings that mages could grow to be. Their pure strength had to be able to distort reality but be distinct from arcane might. I needed to quantify this, so life force and aura, as an outward representation of it, evolved as concepts. The idea was that warriors could become so in tune with their bodies over time that they could exert tangible control over their vitality if they amassed enough inner discipline and strength. This isn't a totally unique idea, and I drew inspiration from things like One Piece and jobless reincarnation, along with my own personal headcanon for how warriors must be working in the Elder Scrolls series to be able to do the things they could. The mercantile and political intrigue in the story came from me needing a break from the hack and slash of a previous web novel I'd worked on, but become faced with writer's block while writing. I also learned from the same web novel that I had a tendency to not include a realistic cast of characters. Batnag, Sile, Serena, Sasf, and Annabelle were my attempts to expand my writing skills. I feel like some of these characters were more successful than others, but I look forward to fleshing out the weaker of them, Serena especially, though Annabelle and Sasif have to be my favorite side characters for sure, with Batnag getting an honorable mention for his well-meaning savagery. Most of all, as I grow as a writer and the world of Arden grows in depth, I really do hope to recapture the awe and magic I felt when exploring fantasy and science fiction as a child. The experience of enchantment and easy acceptance of the illusion of a fantasy world, being real and living, and especially deeply mysterious. That special kind of magic is, in my opinion, at the heart of why fantasy and science fiction have been so popular for decades. Trying to capture even a small bit of that feeling of wonder in my words for myself and others is what drives me forward and keeps me writing. Maybe I'll get there one day, if just for a moment. If you like the world and story, feel free to check out Adventurer, a fantasy LitRPG. It's set in the same world and has the same system as Merchant Swordsman, but follows a different character on a different journey. Stick around for a sneak peek first chapter of it coming up next. If you'd like to talk more with me and over 100 other LitRPG and fantasy fans, then you're more than welcome to join my Discord server. https://discord.gg BKKRYA9BKG. Chapter 53. Adventurer, Chapter 1. I held the practice blade out in front of myself, just as my mother had taught me. I liked the way a sword felt in my hand in general, but not the way the grip she drilled into me did. But my mother was always a believer in learning the basics. I'd practiced with a weapon every day since I could remember, and she'd still refused to teach me anything but the first form of her chosen sword style. She charged at me, my mother that is. She wore comfortable athletic clothing, a brown leather jerkin wrapping around her body and ending just at the mid-ribs, and a pair of baggy cloth sack training shorts. The swords we used were just wooden. She didn't need armor to protect herself from them. Not when I hardly had the strength to threaten her, but this would have held true even had the blades been steel instead of the Banyoke practice weapons my father had meticulously shaped for his wife. Mother jump-stepped directly in towards me. She moved linearly at first and then shifted to strike sidelong, planting her non-dominant left foot at the end of her initial lunge into my range, only to then use that leading foot to spin pivot and to step out towards my right side. I inhaled deeply. In theory, the first form of the Fiend Hunter style should allow one to be evenly protected on both sides. Still, something about my mother's movements kept me from feeling protected at all, even if I knew she was holding back. I just didn't have the skill to face the woman who'd brought me into the world. I hadn't, no matter how much I'd practiced it, mastered even the first form of the Fiend Hunter style or unlocked its corresponding skill ability, but not for a lack of trying on the part of my mother Celis. I wanted to impress my parent-turned-teacher, but a familiar and primal tingling at the base of my neck informed me that I was outclassed. When I'd once brought the feeling up to her, Mum had explained it was a warrior's instinct, something to be trusted and followed but not controlled by. So I endeavored to do what was expected and to react in the way that was expected, even though my instincts told me it was futile. Despite not truly having unlocked the skill, my hand still had the muscle memory of my countless hours of imitating my mother's use of her style's first form, along with her advice to never allow fear to freeze you when you can do something against what you fear. Thanks to these two things, when faced with the picture of my mother's shining carmine hair blowing in the morning breeze as she raised her weapon to strike down at me, my arms did move. Strike redirection, my mind silently spoke the name of the skill that I was trying to imitate, as I'd been trained to do. It was a practice that was not strictly necessary, but one that meant to center the mind further into the movements of the body, to align the two into unison. My wrists twisted, my left hand opened momentarily, and I gave free rein to my right hand, which was now the only hand of the two wielding my practice blade by its handle. With this motion, I swept my sword into the start of a wide arc, meant to intercept and then redirect my mother's horizontal slash. My heart jumped a bit. I could see it. The movement of the two blades of myself and my opponent, their arcs set to intercept in a loud harmony. The clanging of the weapons would force the sword that was determined to strike me to instead fly haphazardly away as I pivoted around its wielder to gain a better position. At least, if I could pull everything off perfectly, that would be what happened. My heart quickened in anticipation. It was all going to work out. An exchange between my mother and myself was finally going to end in my favor, and, more importantly, in that moment where my mind froze the two blades in my gaze, I finally felt like I was almost understanding the first form of my mother's fighting style. I didn't believe it. Surely she would stop me, as she had done so many times before. Could I truly beat her, even if only in one small exchange? A loud wooden clang strained my ears a half-minute later. I could hardly believe it. Our swords had actually connected as I'd anticipated. I felt the weight of my mother's blade shift along my own in a way I could actually manipulate. I'd never gotten this far in an actual spar, only in practice drills, where she'd allowed me to get a feel for the movement. But those didn't count. In that moment of collision between our blades, I searched for my mother's beautiful cherubic face. I saw the upturning of a smirk on her lips. What was that? Was she proud of me? I felt the surge in my chest rise further at that. Finally, I'd done something right when it came to wielding this darn sword. Mother's smile quickly faltered, however, as I did the same. My mind had wandered with my mother's approval, and I had forgotten to take the final, proper step of footwork to solidify my movement. Disarming parry, my mother said, and I felt the life force leak out of her just in the smallest of fractions. It was an energy that smelled like life, vibrancy, sweat, and hot springs. All at once, as my mother spoke the name of her skill, as she always did for my benefit but didn't need to do to activate her abilities, her arm twisted, and I lost the upper hand when it came to the battle of leverages between our two weapons. No, I was so close. My blade was ripped from my hand as my mother returned her second hand to the back of her sword for added leverage, and her arms became a perfected whirlwind of demonstrated skill. I stumbled backwards, my confidence leaving me as Mom's body flowed towards me like a surging animal, shifting from the third form of her sword-fighting style to another, one I feared much more than the first or third. Direct execution, my mother spoke. My eyes widened. I saw death. I knew she wouldn't kill me. She couldn't kill her own child, or should have known it. But her bearing was emotionless. It felt curt, shameless, and efficient, unable to be channeled into anything but swift, humble murder. Mother had demonstrated the three most basic forms of the Fiend Hunter style and used them to soundly defeat me. A form to redirect a strike, which I'd failed to utilize when she'd struck my blade. A more exertion-heavy form to reclaim the upper hand in a clash of weapons should the first form fail to give it to you, as my mother had used when I'd failed to deflect her attack. And a form to immediately and swiftly end a fight once the first or third forms left the enemy open. A straightforward killing strike designed not to merely injure or maim, but to decisively finish a fight as quickly as possible. It was the second form, direct execution, that was perhaps the most lethal of them all, and just as she'd said, it was the skill that Mom was now using against me. Direct execution didn't pretend to be anything that it wasn't. It was not showy or flashy. It was not meant to protect, as was the first form. The second form was purified, simplistic violence carefully sharpened to a harsh utility. And it was coming to end me, or so it felt like. Mother's blade shot towards my face faster than I could stumble backwards. I felt the weapon tap my forehead, and my entire body clenched and convulsed. The killing intent was palpable. My mother wasn't my mother to me then, but a killer. My killer, or so my mind screamed. My backside hit the lush grass, and I blinked. The aura that ran through my body dissipated as quickly as the strike itself was pulled back. I wasn't dead. Of course I wasn't dead. I scowled. I never died when Mom beat me, and yet I always thought that I would. I was afraid each time she struck me. I was ashamed of that fear. I could lie to myself, but in those moments when it reared its head, the terror of death controlled me and not me it. My mother's face, now smiling and sweet, filled my vision as she leaned down in front of me. She reached out to squeeze my cheeks together with her palms. "You're so silly. I've told you 1,000 times that I'm not going to hurt you." "Mum," I blushed and waited for her to remove her hands. The mother I knew in the hours that we weren't sparring was back. The sweet, bubbly, oftentimes sarcastic woman that had been with me every day since I could remember. She didn't scare me, not like the other mother did, the mother whose eyes were devoid of anything but focus and violence, and at times a savage joy. Mum removed her hands from my cheeks and ruffled my red hair. A slightly lighter shade than her own, though speckled with bits of my father's blonde. "Did you learn anything?" she asked me. "I can't even manage to stay focused even when I'm doing well," I scolded myself. "Maybe," I replied. Her smile turned into a nod and we stood. "You almost had it, you know." She didn't help me up. She never did. "I messed up," I said, looking at the ground. "If you learned, then it's okay this time," she said and laughed. "Stop sulking. You're reminding me of your father when things don't go his way." "You love Dad," I said, feeling a bit offended at her mocking of her life partner. "Yes, but he's always like you are now before he figures something out that's bothering him," she said. "But maybe it's good. He was like that before he created his first expert-level spell. It could mean you're close to mastering the first form." "Really?" I looked up to her. I really loved my mom, but my dad was so smart. If he was like I was, then maybe I wasn't hopeless just because I wasn't as good as Mom. Celis replied, motioning for me to follow beside her. She'd retrieved our practice swords and was carrying both in her hands. "He's probably in the garden now. Go help him. Maybe he'll tell you about it, but don't let him show you anything too advanced. It'll discourage you. You have to be happy with the small skills before the big ones, or you'll never get good enough to pull off the big ones at all." "Mom, you're lecturing me again," I said before feeling a wooden bonk on the back of my head. "Ow." Mom smiled devilishly. The wooden sword she'd just half smacked me with was still in her hand. She wasn't even trying to hide what she'd just done. "I'm your swordmaster. We lecture." "That hurt," I said, rubbing my head as we walked. "You'll get good enough to dodge strikes from behind someday," Celis said. "Until then, you're going to get bonked when you say dumb things." "You're so mean," I said, keeping my eyes on her hands. She just smiled at me, looking particularly carefree and beautiful under the twin suns of Arden. "Yep." We continued on to the house, a large manor chiseled from white stone, framed in dark wood, and accented by carefully maintained withervine ivy, among other floral dashes of color. The house was a product of my father's learning, skill, money, and magic. Mother shooed me away to find the man himself and told me she'd meet us both later when it came time for our midday meal. Father helped our maid cook. I'd never really thought it was odd. He was the one who was so good with plants. We ate a lot of meat too, of course, which was something Mom provided. She'd hunt in the morning, drop it off with my dad, since he tended to sleep in, and then wake me up for a few hours of sword practice. By then, our maid would have consulted with my father about how he wanted the meat butchered and prepared, while he went out to tend to the garden and collect whatever he might want from it to garnish the day's meal. And I brushed through the double doors of our house and into its main foyer. Usually, I'd have been met with the sight of the village blacksmith's large hunting dog waiting for me outside our home, hoping for a pet or two and maybe a snack from my dad. The hound didn't like Dad as much as she liked me and had surprisingly really taken to Mom, but Dad still often tossed her a treat or two and a few polite words. The hound didn't like the blistering heat or fire of her master's forge, not since she'd been stuck in a small house fire as a young pup. So she generally explored while he was working during the day and returned to sleep at his feet at night. But she had just had puppies a while back, so I assumed she was still resting or taking care of them. Apparently, it had taken a lot out of her, but I'd asked the dog not to give me too many details. Not that dogs, in my experience, were generally detailed, focused creatures, unless they were working, of course. Instead of taking the time to talk to the lazy canine, since she wasn't around, I continued walking through the reception hall and beneath the twinned staircases that led to the second-level balcony and sleeping quarters of our home, and then went further on through the back door that connected to the stone-walled garden behind our manor. I was met with a world of verdant green and rich, edible color. Well-watered flowers, gliding songbirds, and trees with normal and multi-hued leaves alike all filled my field of vision. The smell of fruits, foreign and domestic, all grown and touched by my father's hands and mana, danced across my nose. My father's garden was one of my favorite places in the world. A hum of magic pulsed in the oxygen-rich air. It wasn't burnt or scary, but the scent and sensation of potential and nurtured intentions. The plants and shrubbery of the garden, my father's walled world, were truly set apart from those outside it. They were healthier, thicker, and more plentiful. Each one also gave off a hum of tingling energy that was mixed into the very oxygen they produced, and that wasn't intrusive at all. The hum of life and mana in the air was more peacefully energizing than anything else as it slipped into your lungs and revitalized them. I looked for my father as I stepped onto the earth-cobble path that led into the many trails of the garden. The path was walled by sections of uneven boulders stacked atop one another that occasionally gave way to groupings of vegetable-bearing vines or mini orchards of fruit-bearing trees. The garden was rather big. No, it could probably be considered massive. The hewn stone walls that enclosed it were as wide and twice as deep as the white manor that they were built firmly against. I pulled up my status sheet as I casually walked and looked for Dad. The garden was safe, and its pathways were almost always cleanly free of obstacles and thus easy to navigate. This was because the trees very rarely shed either seeds or branches and were supremely healthy specimens. Preternaturally so, in fact. The semi-opaque character sheet filled out in front of me. I could mentally shift its position or dismiss it with a thought. It was entirely user-friendly, and only I could see it unless I chose to show it or parts of it to others. Peregrine Borncrest. Body, NA. Mind, NA. Soul, NA. Attributes, Brawn, 1 20-100, Novice. Dexterity, 1 60-100, Novice. Endurance, 1 40-100, Novice. Magic Potency, 1 20-100, Novice. Magic Control, 1 50-100, Novice. Magic Efficiency, 1 60-100, Novice. Proficiencies, Acrobatics, 1 80-100, Novice. Archery, No Style, 1 40-100, Novice. Alchemy, Potion Making, 1 70-100, Novice. Animal Husbandry, 1 60-100, Novice. Butchering, 1 50-100, Novice. Cooking, 1 50-100, Novice. Druidry, 1 97-100, Novice. Herbalism, 1 90-100, Novice. One-handed, Fiend Hunter, 1 98-100, Novice. Traits, Mind of Memories. With effort, you can perfectly visualize anything that you have felt, seen, tasted, or heard. You can relive the moments of your life as you perceive them exactly at will. The more focused you are on something in the moment a memory is created, the easier it is to recall it. Born. Titles, none. Skills, none. Spells. Growth, use your mana to influence the growth of plant life that you are physically touching. Mana cost is determined by the level, scale, and rate of growth. Nature, novice. Upgradable. Mending, lay your hands on anything that is or was living. You may accelerate the healing of living things or repair damage to natural fibers and crafts. Mana cost is determined by the extent of the mending done. Nature, novice. Upgradable. Minor beast tongue. Through extensive practice and understanding, you can learn to speak the tongue of beasts and plant life fluently. The fluency of communication is based upon understanding and druidic resonance with an individual's species. Mana drain is negligible. Nature, novice, upgradable. I'd brought up my character sheet because despite the beauty of the garden all around me and how much I really did like it, it was a place I was used to and that I'd seen all my life. I couldn't stop my thoughts from wandering away from it and back to my bout with my mother, and thus to my skills. I was getting better. She always told me that when I asked, but paradoxically, despite her bubbly and sometimes prickly personality, she wasn't the kind of person to ever offer praise unprompted. It was there if I asked for it, but that almost made it feel cheaper. I wanted to become so good that she'd compliment me without me having to ask. I didn't think I'd ever be able to beat her, but surely I could make enough progress to make her proud. I was approaching the point where my one-handed skill, in my mother's sword style, would reach 100 proficiency points. It had taken my whole life to get to that point. I was just 11 now, but I couldn't ever remember not training with my mother. It honestly seemed like it was taking a long time to get better. Mother had also mentioned that swordsmen without talent could bottleneck once they'd reached the peak of the novice or higher levels. This was apparently enough for some and devastating for others. I didn't really care about what other people did, however. I just knew my mother would be disappointed if I didn't have any talent. She spent so much time teaching me. I really didn't want to fail her. Just as I was thinking this, a yellow and black creature fluttered down onto my shoulder. I glanced at the songbird as it chirped and stared intently at me. Not a bit of fear or skittishness radiated off the confident, tiny avian as it hopped twice on my shoulder. "Okay, I'll follow you," I said, not at all surprised by the intelligence in the creature's beady, cute little eyes. The yellow thing chirped happily and gave another small bounce before counterbalancing itself with its tail and flapping away from me and onto the breeze, trailing along the garden path I was walking on. I mentally closed my status screen and followed after the bird. Normally, it'd be too fast a flyer for me to keep up with, even by running, but I was familiar with the path, and my guide didn't rush along to the fullest of its capabilities. The bird slipped between two white droop willow trees, fluttering gracefully between the low-hanging, squat-trunked, purple and white blooming flora. I smiled a bit as I saw the bird settle onto the shoulder of a man who was picking berries methodically from a large row of bushes. Bushes that sat just beyond the willow trees that made a natural gateway along the garden path. The bird chirped excitedly at the man, who slowly turned his attention to the creature with recognition in his gaze. "Oh, you found him for me?" "Thank you," the man in a plain cream-colored work shirt and surprisingly clean brown sack cotton pants said to the bird before he listened politely as the avian chirped a bit in reply. Nodding in understanding, he lifted a berry to the bird's beak and allowed the thing to take it and then fly off happily. Dad's face was bookish but handsome. His hair sat at shoulder-blade length and was mostly straight. The entire length of it was a naturally hay-colored mane in places, and in others it mixed and intertwined with what appeared to almost be a thick moss that also grew from his scalp. He often pulled up his mana-touched locks into a pale, untanned leather strap when he was working or studying. Dad's nose was a mix between thick and thin, leaning towards the latter with a dash of longness. His jaw was angular but not too pointy, but it was definitely a bit more feminine than it was rugged. His eyes were a grey cobalt, ringed around the iris by a near-glowing and ever-shifting gold that contrasted with my mother's naturally vibrant but more mundane-looking green eyes. Dad's eyes, also unlike my mother's always energetic gaze, appeared perpetually tired in a way that didn't quite seem to reach too much deeper than the surface or the purple-bagged skin that set around those intelligent orbs themselves. The most interesting thing about my dad's appearance, of course, were the velvety and truly large stag horns that grew from his forehead and served as a mark of his mastery over nature magic. "Dad," I said as I approached the man, "what are you picking today?" The man looked at me. He softly and gently lifted up another berry between his thumb and index finger towards me. "You tell me, Perry?" The berry was mostly a golden orange. It was a little bigger than a pea or medium-sized lentil. There was a burnt pumpkin gradient that blended into the rest of its hue towards where it grew on the bush. I glanced towards said bush, noting the heart-shaped leaves that could look slightly like ovals from a distance, or if you squinted a little. "Those are heartberries," I said confidently. "Very good," my father said. "And what are they used for?" "They can be brewed into weaker health potions to allow the veins to better tolerate the mana inherent in the stronger ingredients," I offered. Dad nodded but didn't smile. I could still tell he was pleased, though. "True, but we're not brewing potions for lunch," he prompted me. I paused. "Are they for a sauce?" I asked. "Mum loves them." "She isn't the only one who loves them," my father replied. I blinked. I didn't really like heartberries. Despite their citrus-like coloring, they were more tart than tangy, and boasted a thick, creamy taste that I didn't find appealing. Though you could get a decent sauce from them when you added water and flour to them before thickening that mix's consistency through reduction. So who else liked them? "Oh, wait. Brother is coming?" I asked with excitement. My brother was a knight, much like my mother, though he belonged to an actual knightly order and she didn't really, mostly anyway. It definitely wasn't a traditionally structured order that my mother had been granted induction into at least. As far as allegiances went, my brother served Duke Vembrand as one of his men-at-arms in the nearby city of Highmount. The city was about a week and a half's ride away from the fief that my father managed under the authority of the castellan of said same city. "Bastian should be here sometime tonight," my father answered. "I've already picked some green root and spry leaves for lunch, but these are for dinner." Bastian was amazing. I was very happy to hear that he was coming. He'd reached the competent level in Mother's fighting style by the time he was 8, and the journeyman tier a half-decade later. I was jealous, at least a little, but mostly I just wanted to be more like him. He'd also gone on to become a journeyman, rank in his order's more defensive fighting style by the time he was 20. He was now 24, married to his lord's second daughter, and very much a local up-and-comer as far as I understood. "Is he here for my birthday?" I asked. "It was tomorrow. My birthday, that is." The 12th year of one's life was a big milestone in the kingdoms of man. It was the precursor to the final milestone of being 15, which marked the official entryway into adulthood. A person was still seen as a child at 12, but they were expected to take up training in a life path or trade so they could prepare themselves for the fast-coming future. "He is," my father nodded and handed me the basket of berries he'd collected. "He wrote me some time ago and said he wouldn't miss it for anything. I think he has a present for you." "What's the present?" I asked shamelessly. "I can't tell you that," my father said, shrugging. "Bastian might be cross with me if I did." He appeared to reconsider that statement for a moment. "Or rather, I just don't want to ruin the surprise for you, I suppose." "Or..." I was still smiling at first, but my mind drifted again as I thought about how amazing my big brother was, and my smile faded. "Dad, do you think he's going to be disappointed when he sees me again?" It had been well over a year since I'd seen Bastian. He'd been busy in the service of his lord during the majority of the previous months. I honestly hadn't even known he'd returned from the borderlands until Dad had mentioned he'd be coming soon. My father shook his head. "Why would you think that?" "Well, he was a lot better than I am at everything when he was my age. Mom always brags about him," I replied. It was true. My mother never seemed prouder than when she was talking about her eldest son and all his accomplishments and exploits. My father hummed and gestured towards a nearby bench that appeared as if it had grown from the soil itself. Mostly because it had. "Let's sit down for a second." "Okay," I said, and followed to rest myself beside him on the spell-grown, root-constructed bench. "How's your sword training going?" he asked me. "It's hard," I replied. "I'm almost 12, and I'm still not competent level like brother was at 8, and I haven't even unlocked a skill yet." "Oh, I see," he sighed. "What is it?" I asked him. "Has your mother not told you that most adults don't even have any skills unlocked?" he asked me. "Huh? They don't?" I asked. "Not even non-combat skills?" This was news to me. Mother, father, and Bastian all had skills or spells. All the heroes in the storybooks also had extremely powerful and leveled skills. I'd just assumed it was normal and expected for adults. He shook his head. "They don't. Most people never even get beyond the competent level in their lifelong trade." I'm guessing she at least mentioned that leveling up from novice to competent doesn't guarantee a skill to be unlocked either. Well, yeah. She said I had to work really hard and lay a good foundation, or I'd mess up my breakthrough to competent and ruin my chance to get one, I replied in a bit of dour tone, and this knowledge was something that bothered me even more than the fact that I felt so slow to progress beyond the novice level. What if I reached the next tier in my swordsmanship but still messed it up by not unlocking a skill? What would Mother think? That I'd wasted all her time when it came to training me up through the lowest proficiency tier? Celis, I swear, my father said with a bit of exasperation as he mentioned my mother's name. Perry, your mother loves you very much and is very proud of you, but she's a little oblivious to how her high standards put pressure on the ones who look to her for approval. She's very good at bringing out the best in people because of that, and is an amazing warrior, but I honestly don't think she understands that some of us stress over things more than she does. She's proud of me? Why doesn't she say it if I don't ask her then? I asked. Probably because she thinks you already know or doesn't consider that you might not, my father replied, but she tells me how good you're doing every time I ask. Almost being at the peak of the novice level in swordsmanship at your age is almost unheard of. You're doing just fine, son. How is it unheard of if Bastien did it when he was just 8? I inquired. Not that you didn't get it too, but your brother inherited all of your mother's talent, and honestly, I think a little extra, my father said thoughtfully. But you know, Bastien has zero talent for or interest in magic. It used to make me a little sad that he just didn't want to learn anything from me. Call it a father's pride, but I wanted my son to look to me and want to be like me. Still, you have talent for both magic and swordsmanship, even if the sword also runs a little deeper in you because of your mother's strong genes. I didn't feel like I was particularly great at magic, but I was also nearly to the competent level in what my father had taught me of his druidry. I'm not very good at magic either, though, I said. That little bird told me it found you and led you to me, before it harassed me for a berry as a reward. Did you understand it when it spoke to you? My father asked me. I didn't understand what it was saying exactly, I admitted, but I understood what it was trying to get across. I understand dogs a lot better than birds. There are far fewer people who can understand the meaning of an animal than can swing a sword, my father explained. I've already mentioned it to you, but the novice level of magical disciplines all deal with basic manipulation of a type of energy or concept. It's honestly impressive that you can resonate with animals enough to understand some of them beyond vague impressions at all at your level. Your passive spell that allows you to do so is like a warrior having a beginner tier, passive body-reinforcing skill. So I'm not bad at magic? I asked. I always tell you that you're doing very well, my father replied. I know, I just forget, I guess, I replied, realizing that my father did praise me a lot. However, I guess I'd just not noticed it, since it was such a common thing, and he did it so casually and calmly, whereas my mother was loud and mischievous, but pretty much never offered me any words of praise freely. You're a very smart young man, my father said calmly. I'm not sure how much of it is your born trait, since it makes your memory simply incredible, but you seem like you could be a very proficient mage if you put your mind to it. I do like the sword, though, I said, gently resting my sore head on the bench behind it. You should never give up any of your passions, as long as you have enough talent and time to make something of them, my father said. When I was an adventurer, I knew magicians who wielded swords and swordsmen who weaved magic. It doesn't have to be one or the other if you work hard. It almost seemed too good to be true, being good at both magic and swordsmanship, but I couldn't say I didn't want that. I liked the sword more, but I didn't want to just forget everything my dad had taught me either. He'd spent so much time teaching me what the plants in his gardens and the nearby roadsides, fields and forests did. He'd been so patient as I'd learned to summon my mana from my soul core and connect it with the ambient magical energy of the natural world. It was also really cool to be able to at least sort of talk to the local animals, like I could now, and Dad could do much more amazing things than that with his magic. Were they ever any good at both? I asked, inquiring about the warrior mages and mage knights he'd met. I won't lie and say that some of them weren't seriously lacking and unbalanced, my father replied. I knew one rogue-like fighter who depended on creating illusionary after-images of himself to confuse his enemies in a fight. It made him incredibly effective at doing a lot of damage very quickly, before an opponent could pin him down. That sounds really hard to fight someone like that, I said. My father nodded. Yes, however, when we faced a blind devil who fought based off sound and not sight, well, he didn't have the pure fighting skills needed to be a damage dealer without his illusions providing him a smokescreen against the devil's attacks. A few of our party got hurt somewhat badly once the thing got past him before we realized what was happening. My father paused thoughtfully. But Perry, with your talent, I don't think there would be much of a problem as long as you remembered to never rely on just tricks. What do you mean, not relying on tricks? I asked. That I should be more versatile than that fighter you mentioned? Mag is about versatility, and sword fighters usually value a form of simpler utility, if that makes sense. But magic isn't versatile if you only learn a shallow bit of it, and swordsmanship doesn't provide much utility if you don't hone the basics enough to rely on them. Somewhat like your mother always says, honestly, he explained. Like I said, though, you have talent for both, and if you work very hard, I think you could pull it off. You really think so? I asked my dad. I do, he nodded. Just don't forget to find time to live a little too. That was a lesson your mother had to teach me, but life would have been a little better if I hadn't waited so long to learn it. Thanks, Dad. I feel a little better, I replied. I guess I'm not doing that bad then. Not at all, he confirmed. I'm very proud of you. I only say it so often because it's very true, not to make it mean any less than it does to me. I smiled. I was about to say something else to my father when a loud metallic clanging echoed from the direction of the manor. Then there was a feminine shouting, but not the terrified kind. It was the taunting kind instead. My father sighed again. We were having such a good father-son conversation. Oh, well, I suppose. It seems your brother is here early, Perry, and your mother got to him first. Why does that always happen? Read the full book on Kindle Unlimited or in paperback. Chapter 54. About the author. Nate Krotz is a member of the United States Army, a father and a new author. Merchant Swordsman is his debut novel and the first in the Merchant Rising series. Nate enjoys hiking, lifting weights, and running in his free time, but most of all spending time with his two daughters.